responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Good morning, Misfits! It's time! All right, I had to do that. I wanted to do it yesterday. I wasn't here because well, look, let me explain this. First of all, just want to publicly apologize, Jeremy, everybody, for not being here yesterday. I run a business. I don't do excuses. I have had well, I don't know if I've had hundreds. I've had dozens of employees over the past 13 or 14 years. And when they do excuses, I'm like, yeah, okay. Um, but as far as excuses go, I overslept because I stayed up really late celebrating America. I'm not saying that that's right, but that is what happened. I overslept. Won't happen again. Anyway, I don't know if you noticed, we got some changes. There's some changes to the show, and they're not just behind me. First of all, more guns. Why wouldn't we want more guns? We should have always wanted more guns. My chat should have demanded more guns, and you didn't. And that's on you. Speaking of chat, look at that. We got a new little box. Now your chats are coming up in their own little box. I love it. I love it. I spent all weekend, guys, by the way, again, not an excuse. This is not an excuse. I hate excuses. I will, however, tell you how I spent my weekend. I was remodeling this whole studio slash spare bedroom slash office. And good morning. First of all, good morning. Moose for Trump, Eileen Jimenez, Miss Mocha Power, P. You're Out, T. Mitchell, Bad Moon, Deb Pollen, Ryan Cole. We got Bumba in here, T. Hodges, Wiki Wiki Nod Nod. By the way, how's the volume? I don't know if you guys like the volume, but if you guys are my producers, if the volume's low or high or whatever, you let me know. And speaking of volume, there it is right there in the chat. Yes, I bought the new mixer, the one that Sean uses. So I would like to start off by saying, fuck you. Because this thing is so, just fucking shit, shit, fucking shit, fuck. I wasn't even really swearing most of that. We have a naughty button. The naughty button now comes with a beep. I wanted this thing for months. And I told Sean when it arrived, I go, this thing is huge. It really is huge. It's like this. It's like the size of a laptop. No, bigger than a laptop. It's probably like the width and height of like a MacBook, but like that thick. And I was like, I told Sean, I go, if I had known how like girthy it is, I would have bought it sooner. And I don't know how that makes sense. It's heavy. It's like heavy. I'm like, I don't know. In my autistic brain, I was like, maybe I would have been like, oh, it must be really well made. Like they put some stuff in here. It's got a little touch screen. It's awesome. Naughty, just this thing. I'm just gonna have that. That's gonna be wicked. All right, we need Misfit mount up with GoPro. You know what? Hold on. You know what I will do? Here, I'll show you guys. I mean, I might mess up the whole show, but here, we'll do this. Hold on. Here we go. Nope. There it is. Oh, come on. Readjust. There it is. Right there. So, yeah, I also got a TV set up here. Hold on. Now, this is going to be the tough part. Getting back to... Oh, that actually didn't work out too bad. Beautiful. And I don't know if you noticed, but I'm still rocking the I'm rocking the old desk, and it's way too small. I shoved myself in a corner, and like let me walk you guys through my whole process here. When I started this situation that we're dealing with here, I didn't really do the podcast as like a a real serious thing. It was I was barely doing it 3 times a week. I wanted to do it 5 times a week, but I just I have to really focus on my real job. And when Jeremy was like, "Hey, do you want to do 5 days a week?" I was like, "Geez, man, I don't know." But then I sort of committed, right? I committed to it, and with the exception of yesterday, I've been taking it very seriously, and so I got a new desk coming. It's a big beefy desk, and it's gonna be awesome. We got the background done. We got the new codes up here. We got the background. I changed the background. Now we got that red, white, and blue. I had Eli put that flag that's in the main show. I had him sort of redesign it. But anyway, and the winner is Trump, America. I should have actually just had America be the winner. but and the winner is Donald Trump. It is TDS Tuesday, everybody. Oh, also one final thing. I don't know if you noticed the bottom. Got all of my links, right? We have all of our affiliates up top. We have everything you need to know down at the bottom. Anything that you see scrolling up top, these are the affiliates of the show. We have Patriot Pouch, which is our sponsor. And speaking of, let's get to that. This show is brought to you by. Oh, hold on. I gotta move it forward. I don't know why that isn't working. Hold on. Why isn't that working? There we go. Patriot Pouch. USA.com. This show is brought to you by Patriot Pouch. Better hit, better buzz. A nicotine-like ritual with the buzz you expect, powered by better ingredients and American values with fewer downsides, made in the USA. Are you tired of giving your money to woke left companies like Zyn or woke right companies like Tucker Carlson, whatever the hell he's selling? Well, this takes care of both of those things, right? PatriotPouch.com. You can head on over there. You can grab the Sovereign Sample 4-pack, or my favorite flavor, orange. You glad you're an American? And this is made with Nixodine. Nixodine is a cleaner compound that binds to the same receptors as nicotine. It's actually healthier, better for you. And I was taking these for at least 2 weeks, and I had no idea it wasn't nicotine. You will not know the difference, trust me. But give them a shot. You can head over to patriotpouchusa.com and use the promo code MISFIT10 for 10% off at checkout. Alrighty. Now, back to the show. And the winner is. I also have my tablet here with the chat on it, right? We have our chat screen. We have the chat box, but I was able to make my browser bigger. I've just been doing so many things. And like I was saying, no excuses. I hate excuses. However, I work a very physically demanding job. I've been trying to push through and crush this bathroom out all last week. And then I didn't even get my old man nap time rest weekend stuff because I was working on this office for you. So it's really your fault. I mean, yeah, no, it's your fault. Your fault. No, I'm just kidding. You guys are great. But let's get into the show. All right. First of all, we have our news of the day, the daily breakdown, right? But I wanted to start off with this. I wanted to do this yesterday. If you guys didn't stay up late like I did, very irresponsibly, and watch the America 250 UFC event, you really missed out. All right. This event was it not only just exceeded expectations of the people who wanted it to fail, it exceeded the expectations of people like me who thought it was going to be awesome. Right? I thought it was going to be awesome. I did not expect it to be that awesome. It was just everything about it, the way that they just made it so America, right? But I want you to check out this walkout, right? Um, from Gaethje, and it's like just think of how this really looks. Because if you listen to the left, if you listen to Robert De Niro or Jon Stewart or something like that, it was like meh, right? No, 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 dude. Trust me. Every real red-blooded patriotic American, even if they don't like UFC, was like, okay, this is all right. That's pretty dope, right? If you don't have TDS, you watched this and you were like proud to be an American, right? Now this is 5 minutes long. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but I'm gonna sort of VO this. I'm gonna narrate. I'm gonna just really just sort of point out some things that I noticed. But check out this walkout from Gaethje. Hold on. You have Justin Gaethje wrapped in an American flag, standing in the Oval Office, looking at the Declaration of Independence. And it's like, what? Bro. Crazy, man. Like, I watched that and I was just like, yeah, dude, I'm staying up. Like, I'm staying up. I was up until like 3 o'clock in the morning. I just could not. After it was even over, I was just like, yeah, yes. And then you have the way he's one underdog, right? So 6-1, he hit a 6-1 underdog, which means if you put $100 on him, you won 570, almost 600, right? He was not supposed to win that fight, right? Taporia, the guy he fought, who is a champion, by the way, right? He's not American, but he is a beast, right? They went into that. He went into that fight, Gaethje. I don't know this for sure. I think he went into that fight saying, "I have to win," right? Like I just have to win. It's this is. I think like he wasn't supposed to win, but he made it happen, and that happens like in a lot of fights. I mean, like it really is the guy who wants it the most sometimes is the winner. And if Gaethje wasn't really proud to be an American, if he wasn't really just like so just like I have to do this, I think he probably would have lost because he should have lost, right? He not only won, he broke the other guy's face. He broke his orbital bone. He beat the bag out of him. They had to stop the fight in the fourth round. So just seeing all of that, right? Seeing an underdog, right? An underdog and a fighter on America's anniversary celebration, celebrating what America really is about. Underdogs. People thought that they would never win. We aren't supposed to be here. The founders were supposed to lose. The British Army was more powerful, but we wanted it more. That's why we have America. What a better way to encapsulate that. And by the way, guys, you can't rig MMA, right? I know I heard about the whole fake text with Eric Trump. Not real. You can't. You can technically. It's very difficult to rig an MMA fight. You can rig a boxing match because you can you can slip. They got gloves. Rigging an MMA fight is so hard. I mean, I guess you can do it, but it's just not real. It would be very noticeable. Every fight of the night ended in a knockout. You can't fake that. You can't fake being knocked out, right? It's not something that you can do. I've been watching MMA. I've trained MMA. I did a little bit of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but I did 2 years of Muay Thai, and trust me, not happening, right? These guys, they really are gladiators. They're not athletes. They're gladiators. They're fighters. So, um, I don't know. I just wanted to play that because I just love how that whole thing went down. Let's also show you guys this. Like, this is the area, this like the overflow area, right? Because obviously, right? I mean, look, Dana White paid for this whole thing. No taxpayers paid for this. Dana White and the UFC, they paid for this, which is why there were so many ads. And yeah, people were bitching about the ads. It's like, what would you rather? Would you rather see an ad for a sports drink, or would you rather American taxpayers cover the cost? Because they had to do one. Dana definitely lost millions doing this. He, well, not lost, but paid, donated, sacrificed, whatever. Dana White, because again, he loves this country too. Who won from this whole thing, right? Who were the winners? Not the people in the ring I'm talking about. I'm talking about Americans. Look at all of these people got to go to the nation's capital and just like, that's a 97% blue district. They were all out there just having a great time. A couple of douchebags like Sean Strickland tried to make it all about themselves and the Jews and everything like that. Nobody even paid attention. They didn't even care. It was such a, like, that barely even made the news. The guy who said Michelle Obama's a man, okay, I thought it was hilarious, but it probably was inappropriate. All right, like, I think that's hilarious if it was in a UFC ring, not on America's birthday, right? That guy's also a clown, right? He's also a clown. He was the one that was like throwing up on himself, and they should have probably told him, dude, come on, man. But cares? It wasn't even, the night was just so overwhelmingly awesome that stuff like that, it didn't really bother anybody except for like the people with hardcore TDS. All right. There's a couple of other pictures going around. I think this one's the AI version, right? Got the music in it too. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Now look, that looks sick. That looks incredible, right? Like, it's look at, you got the guy, the Blue Angels, lined up perfectly with the American flag. You got this American flag, and you got the sky in the background, and you got all these people here. It's like, there's no way it actually looked like that, right? Wrong. It looked almost exactly like that. Like, I mean, with the exception of like the clouds and the flag and everything like that, that's almost perfect, right? This is a real picture, right? This one, it's definitely touched up. This one is like just as cool. That's still an amazing picture. That is a real photo. Come on, guys. We won. We won. Everybody won. Because you know who else watched this? Our enemies. Our adversaries watched this. If I saw this happening in China, I'd be worried. If I saw what happened here happening in a country that hates us, I would go, they got their, hold on, we're going to use it for the first time. They got their shit together. They got their shit together a lot. Holy effing shit. That is a M or F. All right, I'm done. I'm going to play with that way too much. We won. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, you know what? Hold on. I forgot that was part of a post I wanted to show you. Just such a, look at this, man. Such a legendary, where is it? That was from Erica. Hold on, we're gonna go get it. We're gonna find it because Erica Kirk, first of all, Erica Kirk is probably one of the most inspiring people I've seen, for things that she's had to endure and how she's taking it, right? I'll get to that in a minute, but look at what Erica Kirk wrote. The left wants the White House to feel like an untouchable institution reserved for the political elites. They hate seeing it used for events that reminds Americans it belongs to them. Turning the White House into a place of celebration, culture, and public engagement, especially as we approach America's 250th, strips away the myth that the government is something distant and above the American people. No surprise, the Democrats despised last night's UFC event, but what truly frustrates them is what it represents: a White House that feels like the people's house again. Right? Nailed it. Nailed it. Right? Erica has had to go through some. She had to go through watching her husband die. Right? That's crazy, in a very brutal way. She's had to deal with Candace Owens and all of her crazy fans, and she's had to deal with a bunch of demons. I'm literal demons attacking her nonstop. All right, and she does it with grace. And she you know what, I'm gonna go grab it. She was reading. Look. I don't want to make this about me, obviously. But I mean, I lost my brother. A lot of you guys know I lost my brother, my mom, my dad. Um, it's hard. It's hard when you lose people. I don't think I don't know how I would deal with seeing them brutally murdered. But it's not. I get a lot of haters. I get a lot of really like evil people that say some really evil things, right? Like they have attacked me um, by sending me pictures of my mom. Um, they've said, "Oh, your brother was a junkie." It's like, yeah, he kind of was. Yeah, he was. They've I've gotten a lot of it, right? I can't imagine she's gotten way more. But I can tell you from experience that really doesn't do anything. And I'm not just saying that. I'm not just trying to be tough and put on a tough face. It really doesn't do anything, right? Like seeing people like who I pity, who relish in the fact that I had this horrible thing happen to me, like my brother, my dad, my mom die. I mean, a lot of people lose people, but I kind of lost them in a really tight, few years apart. It does nothing. I don't read those mean comments and break down crying. It will never happen. It's just not the way that it works. However, I have had things happen where I've like been talking about my mom or my dad and like in a good way. And then you just randomly break down. It's randomly happened over the years. And that's what you don't expect. So this happened to Erica, right? She was reading the an email from somebody, and if you never lost somebody, like you might not understand what I just said, but you will, and it's. I don't wish that on anybody.
I have been married for 10 years. My husband is a hard-working farmer who is gone a lot. A year ago, I was questioning my marriage and felt like I was losing myself in the chaotic life of work and motherhood. Since finding a church, I recently got baptized. My kids attend Sunday school, and we talk about Jesus in our home daily. Instead of nagging my husband, I embrace his hard work.
Yeah.
That did it. Right? That did it. You can send her all the hate mail you want, and that's not going to do it. Right? You send her a kindly worded letter reminding her that you have a husband, that'll do it. When I hear my friends talk about their mom or their dad, that's what does it. Right? And if they were like, I have a dad and you don't, that wouldn't do it. You understand? It's you have to be a special kind of evil to try to make somebody feel pain because they lost somebody. You really are a piece of shit. Really. You are a horrible fucking human. However, you are not powerful. You cannot do the thing that you think that you can do. Erica probably wanted to go to that UFC event because Charlie wanted to go, right? Charlie was looking forward to it. He actually said as much, right? But I bet Erica didn't go because she probably didn't want to feel good, right?
Politics doesn't have to be boring. You know, we're going to have fight night next July 4th on the White House lawn.
Hey.
I mean, there's something to be said for that.
Oh, there's something to be said for it. Look, I don't ask for a lot of favors out of the White House. Every so often I'll ask for something. No. I'm asking for front row seats. I don't think, maybe second row I'll go with. I'll say, hey guys, of all the different things, I want to be at this UFC fight. I'm going to bring my wife. I'm going to kind of call him whatever favor I have to be there because UFC fight night on the White House lawn to celebrate the 250th birthday. World Cup tickets, that doesn't mean anything. Fight night, that's where I'm calling in the favor.
Yeah,
she didn't want to go because she wouldn't be there with Charlie. I think that's. I'm not speaking for her. That's how I would feel. I'd be like, no, if without him, it's not appropriate for me to go and have a good time. I know that you're gonna be like, he would have wanted her to go. Yeah, probably, but still. Everything that we have seen over the past, I mean, what, year and a half ish, right? Not everything, but I think a lot of it is the weak men create hard times and hard times create strong men. We have had to endure a lot of weak people like, Robert De Niro, who are trying to make you feel bad for being conservative, supporting Trump, supporting America, supporting patriotism, supporting freedom. And they basically want you to believe that the thing that you should feel for America, shame and embarrassment, right? The thing you should feel as an American is disdain. Fuck you. I don't. I feel proud. I feel hopeful. I feel patriotic. I feel like an American. And two nights ago, Donald Trump, Dana White, a bunch of other people, they reminded us of that, right? That wasn't for Robert De Niro, Jon Stewart. That was for me. That was for you. That was for the people who love this country. It was a gift to you. And it was probably one of the greatest gifts I think that they could have given us. That's still not going to stop people from trying to ruin it. We're going to get to that. There's going to be some. We're going to talk about the terror attack that they tried to ruin it. The weather reports that maybe were or weren't fabricated. I don't know. There was definitely a chance for rain. I'd say the big guy stepped in and said nixed that. But let's get to the daily breakdown. Okay, now if you've never seen this show before, daily breakdown, we cover the news. I go on the internet, I type in 4 letters, and whatever pops up, we break it down. I wonder if they're going to let us read this. Oh, they are. Washington Post. From the Washington Post, Trump claims victory over Iran, but deal is silent on nuclear weapons. Guys, let me ask you a question in the chat. You know, this is a great time to bring up our new chat screen. Guys, has anyone read the deal? Has anyone seen the actual language in the Iran deal between Trump and Iran publicly? Not the Iranians, not the government. Has any regular human being, any journalist, any regular citizen, has anyone read the actual agreement? Nope. No. No, sir. No. 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 I have not. No. No, no, no. Nobody's read it. Therefore, how the hell can you say that things are missing from it? What's missing from a thing that you haven't read? I'm telling you, it's like this is the way that they do quote journalism now. I'm in the red. Am I loud, guys? Am I loud or are we good? Because my levels are this is a new mixer. I'm not sure. Um I'm used to being in the yellow, but you know, people have told me that the show is low, so maybe I'm supposed to be in the red. I don't know. Okay. So, starting off with a false premise, right? The deal that I haven't read. You sound great. Okay, good. So, I'll put it right back to where it was. I'll turn it back up a tiny bit. I'm going to get used to it, but we'll figure this out. Sound is good. Finally, good. Well, it's a good thing this $500 soundboard actually works. The deal is silent. The deal that I haven't read is silent. Yes, because you haven't read it. You haven't read it! Fuck! The president promised oil would resume flowing through the Strait of Hormuz, though U.S. and Iranian officials differ on the initial agreement's terms. Okay. By Michael Birnbaum and Karen DeYoung. All right, let's read this bullshit. President Donald Trump said Monday that the Strait of Hormuz would fully reopen. The day that he said will, like it will, like it's going to happen, and it already has opened. Fully is going to take time. Everybody with a brain knows that, but whoever wrote this doesn't have one of those. The day senior U.S. Iran officials planned to meet in Geneva, the 4-month war, the president celebrated a deal that he said would eventually return oil prices to pre-war levels. It will, saying the markets were shooting up like a rocket in reaction to the decision to end the war. But here it is. The core elements of enduring agreement remain unsolved and subject to talks over the next 2 months, officials said, with the substance of Iran's nuclear ambitions punted to future negotiations to the speed of reopening the shipping bottleneck. Shut up. Shut up. First of all, the deal was signed. It's over. The deal is signed. Okay? Now, can the Iranians break the deal? Yeah, of course they can. Will they? Maybe. In fact, I wouldn't say it's not even like I'd coin flip it at this point. Okay? Because obviously Iran, the IRGC. The IRGC are a bunch of goat fucking inbred terrorists. Okay? They are not people that are negotiating in good faith. They want to kill us. They have the only reason they signed this deal is because we did win the war. On like day 4. This war was over like 4 days after it started. It was like when you, all right, I'm a hunter, obviously. You can see behind me. Over, wait, here. There's my 30-6. There's my 6.5 Creedmoor. In hunting, sometimes you take a shot, you know that it was a good shot, but it doesn't look like you made the shot because the deer will just stand there for a second like they didn't just get shot, right? And then they'll run. And then you go, okay, I better go look for a blood trail and I better go track it. So you get to where you shot the deer and you don't see blood. And you're like, how? How did that happen? So you start tracking, okay? You look at their print, you look at their little hoof prints and you start following it. And you go, okay, I'm pretty sure I just got that, right? And I don't know, you get about 50 feet away, and all of a sudden, oh, there's the blood. Takes you a while, then you got to track it, and you just keep tracking. And sometimes you get like I don't know, like you get like freaking 3 football fields away, and then you see more blood, and then eventually you see more, and then you find the thing far away, right? When you took the shot, it was a perfect shot. The deer that neither of you knew it, right? But eventually you knew it, and the deer also knew it, right? That's basically what happened. This war was over when the first shot was fired, right? But there were questions on whether or not they were still able to fight back, or they were going to make it, or they were going to win. They weren't, right? They weren't. I don't know if that was a perfect analogy, but I think it was pretty good, where it's like, okay, it's really like it's inevitable that Iran was going to come to this conclusion. And I think the straw that broke the camel's back was Trump wasn't messing around when he said he was going to go take Carg Island. He was about to go take Carg Island last week, and they finally went, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Now, as far as the agreement itself, Trump has come out and said, here, let's go pull it up. I believe I posted it. Yeah, here we go. Iran has agreed never to have a nuclear weapon. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's like, I don't know. That's not much, right? Because it's a liar agreeing. Also, the story that the U.S. is paying Iran $300 million is fake news put out by the Democrats. There's a lot of people who think that we're going to, rebuild Iran. I didn't think that was going to happen. The bottom line is we are going to see the MOS in 4 days, or 4 or 5 days. On Friday, the deal's already been signed, but there will be a ceremonial signing and an agreement, and then they will release all of the details to the public. Until we see that, nobody, including myself, knows what's in the deal. So you can't say the deal is bad. You can't say the deal's bad if you haven't seen the deal. All right? Period. Dana Lash brought up a good point, right? I mean, there's a lot of people that want to see the deal. All right, I get it. And maybe this is how they should have handled it. Let's see here. Instead of fighting, yeah, here we go. Instead of fighting over a deal no one has read yet, ask what purpose is served in the time period between the announcement and release. Instead of criticizing the people questioning a deal that no one has read, it would behoove critics to understand how the whole pass it to find out what's in it tactic has made voters understandably perpetually weary ever since, and realize it's perfectly fine if some find it difficult to wholeheartedly support a deal they haven't read yet. That's fair. All right? It's perfectly fair to be weary, right? It's just not fair to say that it's a bad deal, right? Like, or say that you know what's going on in it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Nobody's read it. All right. Criticizing them for mere caution is lazy. Persuading them is harder. It requires sharper acumen and better messaging skills and recognition that not every critique or hesitancy is a form of tribalism. Again, very fair points from Dana. Attempting to dissuade questions with silly accusations feeds the fire. Sure. Admittedly, the VP has muddied the waters a bit with interviews affirming the $300 billion fund. I don't think he did necessarily affirm. Again, the way that they're treating JD Vance is very similar to the way that they treated Donald Trump in 2015, where they try to get him in gotcha. They still do this to Trump. They try to get him in gotcha quotes, and then they flood him on the internet. And there's a lot of people that don't support JD Vance, and I'm not necessarily like a yeah JD anymore, and I kind of was at one point, and I don't know. I'm not throwing him out, but I'm also cautiously looking at him. But the way that they go after JD, it's kind of like it feels almost like fine people on both sides. I think that JD was saying something along the lines of there's going to be down the road if Iran does everything right, which is a very big if, then yeah, there could be some partnerships that would be economically advantageous for them so that they can rebuild with help from ourselves and partners in the region. It does not mean we are dropping $300 billion on a tarmac like Obama did. So be very careful and pay attention to how they're going after the messaging on this. But I do mostly agree with Dana's point here, where you can be weary of this deal. Like you can be very weary. There's nothing wrong with that. I would be, right? There's a lot of people that say, "Oh, this is abandoning Israel." I don't think it is either. I think the deal is basically, and the way that it's coming across to me, is Donald Trump has a promise to the American people, not the Israeli people, right? Israel is an ally. That's not changing. Okay. But Iran and Hezbollah are two different factions. Iran, now, Hezbollah is a proxy, right? But Iran to us is Hezbollah to Israel. We are a sovereign nation. Israel is a sovereign nation. Israel has the right to dictate how they want to deal with Hezbollah. We have the right to dictate how we want to deal with Iran. Trump promised the American people the reasoning behind this was Iran cannot and will not have a nuclear weapon. If Iran agrees to that, then that's the deal, right? Hezbollah, separately, is still attacking Israel, and Israel has the right to destroy Hezbollah. But if it gets in the way of the deal, it's going to cause a problem for us. So it's a very fine line, and I think that Trump may have figured out that the way that you get this deal done is you essentially get Iran first, and then you hopefully tell Israel, try not to go a little too heavy. And then after it's over, look, I think that if Israel wants to go to war with Lebanon at this point, I don't think that it would be in our best interest to be pulled into it, right? But we don't need to. We really don't need to be. That war can go on between them, and if Iran goes and attacks our ally that's breaking our deal, then that's a different story. But if it's literally just Israel and Hezbollah fighting, I mean, I don't think if Iran can't get involved and we can't get involved, my money's on Israel, right? There's a difference between an ally and like somebody that you might sell weapons to, and somebody, but versus like we have to go and fight their wars. We don't. I don't think that we do. I think that that's a talking point. We have a war with Iran. That war is now essentially pretty much hopefully, and optimistically over. So that's what Trump said he was going to do. That's what he should do. This is not me abandoning Israel. I never was for the country of Israel. I've said this before. I'm for the people of Israel. I don't want them hurt. So I do want us to be a strategic partner and an ally, but I don't think we fight your wars for you. I think if it's in our interest, we should. I think we should keep them as a partner. And I think that we should help them if they fight Hezbollah. But not if it means we have to keep dragging out this bullshit. I love that button now. Okay. All right. Next story. G7, don't care. Oh, wow, 8:51. Jeez. Damn, today just flew again. Every show lately has been flying by. This is a sad story. 8 crew members dead in B-52 crash. You know what? I'm sorry. We have to move on from this. Let's do this real quick because the main story that I want to talk about, didn't realize how freaking much I talked. 8 crew members were confirmed dead. It looks like it was a training exercise. This tends to happen every once in a while. It's just, I don't know what the details of the situation is, but pray for those families. It's just a sad story. Okay, look, we have to get to 2 big stories, right? Well, one not so big story. Let's just talk about this real quick. It's actually the lesser important one, even though it's the thumbnail of the day. Look at how Robert De Niro describes this this country under Donald Trump.
The phrase, "we all love our country," stuck in my throat because our country isn't so lovable right now.
Okay, that sounds low, but I don't have time to mess with it. The country doesn't sound so lovable right now. America is not so lovable right now. Okay, Robbie.
I hate to say it, but loving our country is starting to sound like an abused spouse saying they love their abuser.
Yeah, okay, you're being so abused. How much money are you worth? What's your net worth, Robbie? Oh, yeah, you're so abused.
I can't love a country that's led by a racist, misogynist, xenophobic tyrant.
Talking about Biden? I can't love a country.
Let me just say it. I can't love the country that's led by Donald Trump.
I can't love the country that's led by Donald Trump. Okay, chat time. Guys, did you love this country under Joe Biden? Did you still love America even though we had a decrepit, corrupt puppet with Alzheimer's, creepy? Did you still love America even though it was, quote, led by Joe Biden? I did. I loved this country under Obama. I loved this country under Biden. I love this country under Donald Trump. But I loved America every time. Right? Sure did. Yes, I did. We still love it. We call him denial. We love the USA. That's the difference between the left and the right, is the right loves America, the idea of America. We don't love Donald Trump. We love America. Donald Trump just gives us the America that we want. If you don't love, if you don't feel like the president is giving you the America you want, then you have this thing called the electoral process. You can inspire other people to create the America you love by electing people you think will give you the America that you want. But the thing is, you guys don't love the country even when it's run by your own people. You don't love the country ever. And finally, we got to get to this story. We only got 5 minutes left, but this is just a crazy story. The FBI disrupts alleged explosive drone plot targeting the White House. Okay? So let's read. This isn't. There's not a lot. This is developing, so there's not a lot on it. But apparently, 5 people were in custody as of Monday. And investigators identified 23 people as part of a potential network of plotters. The alleged plan was to use explosive-laden drones to hit buildings near the UFC event, force a mass evacuation, and then steer crowds towards a pre-staged sniper team. A second wave was then allegedly planned to storm the White House gate. The FBI first learned of the threat on June 10th, so this event was already, they still had the event even with the threat, which means that they had stopped the threat before the event happened. But I want you to pay close attention to the last line here. One suspect allegedly told investigators the goal was to target capitalist elites, billionaires, or politicians who received donations from the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Huh. I wonder who the terrorists were. And I'm being serious about that. I wonder who the terrorists were, right? Because was it Antifa? Because they want to go after the capitalist elite and billionaire class. Was it the Groypers? Was it the woke right? The reactionary far right extremists? Because they hate Israel. So does Antifa. No, it's probably Antifa. It's definitely the far left. And I'm being a little bit hyperbolic and facetious, but there's a reason why we do Woke Wednesdays tomorrow, to show you that there really is very little wiggle room between the two extreme sides. They all just hate the Jews. But there was a plan to try a mass casualty event on that event by most likely some type of Antifa far left extremist group that wanted to target capitalist elites, billionaires, or politicians who received money from the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Okay. Remind me how many assassination attempts were targeted against Joe Biden? How many terror plots were thwarted against Joe Biden? Because, we just went over this, right? The right still loved America when we weren't in charge. We didn't want to kill Americans. We didn't want to kill politicians. We wanted to win again. And we wanted to put Donald Trump back in office so that he could give us the America we wanted. The left, they just don't care anymore. They don't love this country. We love this country. They do not. Their solution is death and destruction, throwing a tantrum if they don't get their way. Their solution is trying to assassinate the president. Their solution is trying to stage mass casualty events. Their solution is to destroy America because they don't love it. So I don't know how we're gonna get through this, but I think that it's going to be a long process that I hope doesn't turn bloody. But if it does, I mean, look, we are going to get to a point where we are going to say enough. Where you are not killing us anymore. You are not threatening us anymore. We're done. And you're not going to have a reactionary right like Nick Fuentes and the Groypers or Owen Schroyer crying in his truck. You're going to have motherfuckers like me with all these, and we're going to go, enough. Sean Farish is coming up next. Love you guys. Thank you for being patient with us. Yesterday there was some technical difficulties. Sorry that I wasn't here. It won't happen again. Let's do the shout outs. We got Kit Kat Mar, Amanda Collins, Crazy Moan McGroin, Cincy Rock, there's Sandy, Carl Benji in the chat, Dave FR, Jersey Jane, Purple Lover, One Sandman, Moose for Trump, Emerald Sonic. Damn, how many people are in here? We got a pretty solid show actually. All right, I don't even know. Can't even check it. There it is. 9 o'clock. Whatever. All right. I'm gonna get some different lighting in here. We're gonna do even more cool stuff, and with the new desk, etc. But for now, enjoy the new setup. And Sean Farish is up next with Ungoverned. I will see you tomorrow for Woke Wednesday. Peace.
A partially valid half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro.
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations. Go ahead.
What would you say? Exactly. Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
We are the only society on Earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Tuesday to the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, McGroin Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned, 10 a.m. Tuesday, June 16th, 2026. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We got a little bit of good news today, huh? We haven't had a good news. Well, haven't done much good news lately. Oh, yeah. All right. We'll get a little good news today. Let me ask you a question. Pressure. People are going to be like, he's got a lot of energy today. I really don't. But, it is what it is. Sometimes I can generate my own energy, Sometimes that happens. All right. There is a little bit of good news today. I got to ask a question. Is the top in for the Democrats? Oh, it sounds like you're wish casting. It sounds like more hopium. Well, we could all use a little hope, right? But I ask it, it's a serious question. Is the top in, i.e., have the Democrats peaked ahead of the 2026 midterms? I think it's a possibility. That is not me saying, get comfortable, put your feet up, we got this, red wave. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I never tell you to do that, right? Never tell. Oh, yeah, get comfortable. We're good. We got this in the bag. It's all good. It's all ready. We're good to go. Not at all. But I ask you the question, have the Democrats peaked ahead of 2026? And I believe it's possible. Now, why? Let me see. Pop quiz, live chat. Why would I believe that it's possible that the Democrats might have peaked ahead of the 2026 midterms. What do you think I've been doing? What do you think I've looked at recently? What do you think, might be out there for consumption? What do I normally base my opinions off of? What do I normally base my opinions off of? Okay? It's called data. I have data. And we're going to go through some of this data. Okay? We're going to go through some of this data. I believe the Democrats might have peaked ahead of the 2026 midterms. People are saying polls are what? Yes, polls, data polls, information, stats and facts. Yes. So we're going to go through it. Data. I love data. I thought I left the music on. By the way, surprise, guess who's back?
Hi.
Brennan reporting
I'm
live.
Back in here.
Brennan is reporting live from the battlefield, the Great Cat Civil War 2026. How is it out there? Are bullets flying?
I can make it through.
Yeah.
They're both upstairs from what I can tell.
Okay.
I have the camera on.
All right.
They're both slightly out of frame, so hopefully they stay up there.
Let's see. And all
Betty and
limbs,
Tucker.
all limbs remain intact. Clover's still in solitary confinement. We're in the midst of a. We're going to give the Gettysburg. We're going to get the Murfreesboro address when the Civil War ends. And it'll be like Abraham Lincoln. Now maybe let them get a top hat and do it.
Start
You know.
whining at the door. I'll have to see.
And
where
then
I
she'll
am,
have to
but-
get out of here. But she's back for a little bit.
Here I am.
Because the great feline Civil War of 2026 still is underway, but managed right now. Have the Democrats peaked ahead of 2026? I believe it's possible. I will play some data after our first break in a minute. The Iran peace deal. Now, I know yesterday I said, anyone who's leaking information about the deal is lying to you. Okay. However, Jesse Waters last night had some information about the Iran deal, and this sounds more in line with what our country would be signing versus the same slop propaganda bullcrap that we saw come out of Iran. The United States is going to let us have a nuke, and the United States is going to give us billions of dollars, and the United States this, and the United States that, and they're going to make this concession, and we're going to charge for passage through the strait and all this. I was like, I don't think we're going to. Why would we sign that? And people were like, this deal sucks. Why would we sign that? I could not believe people were falling for it. On one hand, people were like, we destroyed them, but we signed a crappy deal? All right, so we're going to play Jesse Waters. And there's a lot of people who have opinions on the Iran deal, as they are going to do. Opinions are fine, whatever, okay? I would say opinions are like a-holes. Everyone has one, and a lot of them stink, okay? But there's a very important group, this Iranian resistance dissident group, who seems pretty pleased with the peace deal. And I'm not going to tell you that, listen to them, they know better than you, but they might know a little bit more than we do. We don't live under the crazy Islamic Republic, theocratic dictatorial regime in Iran. So we'll get into a little bit of that. On the theme, or along with the theme of have the Democrats peaked 2026 midterms, we got some bad polling out of Maine for Maine Führer. M-A-I-N-E, Führer. Get it? Because, Maine Führer was Hitler in German. Maine, M-A-I-N-E, Führer is Graham Plattner. Why? Because he has a Nazi tattoo. I love how Trump's a Nazi, Trump's Hitler, MAGA supporters are Nazis, MAGA supporters like Hitler, the GOP is a Nazi party, Nazis, fascists, Nazis, fascists, punch a Nazi, kill a Nazi, elect a Nazi in the primary. Because that's what the Democrats did. He has a Nazi tattoo. I don't have a Nazi tattoo, and they call me a Nazi all the livelong day. He has a Nazi tattoo, and they're like, well, it's just a skull and crossbones. No, it's a Totenkopf. The same tattoo that SS guards who guarded concentration camps had on their bodies. It's a Nazi tattoo. There's no sugarcoating what it is. It's a Nazi tattoo. So, Mein Führer! Graham Plattner.
Oh my gosh.
That's him, Mein Führer. Right? Mein Führer! Graham Plattner is not getting very good polling in Maine. Shocking. If we have time, I saw Zach covering at the end of his show, Misfit. The FBI thwarted a massive terror plot that was aimed at the America or Freedom 250 UFC event. That was wild. Details are coming out about that. I mean, unbelievable levels of coordination. Suicide attack drones that were going to force people into a tight area and snipers that were going to... I mean, this was like a pretty coordinated thing, but the FBI busted it. So, pretty cool. Nothing is happening. Oh, my Cash Patel. Alex, Cash Patel going to be fired today. By the way, today is June 16th, 2026. I believe it has been 75 or 76 todays since Alex Jones and the glory hole gangster Kyle Seraphin said that Cash Patel was being fired today. Somebody was like, enough already. Now I'm going to tag that guy on X and say, hey, I'm going to tag you every time until you block me. This is why I don't, this is my goal with the whole Alex Jones daily troll thing, and I've done this for a lot of time, is to show everyone this guy will never come back when he's wrong and say, I'm sorry, I didn't get that right. I'm never having the glory hole gangster had bad information. And he will never do it. He'd rather pick fights with Dan Bongino all day. Fine, whatever, Dan can fight his own battles, but Alex Jones sucks. Oh, Sean, he's on our side. No, he's not. No, he's not. He isn't. Okay? He's just not. And he's not reliable. He makes us look like fools. And it's time we call that overgrown man-child out for what he is. He's a fraudster. He's a grifter. He's a scammer. He's a liar. He's a clickbaiter, and he's a sensationalist. And if you don't like that, taking Republican, take your soft ass to someone else's show, because I'm here for the truth. I'm here for the facts. I'm not here to BS you. I'll come on here. If I have nothing to talk about, I've got nothing. But here's the state of play. I will never make things up. I will never clickbait you. I will never lie to you. If I get something wrong, I'm going to tell you. And we've done that before. Another big day. Georgia. If you live in Georgia, Alabama, Washington, D.C., I'm sorry. And Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plains, you have elections today. Georgia Senate runoff, Georgia gubernatorial runoff today. I don't know much about the governor's race, but I do know about the Senate race. Mike Collins is your guy. Mike Collins is your guy. MAGA Mike Collins is your guy in Georgia. And I believe that he'll be able to beat John Ossoff. That guy's got, there's something special about that guy. He's a hard worker. So vote for him in the Georgia Senate runoff today. There are also elections in Oklahoma. There are elections in D.C. There are runoff elections in Alabama. All right. So just off the top there, this way, if you haven't done your Google exercise, you've got it. Georgia Senate runoff today. Alabama runoffs are today. D.C. primaries are today. Oklahoma primaries are today. Got a new bit about the SPLC as well. Speaking of Nazis, we'll get to that. And if we have time, Dave Portnoy's a bitch. I don't know why people like him. I don't know. Maybe it's because he eats pizza on camera. I could do that too. I mean, I think a monkey could probably do that. Okay? I don't know what's so special about this Portnoy guy. Everyone, especially men, you're like, oh, Dave Portnoy, he's a loser, guys. This guy's a whiner. He's all butthurt about the Michelle Obama joke that the guy told in the ring.
What was the joke?
Well, I mean, many.
I have been so out of the loop.
A lot of people would say it's not a joke. So a UFC fighter, after he won, grabbed the mic from Joe Rogan and just said, Michelle Obama is a man on the White House lawn in the UFC ring.
Oh my God.
And you should see the leftists. Oh, we gotta get this. Oh my gosh! These are the Dave, until further notice, these are the Dave Portnoy pearls. These are the Portnoy pearls. Because there's nobody clutches pearls quite like that little bitch, Dave Portnoy. I don't like that guy. I've never liked that guy. Barstool Sports. You know what, Dave? Outkick has always been better than your crappy little thing, Barstool. And I don't like any of the talent over there at Barstool either. All a bunch of losers and whiners. These are the Portnoy pearls right here. Oh, you can't make those jokes about Michelle Obama on the White House lawn. It's so insensitive. Shut the F up, bro. It's a joke. Maybe it's not a joke. I don't know. Is Michelle Obama a guy? Is she a guy? I don't care. I don't like her. Whatever. These people who are perpetually offended over everything that happens under the Trump administration, Portnoy, Harry Sisson, they're grabbing the... Oh my God, that's so insensitive. Shut it. You people are the party of trannies. What's wrong with saying a woman might be a guy? I thought you were all about this crap. Portnoy, Harry Sisson. This is disgusting. You had topless lesbians dancing on the lawn of the White House under the Biden regime in 2023. But a UFC fighter's joke about Michelle Obama, that's over the line. You don't like the joke? Don't watch. Who cares? So we'll get to that because Portnoy. Oh, the pearl clutching. Dave Portnoy. Saint David, right? Portnoy, right? Come on now. As if he's never made an off-color joke or done something. This guy, I think he's one of the most overrated people in sports media. Sometimes he dabbles in politics. He's a prick, and I've never liked this guy. And there's so many people who, you know, they like worship the ground that he walks on. And now you're begging him for pizza endorsements. Do me a favor. Shut that dude out of your life. He's a degenerate, and there's just nothing good about Dave Portnoy. I'm so tired of hearing about that guy. All right. We will get to all that because we got to get to some pearls. We'll have a little bit of fun with the pearls. Democrats, did they peak? I think it's possible. We got an update from Harry Enton on CNN. All right. Before we get to all that cool stuff, let's get to a word from our good friends over at OFPFarms.com. That is OFPFarms.com. Use that promo code Sean for 25% off everything on the website. OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean. Celebrate Father's Day and Independence Day with OFP Farms. Father's Day is approaching fast, and Independence Day is just around the corner. OFP Farms is excited to welcome new arrivals, which means they are clearing out all their final inventory and premium men's beard products and the last remaining America 250 gift boxes. They're not your typical gifts. They are rugged, stylish, farm-crafted items designed for dads, husbands, grandfathers, sons, and all the hardworking men who deserve something extraordinary. This is your last chance to secure these men's gift sets and beard products. Once they're sold out, they are not going to be restocked. Use the code Sean, SHAWN, to enjoy 25% off all men's beard products and America 250 items while supplies last. Shop now before they are gone for good. Go to OFPFarms.com. Use the promo code SHAWN. That is OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean, OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN for $250 off. I'm sorry, 25% off. $250 off is Cove Pure.
That's okay.
Sorry, $25 off. Hey, it's 25%, 250. So it's like if you spend $1,000, you get $250 off.
Look at that.
There you
Well,
go.
now someone has to do
So
that.
it's accurate. It's just you got to spend $1,000, get $250 off, so $750, not bad. 25% off your entire purchase. OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. 25% off final inventory right now up until Father's Day. You got America 250 boxes as well. Father's Day 3 days away. All right, as Kit Kat Marsh says, a lot of soap. Well, we all know some smelly people.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yep.
Like Clover took a dump last night, and it was just... This thing gassed me out. It was the Great Civil War of 2026 producing smellier than normal poops. All right. Nobody needed to know that, but it's okay. All right. Listen, Cat Turd is a very popular social media account, so I figured I'll tell you a little bit about my cat's turd. Okay? That's how it is. Next, let's jump in. Have the Democrats peaked ahead of the 2026 midterms? Let me just ask, well, we'll do this afterwards. We have been playing for the last... Let's see, I'd say March, April, May, June. So this is the fourth month. Anybody remember what the Democrats' generic polling lead has been, generic ballot lead has been over the last couple of months. Anyway, to throw a number in the chat if you guys remember, because we've brought this up about once a month. We get some polling and we say, here's the state of the midterms, here's the state of the midterms, here's the state of the midterms, here's the, does anybody remember what their generic ballot lead has been in polling, in generic ballot polling ahead of the 2026 midterms? Take a stab at it in the chat. And let's see how well you've been paying attention. Let's say, there you go. Rob Thomas is like +3 or 4. Rob Thomas, Matchbox 20? Is that like the Rob Thomas from Matchbox 20? This is how a heart breaks. +3 or 4. Well, Rob Thomas is right. So now all of you guys can listen and got his answer. You could all put Biden, prison 2020, 10%. Note too high. 5 points from KAO Osborne. Nah, okay, fine. Within statistical word. Yeah, within the yes, within the error, yes. 10%, no. It has not been 10%. Haven't heard that. Let's see, Rob Thomas. Haven't heard that. 20% approval. CQ says 4. Biden prison 2020 keeps saying 10%. I'm going to keep saying no, not 10%. Although there was a poll or two with 10%, but no, not 10%. Unless you're saying 10% for the big guy. I don't know. Yeah, it was around 3 or 4. It was around 3 or 4 points. And generally, if you're going to have like a wave election, right, like blue wave, red wave, you're going to want to see that lead start to build before it then starts to, tighten again. And we're only 4.5 months away from the 2026 midterms at this point. And the Democrats are not building their lead. They're not building their lead. They have stopped. And I believe, at least, look, the data will show you, over the last 4 months, they have pretty much remained stagnant. Let's go to Harry Enton, CNN, Mr. Caffeine. He's telling you this is a warning sign for the Democrats. Nothing is in the bag for the Democrats going into the midterms, and I'll explain why after we play this. It's a little long. I may not play it in its entirety. But here you go. Harry Enton. Updated polling, Democrat generic ballot lead is not growing. That is not what you want to see in a wave election year. And you also have redistricting to think about. But watch this.
I think the warning sign is this. Democrats have an edge, but compared to what we see historically, it's really not that big of a lead. I mean, just take a look here. Okay, this is Congress National June polls, Dem leads, and this is NBC News, midterm years with the GOP press. Look at this. They're up by 5 points, but that's half the lead they had back in 2018 when it was 10 points, and less than half the lead they had back in 2006 with 11 points when Democrats took back the House in both of those years. And now the Democratic lead is on a single hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. And it's this type of lead where you say, you know what, Democrats are ahead, but don't count your chickens just quite yet.
And Harry, we've been talking about this. As time goes on, you and I have kept on looking at these numbers saying it just doesn't look like the numbers we've seen when there have been waves for Democrats in the past. What are the trends in the other polls?
Yeah, okay, so this is not just one poll in which we are seeing this. There is this group of pollsters that are out there that are just not showing the wave you might expect given where the president's approval rating is. Okay, what are we talking about? We're talking about NBC, Marquette University Law School, and Ipsos. Look at where they were January and February, and look at where they are May and June. NBC, down a point. MU Law, down 3 points. Ipsos, basically staying the same. So the Democrats hold these leads, but again, you have this group of pollsters that are out there where this lead, simply put, is not matching what you might expect if you're expecting a Democratic wave.
And that's sort of in a vacuum. What about in a year where Republicans have already made significant gains in terms of redistricting?
Exactly right. So you might say, hey, the president's approval is way down low. You expect Democrats to be way up high, especially given him in the record lows because of the Iran war not happening. And then you put in redistricting. Democrats in the National House vote, look at this, needed to control with redistricting. We really think the Democrats need between a 3 and 4 point advantage in the national vote. You average those polls together. We just saw on the last screen, Ipsos, MU Law, and NBC. It's right on the border there. It's right on the border. It is no guarantee. It is far from a guarantee at this point, if you believe these pollsters.
Very tight. Now, what are the prediction markets saying about?
All right, very tight polling. I'm not interested in the prediction markets right now. I do like to use them as a tool. But yeah, if you remember in the Kentucky 4th congressional district primary on May 19th, which was almost a month ago at this point. That's pretty cool. 4 weeks ago. Thomas Massey lost, by the way, for those of you. Thomas Massey lost because he sucks, because he's a loser. He lost. Just in case anybody is Thomas Massey lost. He sucks. See if I could draw out any of the rats that love that. Thomas Massey sucks. He's a loser. He lost. And he's protecting pedophiles. He won't name the names. He sucks. He's a loser.
That's like what I do when I need to find something on online.
Yeah.
I just talk about it out loud, and
Yeah.
my phone just starts sending me ads.
I love it. Sometimes I have to weed out the idiots that follow me on X. So I'll just be like, Massey, so, oh, yeah, $7,000. Good block. Thanks for coming out. Goodbye. 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 I think Death and Decay might be one. Thomas Massey sucks. He's a loser. Death and Decay, are you a Massey fan, buddy? Please say yes. Please say yes. I want to rip you a new
What
butthole.
I find is funny
What?
is he's here watching you.
Yeah, he loves it. I'm a winner.
And who are you? Somebody that you're
Well,
watching.
if, in fairness, if he's yelling at me, okay, I'll find
Probably
out.
is. That sounds a little sassy.
I'll tell you, he's not.
Oh,
See,
no.
he's not.
Okay,
So
okay, never
then
mind. We're just kidding.
Call
We're
off
just
the
kidding.
dogs. Call off the dogs. Listen, let everyone know that I had your back. Death and Decay. Okay.
You wanted to rip him a new
No, I said if he was a Massey guy, I want to rip him a new butthole.
Okay.
But now I don't, because he's not a Massey guy. So we're not gonna.
We're just kidding.
We're gonna leave your butthole alone. Okay. It's gonna be fine. Okay. Love him. Yeah, I don't know what he was saying, but I was like, I'm gonna lose him. Nah, let's find out. He's not a Massey. He said, "F no, he's a Massey guy. He's not a Massey guy." Yeah. All right. Cool. But the prediction markets, I like to say this. The prediction markets, had Massey winning up until the day before the election, and then it flipped. So it's way too far out right now. Okay. I am fishing for some of the math. Trying to fish him. All right. Okay. So where was I? Oh yes, the midterm lead. Let me show you on the screen here. I think I'll be able to put this up on the screen here. Real Clear Politics, the congressional average. All right. So let's see. Here's June. Democrats have a 5-point lead, but I want you to see this. This Emerson poll with this plus 10, that's why it's even swinging it up to 5 points. All right. Now, this concerns me because Emerson generally is pretty good, but every pollster, waffles from time to time. Here we are, beginning of June, Democrats plus 5. Qantas did very well over in Kentucky's 4th Congressional District. We'll get to more from Qantas in a second. Democrats plus 5. Signal, it's a right-leaning pollster. Democrats plus 5. NBC News, a left-leaning pollster. Democrats plus 5. RMG Research, Democrats plus 4. Morning Consult, Democrats plus 4. Emerson with the plus 10, that's an outlier because there's nothing else that's even close to that. And as we get closer to today, Reuters Ipsos, not a right-leaning pollster. Dems plus 3. Economist and YouGov, not a right-leaning pollster. Dems plus 2. You want to see these numbers going in the opposite direction. You want to see them building a lead if you're a Democrat. You want to see them building a lead if you're a Democrat. The other thing that is very, very it's incredibly worth noting, very important when you see them leading on the generic ballot. Think of the generic ballot when you see this generic polling like the popular vote in a general election. Okay? Where is that plus 5 concentrated? If it's concentrated in places like New York City and Philadelphia and Atlanta and Georgia and San Francisco and Los Angeles, then those are essentially wasted votes. They don't do anything for you because these are, all of the winners and losers are determined based off of how their congressional district votes. That's why CNN, they said, the Democrats need to have between 3 and 4 to take back control of the House with redistricting estimated. Folks, the fact of the matter is right now, they don't have the edge. They have a slight edge, but they don't have that building lead that you generally see before a wave election. And let me ask you this, what just happened and what is scheduled to be ceremonially signed on Friday, the end of the Iran conflict? At least for now. If the Strait of Hormuz is open, where are we with crude today? I think we were at around 77. Let's go Brent crude price. 78.30. Okay? 78.30 with the Brent crude. Yesterday when I put this up, it went up 10 cents. So I immediately took it off the screen. No. Listen, gas is still $1 per gallon more expensive than it was 4 months ago. But what is it? Look, and this works both ways. This hurts us, but this helps us. This world, this society has a very short attention span, does it not? It's a what can you do for me now lately, right? This world, society, this country has a very short attention span. So everyone remembers the gas went up, but the gas went up 2 months ago. If now they start seeing gas come down, they're going to say, oh, the president's doing a good job. Gas is coming down. Even though it's higher than it was before, I'm not going to tell you that it isn't. Numbers are numbers. The Iran conflict coming to an end. The military is going to, maybe we get involved in Cuba next. It's probably going to happen. But and by the way, Latinos, especially down there in South Florida, are going to be very supportive of a Cuba operation, just like Latinos, the Venezuelan refugees in this country, are very supportive of the Maduro operation. But I want you to think, if the Democrats have, let's just call it a 3 or 4 point advantage in generic ballot polling from many left-leaning pollsters during the Iran conflict, once gas prices start to come down, jobs numbers have been good, the stock market is turning around, and this war that is unpopular wraps up, because it looks like it's going to be wrapped up in a couple days officially. It's already been digitally signed, so they say. That's gonna help with President Trump's approval. That's gonna help. And we get into the summer, we get into peak campaign season, we get into peak midterm season. Folks, I'm telling you, these midterms are winnable because of redistricting and because of just how awful the Democrat Party platform is. These midterms are winnable. I want you to click away from the doomers. I want you to stop panicking. Doesn't mean everything's perfect. It means we have a game to win, and we got to get out there, take the field, and win it. Period. It is out there. This is out there for our taking. It's not going to be easy. We're going to have to scratch and claw our way through it, run ourselves ragged into the ground, the same, spiral that we go through in campaign election season. There's going to be good days. There's going to be bad days. There's going to be so-so days. We can win these midterms. And the numbers, the data supports that. Period. Full stop. When you see the Democrats' generic ballot lead getting stuck over the course of months around 3 to 5 percentage points, it shows you that might be the end of their support. Let's take a look at the grand scheme of things here, the big picture. How long have they been stuck at 5? Now, again, here's this clown, Rich Barris. Big data poll, plus 13. Give me a break. Big data poll also, by the way, had Massey winning in Kentucky's 4th Congressional District. Didn't happen, by the way. Massey sucks. He's a loser, and he sucks, and he didn't win because he sucks, and he's a loser.
That reminds me so much of when I'm looking for something and I'm telling my phone, I'm like, gosh, black heels. You know what sounds good to me? And then all of a sudden
heels. And then you the ads. Yeah. Yeah. So here you go. Look. Take a look. Take a look. This is data for progress left 8. Rasmussen leans right 6. Okay. Those are the last time you're going to see numbers this high until you get the Emerson outlier. Marquette plus 1. Big data poll. Don't take it seriously. I'm sorry. He's been having a rough time. He's deranged right now. Rich Barris. Democrats plus 5. Plus 1 at Forbes Harris. Harvard Harris plus 4. Financial Times 5, 5, 5, 5, 4. Nothing bigger than a 5-point lead over the course of a month and a half. And we could probably go even further back. So it is worth asking, have the Democrats peaked? And if the Democrats have peaked, then we can go out there and win. Stop feeding America fake news poll BS. All right. You know what? Call me up with your real polls. I got a producer in the chat. That's good. That's good. He doesn't understand. Maybe he's new, doesn't understand that we use polls as data. We're citing left-leaning polls to show that the Republicans have a chance, but it's fake news. Okay. You could think that way and live your life being a moron for the next 30 minutes, or you could pay attention to what I'm actually saying, and I'm not telling you to trust the polls. We're forming a thesis about how we can win the midterms because the polling looks bad for Democrats. But that's okay. Some people are slow. It's all right. Like Dave Portnoy. He's slow. He doesn't understand the concept of a joke. Maybe that's Dave. I don't know. Okay. Here we go. Get to the polls. Make it happen. The midterms are winnable. Quick break. Word from our friends at Silent. SLNT.com/Sean. SLNT.com/SHAWN. Real 23 appears to be someone who has hit himself multiple times in the head with a baseball bat. I know the polls aren't accurate, you jackass. I'm saying they lean left and it gives us a better chance. What part of that aren't we getting here? Sometimes I want to reach through and slap a like this. It's like, no, we're not even going to go down that road. Silent. SLN. You stick that guy in a silent Faraday bag. You might have to put him in timeout for 5 minutes because he's not understanding what I'm saying. It's pissing me off. I'm not telling you to trust the polls. Stop accusing me of telling you to trust the polls. That's not what I'm doing. We're formulating a thesis based off of left-wing information, left-wing polls that shows that we have a chance. I know the polls are fake. That's the primary principle of my thesis here. You need to be re-educated. Stick them in traction or something. I don't know. Let's face it, folks. Your phone is a tracking device. Silent.com, SLNT.com. Brennan was just talking about this. Sometimes when she's looking for something, she'll just go to her phone and go, Black Hills, Black Hills, Black Hills, Black Hills. Because your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, and those crazy cyber criminals, everybody is looking for a piece of your digital footprint, and they don't ask, they just take it. That's why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It is the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you. So you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. Now they got their backpacks, their sleeves, they've got their crossbody. Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Visit SLNT.com/Sean to get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is SLNT.com/SHAWN. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Silence! The chaos goes silent today. SLNT.com/Sean, SHAWN. SLNT.com/SHAWN. All right, now we're going to go to MSNBC for news because apparently that's what my critic in the chat thinks I do. I believe the left. All right, we're going to go to MSNBC. Then we're going to cite an article from CNN. Then I'm going to tell you all to believe it and take it as gospel because apparently that's what I'm doing with the pollsters. That type of stuff just makes me sick. Like, just shut up and listen for a second. I'm not telling you to put blind faith in the polls. I'm saying, hey, if a left-leaning pollster says the Democrats have a 3-point lead, it might be dead even and we can win the midterms. All right. The Iran deal. I want to play this one. Actually, stuff like that just pisses me off. All right, let's stick with the Democrats here. Are we going to do it? Now I'm going to twist the knife. Graham Plattner's not polling well. All right. J.D. Vance on The View today? J.D. Vance is on The View today?
I don't know.
Oh, that's going to be fun. So Jackie's asking who's going to watch J.D. Vance on The View. Interesting. Okay. That'll be fun to watch him with the heckling hens. There you go. Okay. J.D. Vance is going to be on The View. So that's going to make for some fun stuff tomorrow because he's going to have a lot of fun with them. Chew them up and spit them out. That's what I want. Okay. Graham Plattner. Graham Plattner, not polling well. Again, I am not telling you that polling is perfect. I'm telling you that polling generally across the polling industry leans left. And so when polling starts producing results that are not necessarily favorable for the left, it is significant. It's data. I like data. Okay. As it's been reported, Democrats are all in for Main Führer, Graham Plattner, who has the Nazi tattoo. Despite all the vile things that have been revealed about him, like the Nazi tattoo. I don't have a Nazi tattoo. I get called a Nazi. He has a Nazi tattoo, and if you call him a Nazi, they start freaking out. Oh my gosh, he's not a Nazi. He just has a bad tattoo. Okay. The data indicated the margin was closing between Graham Plattner and Susan Collins. Listen, I'm not the biggest fan of Susan Collins. Nobody's really the biggest fan of Susan Collins. Okay? Plattner was only leading by 4 points. In an internal poll, when an internal poll generally trends toward the person for whom they're polling, right? That's what happens. That's what internal pollsters are. This is with the polling generally underestimating Collins by a lot the last 3 election cycles. Trump endorsed Susan Collins, not because he, thrilled with how she votes, but because it's better than putting a Democrat in the seat. Now, again, Qantas Insights, who was extremely accurate in Kentucky's 4th congressional district, the Massey primary, where he lost because he sucks and is a loser. Did I mention Thomas Massey sucks and is a loser? He is. He sucks, he's a loser, and he's a ramen noodles hair. Qantas Insights has some new numbers in on the race. Democrats, they all got behind Main Führer Graham Plattner. They are probably not very happy right now. Now, Qantas Insights, Plattner leading Susan Collins by 1 point. 1 point. The Democrats are running nationally unpopular candidates. This Graham Plattner guy is damaged goods. That is not even like accurate. It's not damaged goods. It's like return to sender. He can win. People in Maine will vote for him. They did in the primary, and he won by more than what Fidel Castro won some elections by in that Democrat primary. But he really didn't have an opponent. But this is the way Susan Collins survives because of Graham Plattner. And it helps us. If the Democrats don't flip Maine, I don't see a way that they win the Senate. I don't see it. Okay. So that's on that one. Let's go to this Iran deal. I want to play this clip from Jesse Waters. I have reasonable suspicion that Jesse Waters got this information from the White House himself. I don't know that for a fact. But take a look at what Jesse Waters said about the Iran deal.
I've been briefed on the deal, and it's pretty simple. You immediately upon signing, the Strait opens up, and there's no tolling, and there's no money exchanged. And you're going to get traffic probably restored within the next 2 to 3 weeks. What really made a difference were the airstrikes Monday and Tuesday, and Operation Freedom was covertly bringing oil out, so the Iranians lost all their leverage over the Strait. But the most significant part of the deal is that the Iranians have signed, in principle, to agree for the complete destruction and removal of the uranium. Right now, they can't get it. They have no access to it. It's buried a skyscraper's length deep underground. All 3 sites are inaccessible. And the United States is the only country with the technical expertise to be able to remove it. So we're going to remove it along with the IAEA, and we're going to destroy it, and we're going to bring it out of the country. And then and only then will there be sanctions relief. Also, they're not going to get any sanctions relief if they continue to fund terrorism. If Hezbollah attacks the Jews have a right to defend themselves, but they will not be getting any sanctions relief. So they have to keep Hezbollah on a leash. And we will maintain our military posture until they give up the dust. That is the deal. And all the details of the MOU are going to be released on Friday after the signing. And the bigger thing in terms of like a regional peace deal, all of these Gulf nations have agreed to invest $300 billion to rebuild the energy infrastructure of Iran because they've lost $1 trillion through the bombing and the blockade. And that's big because you're going to economically integrate the region. And when you have investments and Iran is investable, you're not going to bomb each other. And it's a lot different already, as you said, from the Iran deal. We have Gulf allies invested. We have no sunset clause. We have the complete elimination of their uranium, so there is no enrichment. All of their leaders have been killed. 80% of the military has been decimated. And you're not going to have bribes. You're going to have them perform, and then they can get paid. And if this is done, which is going to be negotiated up front within the first 30 days after the signing Friday, this could be the crowning achievement of the Trump administration.
So there is Jesse Waters talking about the Iran deal. And it's very important to understand this. Money does not change hands and go to Iran as it's being reported in this deal. Whether that's accurate or not, we'll find out Friday, but I have reason to believe this sounds like something that Trump would sign. That propaganda crap that kept coming out, over time. Oh, they're going to be able to keep a nuke. They're going to be able to charge tolls in the strait. They're going to be able to do this. They're going to be able to do that. This one sounds a little more realistic, like something the United States would sign. Iran does not get the reward if Iran does not behave. If they don't behave, they don't get the billions of dollars from the Gulf states in foreign investments. If they behave, they get it. If they then later misbehave, they lose it again. Throughout this entire conflict now, that we have built a coalition in the Middle East to keep them in line. And that is at least a step in the right direction. I'm not telling you that I trust the Iranians, because I don't, and I never will. They're Islamic fanatics. I'm aware of Taqiyya. You don't have to tell me about that. I get it. But it's a step in the right direction to take power away from the regime, because now the regime is essentially on puppet strings. And if they drift too far from the puppet master, they're going to get yanked back into place, and this time by the Gulf states, who are going to put some skin in the game. If Iran behaves, it's a step in the right direction. And there's a lot of people. Trump promised that help was on the way for the Iranian people. Did we not help? I'm sorry. Did the United States and Israel not kill the Ayatollah the first day of Operation Epic Fury? Did we not severely degrade their missile capabilities? Did we not severely degrade the leadership structure at the IRGC and the regime? Did we not severely degrade their military, their Navy, their Air Force, their air defense? Help did show up. I don't want you to act like, and people to act like, Trump and the United States did nothing in Iran. They clearly did something, and a lot of people are mad about it, okay? The Iranian people did not rise up. I'm not telling you they don't have courage. I know they're up against a behemoth. I know that they need weapons and they don't have them, and we tried to deliver them and they got stolen. I get that. But to insinuate here that Donald Trump betrayed the Iranian people, first of all, Donald Trump doesn't serve the Iranian people. Donald Trump serves the American people. That's number one. So does our military. They serve us, not the Iranians, or anybody else for that matter. Okay? Trump said help is on the way. Help showed up. There was a ceasefire for the last 10 weeks, and there were like no demonstrations in any way, shape, or form in Iran organizing to try and overthrow the regime. I get it. It's scary, and they don't have the internet, and, they don't have the weapons. I'm not saying that they should have just gone out there and thrown themselves out in front of live fire. What I'm saying is, it looked as if the United States was going to weaken the regime, that the Iranian people were going to attempt to mobilize and stand up, and they didn't. We saw the protesters, and 50,000 of them were killed, and I'm sure they're all terrified, and that's why they didn't come out after the bombs started falling. But and people even said, like, they can't come out while the bombs are falling. The United States hasn't been bombing the mainland of Iran for 10 weeks. There's been nothing. So to act like the United States didn't help, well, Trump said help was on the way. Help came. And help left. The Ayatollah is dead. There was no uprising. Whatever happened with the weapons happened with the weapons. It didn't go as planned. And the uprising of the Iranian people that we were promised never materialized. Hopefully it does in the future. I want them to get their country back. I want to see the regime fall. But I don't want to see no boots on the ground. We don't have the appetite for it. And I don't want to see our men and women go in there and liberate somebody else. We have enough problems at home. No boots on the ground. No nation building. Build your own nation. Find a way to overthrow the regime. But to insinuate, well, Trump said help was on the way, and then he never helped them is just nonsense. Because he did. All right, quick break. Let's get to a word from our friends at Cove Pure. CovePure.com/SHAWN for $250 off the Cove Pure, the CP16. CovePure.com/Sean. I don't know if you've heard about this, but researchers have been documenting male fish developing female characteristics in rivers all across the United States. It comes from birth control pills that wastewater treatment plants can't fully filter out. It's in the same water that runs into your home. No, thank you. That is why I use Cove Pure. We purify all of our water with a Cove Pure CP16. Here's how it actually works. When people take medication, their bodies don't absorb all of the medication. The rest of it gets flushed out. It goes through the wastewater treatment. Those plants were never built to catch pharmaceutical compounds. So estrone from birth control pills, for example, antibiotics, antidepressants, etc., they just come right back out of your tap. You take the medication, it goes in, flushed into the wastewater, doesn't get filtered out. Your standard pitcher filter from the store isn't going to cut it here either. These compounds are way too small and too persistent. You need something that can filter things at a molecular level. That is exactly what Cove Pure does. Their Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants. Estrone, fluoride, PFAs, lead, arsenic, basically anything that isn't water gets filtered out. Those fish do not have a choice about what was in their water, but you do. So go to covepure.com/Sean, and right now you can get $250 off. $250 off of the Cove Pure CP16. That is COVEPURE.com/Sean. COVEPURE.com/SHAWN. CovePure.com/Sean for $250 off the CP16. All right. I want to get into the SPLC stuff. We don't have a lot of time. I am going to cover this SPLC story. I'm going to be doing 3 hours of radio today on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So we'll do it there. It's also on YouTube, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. And that will be from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. We're also going to be joined by the great Will Chamberlain in the first hour to go over some of the new Iran stuff. But I spent a good deal of the show just now ripping Dave Portnoy to shreds because I don't like this guy. I think he's a clown. I think he's a jerk. I think he's arrogant. I think he's pompous. I think he's useless. And I want to show you what he said about this UFC fighter. So this UFC fighter, I don't even know his name. All right. He grabbed the mic from Joe Rogan. He does these like comedic jokes after he wins a fight in the octagon. And he just said in the middle of the octagon that Michelle Obama is a man. Whatever. You could agree, you could disagree, you could say it's in poor taste, you could think it's a bad joke, you could think it's funny, you could think it's not funny, you could think it's a joke, you could think it's not a joke. I don't really care because one way or the other, he said what he said. I could not, it has zero bearing. Whether he said it or not has zero bearing on my day-to-day. None. And you've got pearl clutchers like Harry Sisson and Dave Portnoy. They're doing the Karen. They're all about the...
Oh my gosh! The guy made a joke about Michelle Obama being a man! I'm gonna clutch my pearls!
Happy Pride Month, right? What's wrong with being transgender? Here's Dave Portnoy whining about this. Get a life, bro. Go eat some pizza and choke on it or something. Like, go to sleep for a little while. I don't know. Find something better to do than whine about a joke that a UFC fighter made. Watch.
There was one moment I do think Trump has to denounce, and anybody associated with it has to denounce, and that's that crazy fighter guy. I don't even have his name up here, but he won the fight. He took the microphone, and he made a derogatory comment about Michelle Obama. To me, that on the White House lawn, now these are UFC guys, all right? They're crazy. They're idiots. You have Sean Strickland, who's one of the craziest people of all time, to the point you can't even pay attention to what he says snuck in. But when you have that on the White House lawn, on an event you put down, I don't care what you think about the Obamas or anything, that has to be an immediate denounce. Like, wrong, doesn't speak for me. I have no problem with the event. I guess you run that risk because these guys are lunatics. But that was the only thing. If Trump should denounce it, he should say that was totally wrong. The event itself, listen, the troops seem to love it. All the people there seem to love it. I have no problem with it. I think you're crying over spilled milk if you are upset about the actual event.
You're crying over spilled milk. You just told us everything about why the event was a success, but you're butthurt over a joke? Why does Trump have to denounce anything? Why does anyone have to denounce anything? He's a fighter. He made a joke. He said, you don't like the joke? Don't support the fighter. Why are we going to come out? Why are we going to get down on our knees again? Oh, well, the event was great, but because Dave Portnoy and Harry Sisson on social media are clutching pearls over the Michelle Obama joke, I am going to denounce that and wag my finger. Get the hell out of here. Those days are over. Over. I don't care if you make a joke about Michelle Obama. I don't care if you make a mean post about Rob Reiner. The meme that they all flipped out about, oh, it showed the Obamas as monkeys and the Lion King meme. Like, whatever. It's a freaking meme. All of the things that have been said about us, all of the things that have been said about Trump, they call the guy Hitler. Dave Portnoy's not out there screaming about that with his little Boston Red Sox hat, little pansy ass, candy ass, typical Boston sports fan. That's what he is. They're all candy asses, entitled whiny little bitches. I'm telling you, this guy is one of the softest people I have ever seen in media. Soft. S-A-W-F-T. Soft. Okay?
Glad you put the W in there.
Soft. Charmin Ultra. That's your new spokesperson. Soft ass Dave Portnoy. No, the days of apologizing to the left over jokes are over. They're over. I got to hear Jimmy Kimmel making jokes about Charlie Kirk. I got to hear Jimmy Kimmel making jokes about Spencer Pratt losing in Los Angeles. We'll help him with a U-Haul. He doesn't need a U-Haul. You know why? All of his stuff burned in the fires. The days of apologizing over jokes are done. If Dave Portnoy wants to live in that world, he can live in that world by his candy-ass self. I am done with this. Donald Trump doesn't need to do anything. You need to shut up and grow up and sack up. Whiny little baby. Unbelievable. All right, quick word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
All right, there it is. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. I'm coming up this afternoon, 3 to 6 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can listen on the Odyssey or iHeart app. And you can also listen and watch live on YouTube, youtube.com/1210 WPHT, Whiskey, Papa, Hotel, Tango. Okay? 1210 WPHT, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. We take calls on there. It's a lot of fun. And they have a cool chat on there as well. I got a little pretty special thing planned. Little sports politics blend for the 5 o'clock hour. on
I love a blend.
on 1210 WPHD today. So that'll be fun. I got a couple fun stories, a couple of the ones that we did here. Spend a little bit more time, and Will Chamberlain at 3 p.m. hour. All right. Thank you so much for watching and listening. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. If all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. We're back here tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFA-TV on 1210 WPHD again this afternoon, 3 p.m. Eastern to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Until then, enjoy Jeremy Herrell with Live from America coming up next. For the next several hours, have a great rest of your Tuesday. See you tomorrow morning. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Oh, wait, sorry. And Thomas Massey's a loser and he sucks, and so does Dave Portnoy. Goodbye. See you tomorrow.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. It is Tuesday, June 16th, year of our Lord, 2026. I almost said 2016. Imagine. You are locked and loaded. Rumble.com/LFATV, YouTube.com/LFATVUS. This is Live from America, and I am your ever so humble, God-fearing host of the show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot. And let me introduce to you, hopefully we're here with you today all day. He's got the red, white, and blue on. I don't need to say much else. He's a patriot, and we're doing patriot stuff. Producer Eli, how are we doing today?
What's going on, LFA TV family and Patriots? Thank you so much for your understanding and patience yesterday, helping us get through a little tech issue, but we're back today. Everything looks pretty smooth right now. Knock on wood. Hit the rumble button, hit the like button. We got a lot of news to get to, and we're in a short time to do it, so let's get to work.
Yes, Stacy from Iowa, who is at a cattle show in Nebraska today. How are you? Lord Fishy, Jay Deeds, Fun Mom, Annette is in the building. Willie Rumble, Sean Maga, Tommy, Miguel Ortiz, Kit Kat Mar, Denise DeCluse, Big Mama Campbell, C. Ward, D. Taylor, Sky04, Wayne Davis, Kikalo, good morning. Rockin' Robbins, Dolly Diva, good morning to you. Deb Pollen, Coral Reef. B-Hops, Dana from my former state of New Hampshire. We've got Heartbreaker, Central Iowa, in the house, not too far from me, love Iowa. And somebody's watching from Mesa Country. Tina Peters is free, and that is Oklamaluna 2021. Well, thank you guys for being here. Really appreciate you all in the chat. I do want to go over to YouTube real quick. As you guys know, we just started our YouTube simulcasting again. We are definitely looking to grow that YouTube page. So if you guys would like to go over there and follow that page, share that page. It's good to have both, in case there's tech issues on one or whatever. So I want to give some shout outs to over there because we have some great people over there too. Sheila is over there. How you doing? We've got Stephen Bryant over there. We've got Judith in the building. We've got Texas Blue Bonnet. We've got Archie in the building over there. We've got Mr. Shy Music who says, wow, look at all the MAGA loony bins here. The real cult. Yeah. That's why, 143 million people tuned in to watch real patriotism in real time the other night. More than the Super Bowl, by the way. And the brand of America is back. And hey, Eli, if that's the cult that we're in, then give me an assignment because I'll understand it.
I absolutely love it when they call us a cult because, this coming from the people who, no one will be left behind this time, and repeat.
Yeah. What was that Bette Midler was singing the other day? Fascist, we will get you out, or whatever it is. Okay. Lisa over there from Las Vegas. Miguel over there holding it down. Stargazer in the building as well. Big shout out to everybody over there on YouTube. Share both and chat. Okay, in the chat and give the thumbs up or the thumbs down. Whatever. Jennifer says, glad LFA is back. Yesterday was a hot mess. Well, all we were going to do yesterday was just celebrate the awesomeness of America. All we were going to do is celebrate the America UFC 250 event. We were going to celebrate the fact that the U.S. men's soccer team was crushing it and defied all odds and scored 4 goals, which got the world talking about America. We were going to be talking about how the hockey was going on, the NBA finals were going on, and everything, while people from all over the world were visiting America because of the World Cup, and all of the beautiful videos that they were uploading about how they were all lied to about America, and America really is the land of the free and the home of the brave. It's like that patriot spirit has come back to America. So that's what we were going to talk about for the majority of the show yesterday anyway. We were also going to be talking about, obviously the Iran deal being officially digitally signed, but not physically signed. That's going to happen this week and much more. But this week today we have a lot to talk about. We've got Alabama runoff elections. We've got Georgia primaries today, or Georgia elections today, runoff elections there as well. Michelle Obama is a man, absolutely. And of course, we've got a lot more to talk about. So we're going to kind of start off today the way I was going to start off yesterday, but not for as long. We're just going to highlight a few things. But before we even get there, let me just remind everybody that lfatv.us, that is our official website. Again, lfatv.us. One more time, lfatv.us. That is where you can go and get all of your LFA TV needs, from signing up to be a monthly donor to shopping on our store and much more. So make sure you guys check that out. You can also get updated news as well over there on lfatv.us as we keep all of the current news on the page for you. This is what the website looks like, lfatv.us. Mountain Tortuga said, I went over to the YouTube site and gave you a like. I don't have X anymore because they don't like my name, Mountain Tortuga, and somebody took it over. That's okay. All we ask is that you help boost that YouTube page. We have a mission over there, and we hope to accomplish it. And with your help, we definitely can. lfatv.us. Also, the official LFA Live from America, I should say, podcast. Every host here has their own podcast, audio podcast outlet. Here's ours. You get Rise Up and Live from America. All you have to do is go to any of your audio podcast listening sites, download sites, and type in Live from America with Jeremy Herrell, and you can get that. All right? And yes, YouTube at LFATVUS and X at LFATVUS. Okay, here's where I want to start today, and that's with this. I have long said that Congress is a joke. Not their inability to get things done, That's a joke in of itself. Not their constant vacations that they take, which is a joke in of itself, but how they conduct themselves and the anarchy that is allowed to happen because of weak-spined chairmen like James Comer. Let this segment show you what I'm talking about with Ayanna Pressley and Nancy Mace. Play it. Here we go. All right, there we go. Here we go. Get those audio going for you.
Trump's pardon of this Minnesota individual.
Ma'am, this grandstanding nonsense
This is not
is
grandstanding.
exactly
This is
what
accountability.
Minnesotans hate about D.C.
This is accountability, and you are hypocrites. So again, I will take your
Thanks for
refusal
demonstrating
to
my
not
opening statement.
Chairman,
Order,
reclaiming my
decorum.
time.
She's off the
Reclaiming
rails.
my time. I'm not off the rails, please.
You are
Enough
totally
with your
off the
tropes.
rails.
Nancy,
Order.
enough with your tropes. Give me
Order.
my time back.
Order, Mr. Chairman.
If Republicans were serious about reclaiming my time,
Order. Me.
You
spend your time.
my
constituents. You have no time left. You're
Get to
overtime.
accuse me of things that you can't do.
Overtime.
You're out of
Order.
time. You're out of time.
She's more time left.
We're done here. We're done.
Touch in out of time.
At least
Mr. Chair, she's out of time.
Time's expired.
Out of order and out of time.
Miss Presley, you've already secured your MSNBC spot tonight. Your time's required.
looking for
Chair
accountability,
recognizes Miss
and you
Mace.
wanna
We're
run
going to be
from
so
the
South
good on
Carolina.
MSNBC.
Chair
You're
recognizes.
king. Raise your hand if you oppose Trump's pardon of this Minnesota individual.
Ma'am, this
So it didn't stop there. And by the way, James Comer, maybe instead of saying, I'm glad you've secured your soundbite and your time on MSNBC later tonight, instead of saying that, which is a pretty cool and funny thing to say if you're not the chairman. However, if you're the chairman of an official House of Representatives committee, and you oversee this committee, and it's your gavel that rings in the hearing and ends the hearing, and it's your gavel that reclaims the ultimate time during any hearing, then why would James Comer waste his time by saying, you've secured your spot on MSNBC tonight, rather than saying, if I hear another word come out of your mouth, it'll be the last thing that anybody hears, MSNBC or otherwise. Do you understand me? Do I make myself clear? I am the chairman of this committee. You are not. Quiet. It is not your time. It is not your turn. That's how you handle that in official capacity. Like I said, it didn't end there.
Thank you, Mr.
Chair
Chairman.
recognizes Miss
And
Mace.
Mr. Chairman, I agree. She's going to be a great host on MSNBC. This is my time.
I wouldn't want to jump in front of Miss Mace if I were you, Miss
I
Presley.
reclaim my time. This is my time.
I wouldn't want to interrupt Miss Mace. It's her time. Chair recognizes Miss. Oh.
Mr. Chair,
You are out of order.
she did not get all of her time.
Mr. Chairman,
She
she's
wants to
still out
insult
of
us for
order.
10 more seconds.
What do
Your
we have
time
to
is
do
expired.
to get this
Chair-
woman in order?
Her time is expired. Chair recognizes
You're
Miss
going to
Mace.
be great on TV. You're really good. No, baby, you're not. No, baby, you're not. You are not in order. You're out of order. Goodbye. You're done.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, it's my
Chair
5
recognizes
minutes.
Miss Mace.
Are we good here?
got
Mr.
it.
Chairman, thank you. As I listen to the witnesses answer questions today, I'm struck by the truly breathtaking amount of fraud, the scope and scale perpetrated against the American people by Somalians in Minnesota. Screeching. Thank you, Mr.
All right, so there you go. So I wanted to open up the show today with criticizing both parties, because it takes two to tango. Otherwise, you're just sitting there swinging on yourself. Both sides in this scenario, in this situation, while Nancy Mace was correct in your time is done, the immature back and forth with a very weak chairman is just tabloid TV. It is The View. It is ridiculous. That's our Congress. That is why Congress has an approval rating that is in the teens on both sides. And I would think that all of us, voters, American citizens, whichever party we identify with, I would think, Eli, this would be something that we can all agree on, that Congress, as performing the way they are today, is a broken, immature, weak, and ineffective body of government. So why pay them?
Yeah, absolutely. You nailed it when you said immature. I've never seen anything more immature, and these people tout themselves, both sides, Republican and Democrat alike, they tout themselves as these people who are above us. We've been chosen to make the decisions for the country, but
Yeah.
they can't answer questions, and they argue like petulant little children. And some of the greatest halls where some of the greatest men stood, and don't even get me started on other things that have happened in those halls.
Yeah.
In recent years.
Yeah, no, I especially during the Biden years, exactly. So I think this is one thing that we can all come together on. Let me, I can see the people in YouTube, on Rumble, they agree that it's both sides there that are having a problem. They just can't get it together. I want to go over to YouTube real quick because there's about 70 people over there watching. Tony says, and these morons work for us. MS Beej says, why do they allow these children to try to continually scream over each other? Ricky Smith says, 100%. Primal Scream says, you thought this was hilarious. You thought this wasn't hilarious. What happened? Though this wasn't hilarious, what happened? I'm not sure what you mean by that. It wasn't funny. It wasn't hilarious what went on there. It's actually just embarrassing. Now, there was a time when that could have been funny. That could have been hilarious. But when that's what we get every day, when that's what we get every single day from the people that we pay to make this country better for all of us and to institute laws, sounds pretty immature and petulant and childish. Scott Rollins says, sounds like the hood. You ain't wrong, my friend. You ain't wrong. All right, before we get started here today, I do want to thank Chicago Steak Company. We still have some time left for the Father's Day promo here. And the Father's Day promo is free shipping plus 4 gifts. Now, those 4 gifts and that free shipping will come on the heels of you ordering any of these values here. The best value or the most popular, okay? The ultimate gift assortment and Chicago's best seller. Now, in these gift packages that you buy, you get assortments of many different kinds of premium cut beef. And when I say premium cut, I'm talking the highest grade USDA, something that would cost you, $30 to $50 in a really nice restaurant. You can get this kind of steak and these high quality premium aged steaks sent right to your house in a nice cold styrofoam box, and the packaging is beautiful. They take pride in their packaging, okay? In the ultimate gift assortment, you get multiple steaks, multiple burger patties, chicken breasts, and more. In the Chicago bestseller, you get even more. You get ribeyes, sirloin, boneless strips, top filet mignons, and more. But you also get a free bottle of their signature steak seasoning for Father's Day. You also get free 16 6-ounce steak burgers. You also get a $25 credit, and you get this for Father's Day. This apron, the best grillin' dad apron. What father in the world isn't going to want all of that? Here's how you get it. mychicagosteak.com/LFA. mychicagosteak.com/LFA. It'll put you on that landing site. Once you get on that landing site, just order and your free gifts will come, and it's pretty awesome. mychicagosteak.com/LFA. And I want to thank them for partnering with Live from America. All right, we are 19 minutes past the hour. We have a 3-hour show here, so please remove your hats, and if you're wearing one anyway, and let's pray. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name, we pray. Amen. Oh, and by the way, if we were a cult, the last thing that we would do is call out other people that claim to be part of MAGA. Why would we do that? The left doesn't do that. The left sticks true and blue to everyone and everything. Look at Graham Plattner. I mean, the guy is a literal woman-abusing, Nazi-loving Mein Führer, and they're voting him in. Talk about cult. At least we don't do stuff like that. Okay? And at least we call out our own when necessary. Lift up your cups, and let's have our first slurp of the day. Please again, make sure that you reach down, hit that thumbs up, and share. We're just crossing 3,000 people live on Rumble, and we got close to about 100 people over there on the new YouTube stream as well. So here we go. I want to start where we left off yesterday, where we could not broadcast any longer yesterday. And that was this. What we saw during the UFC 250 birthday event was the most patriotic, red, white, and blue, nation-loving event that I have ever seen. And it wasn't just the event itself. It wasn't just the fighters walking through different portions of the White House for their walkouts. It wasn't just the White House in the background of the shot or the Washington Monument. It was for the commercials. It was for the videos that were put together that honored our past and why we did what we did and why we're here where we are. It was for the professing of love for Christ from how many different fighters right on the White House lawn. I would not be here if it wasn't for my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. The UFC took over D.C. for days. There were weigh-ins. There were press conferences. There were concerts, events, speakers, and more leading up to fight night. And I think, Eli, one of the most amazing things that I saw that gave me the greatest goosebumps was when over at the Ellipse the day before, or maybe it was earlier the day of, they were flying a bald eagle over the crowd. An American bald eagle. And it might have been one of my favorite things that I saw from the content that was produced in Washington, D.C. Roll it. Listen to the crowd. You see, ladies and gentlemen, I made a Facebook video the other day where I said, we're 6 months into the 250th anniversary of this country, and I have allowed the left and crazy people all over this planet keep me from celebrating the fact that we are the greatest country to ever exist on this planet. And I'm not going to do that anymore. I saw that, and I made up my mind right there. For the next 6 months, I'm going to be obnoxiously patriotic. Meaning, I'm going to wear red, white, and blue socks. I might even get Eli some of those 1970 nut hugger shorts that are red, white, and blue, with red, white, and blue tank tops, the red, white, and blue cowboy hat, the red, white, and blue everything. I'm going to be obnoxiously over the top patriotic for the rest of the year. And my answer to everybody who doesn't want to have an actual substantive debate is going to be America. Why does Trump need to have this on the back lawn of the White House? America, that's why. Why is Trump at war with Iran? It's all Israel. America. Why is the gas prices the way? America. That's why. Since you can't have an honest discussion with me, America, obnoxiously America, is going to be my stance for the rest of this year. I'm not going to allow anybody to keep this celebration from me and my family, Eli. And you know what we're doing? When I get back from vacation, we are literally spray painting our entire front lawn red, white, and blue, the stars and the stripes, so that everybody that drives by our house knows this is America. Love it or leave it.
I love the enthusiasm, bud, but just be careful with those nut hugger shorts. Bruce Jenner used to wear those, and we all saw the tragic end to that.
Yeah, I don't think I'd look too good in them, right? But I'm only saying that because I want to be obnoxious about it. I want to shove it in people's faces. What are you eating there? Pfft, red, white, and blue. That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't have to. America. What are you talking about? Whatever I want to talk about. Freedom of speech. America. It's a free country, isn't it? Like, obnoxiously, Eli.
Me? I pissed red, white, and blue. My doctor said there's something wrong with my prostate, but I told him to shut his commie mouth.
Hey, Eli, we have a couple birthdays in the house today. And I would like it if you could take this time right now to sing happy birthday to a couple of our beloved LFA longtime family members. All right?
Sounds good, sounds good. This one goes out to Sandy from June 14th is when her birthday was, and our very own Suzanne, who always helps sharing links and get me information every once in a while and whatnot. Thank you, as always, for everything. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sandy and Suzanne. Happy birthday to the both of you. Happy birthday.
And many more. Thank you both for your long time viewership. We really appreciate it. I want to get to Justin Gaethje now. Now, I know that a lot of you are not as into being a fan of MMA as I am. There isn't pretty much anything I don't know about the UFC since its inception and all of its potential rival promotions like One Championship, Bellator, Pride, and many others. And the UFC continues to be the pinnacle. Justin Gaethje, who was the star of the evening, was destined for this moment. He has won more Fight of the Night bonuses than anybody in the history of the UFC, meaning that he gets money on top of his pay for the performance that he's done. He's one of the most feared lightweight people to fight. That means the 155-pound division. And he has won the BMF belt, which is exactly what you think it sounds like, the Bad Mother belt. He's won 2 interim championship belts, meaning that he is the champion in lieu of, or in absence of, I should say, the current champion. So if a champion gets hurt or he's out for a significant period of time, the show must go on. So then there's an interim belt that is fought for until that champion comes back, then they unify the belts. Justin Gaethje has never held an undisputed, unified championship belt, ever. This was his last chance to do so. He bleeds red, white, and blue. He loves this country. He loves Jesus, and he's always been respectful. This was him before he walked out of the Oval Office. Looking at the Constitution on the wall, draped in the American flag. And his walk to the octagon was walking by the portraits of the presidents. And that includes the auto pen that Trump put up outside on the granite walkway. Now, let me show you, in case you missed it, this walkout. Come on now with that production. So, Justin said at this moment, the only thing he felt was love for country. That's it. Other than that, he had no feelings. He shut himself down emotionally because he was about ready to go out for the last time, be offered an official, unified, undisputed title. Now, who he went up against was a man by the name of Ilia Topuria, who's a Spaniard, who talks a lot of trash and who's got a lot of confidence. Ilia Topuria was undefeated in the UFC, and he's knocked out legends, including people who've knocked out Justin cold, face down, Justin knew that this was his moment. And if this moment didn't exist, if he didn't capture this moment, then he'd never get another one. So I don't know about you guys, but Justin walked out completely unscathed. And I don't know if you saw it or not, but I'm going to bring it up for you. Here's what his opponent ended up looking like at the end. Here was Ilya Taporia. Well-dressed, perfect haircut, handsome dude, Spaniard, thought that he could beat America. Let everyone know that this is the guy who thought he could defeat America. And he didn't. Instantly hospitalized, broken orbital bone, broken nose, 2 black eyes, lacerated lip, and on one side of his face, his cheekbone was exposed for what Justin did to him. Justin went in there and did what no other fighter has been able to do. And do you think that God wasn't on his side for that? Not because Justin was destined to win for Justin, but that win solidified and cemented what America really means again. Now, some of the people in the chat said they didn't see the event. And I am very, very sorry that you did not see one of the greatest shows that has ever been produced. Drag queen sniffing kids and twerking all over the White House. You tell me which one you would rather be a part of. Tell me which one you would rather see on our White House lawn. And then I recorded this for you to play yesterday. And meanwhile, Bette Midler and the left were doing counter-programming, Eli. I'm sure that everybody saw that. Fascists, we will get you out, fascists. 5 people clapping, nobody there, nobody cares. Can you imagine being upset about all of that? Can you imagine being mad, gritting your teeth, and hate watching that, saying you didn't watch it when you know damn well you did? More people watched that, Eli, than the Super Bowl.
Damn, Skippy. Quite frankly, I'd like to hear Ryan Matta's commentary on this. Probably when the jets flew over with the smoke coming out, he was like, you guys see this? Do you guys see this? They're just dumping ticks all over everybody. Can you believe this?
Yep. See those chemtrails that those Blue Angels are spraying all over the fighters? Like, how do they not see this? Pass me some of that ethanol-free gas so I can drink it again. Yeah, it is really amazing how all over the internet you saw the left mad. I bet if I go over to YouTube right now, let's find out. Let's go over to YouTube. Let's see what the left thinks over there. Let's see. Brian's still complaining that he couldn't call, even though he had a Zoom invite and didn't want to come on. Aztec says, like a draft dodger. Hey, call him whatever you want. He's a 3-time voted in president of the United States who just had his birthday of the UFC that got more eyes on it than the Super Bowl for his birthday. What are you doing? What are you doing in life? You're watching us.
And again, the hypocrisy shines so brightly through, because I bet Aztec is the same type of person to crap on the military anytime he gets. So in correlation to that, why are you so upset that, let's just say he did dodge the draft? So if you think that he should have served, why aren't you equally as mad that Biden and Obama and certain other presidents didn't serve in the military? Can you explain that one to us?
The answer is no. And he said more people are watching the Soccer World Cup than that. Where's that being held? Who is, Eli, remind me, who's the hosting country of that World Cup that everybody's watching?
That would be America, F yeah!
Coming to save the mother effing day now, America! The world is talking about America. Foreigners are posting video after video by the thousands saying, what a great country this is. We were lied to by everybody. We were lied to by the media. We thought we were going to come here and get shot. All you have to do is go online, search up soccer fans' reactions to America. And by the way, the U.S. men's national team won 4-1, beating Paraguay. Paraguay? Who's a gay? You're a gay. Uruguay also didn't do so well yesterday. But America got a 3-goal lead on Paraguay and won in their bracket, which means we win one more, we move on. And the whole world was talking about that. What's going on with the U.S. men's national team? Could they win? Probably not, but they're not far from it. So Dana White says that this is a one and done. This will never happen again. Why? Because the White House didn't pay for this. The government didn't pay for this. Taxpayers didn't pay for this. The UFC paid for this. The whole thing. Just like the UFC paid for the whole production at the Sphere. And he says it's too damn expensive to do again. There's no money to be made. So you ask, why did they do it? Well, because they got 140 million live viewers. That's why. And they invested in people to become fans of the UFC that might have never been, in which they absolutely did that. So when Dana White was asked, here's what he said.
The ellipse, and you see the amount of people that you've brought to Washington, D.C. Do you feel like this is an event you can ever top, or do you just think, man, this is as good as it's going to get, and we just have to write it into the history books?
I mean, that's what I thought about the Sphere, and then here we are now. So I don't try to overthink that kind of stuff. It's just the Sphere happened, this happened, and I'm always looking to go to great arenas with good technology and give fans that show up the best experience I possibly can. What was amazing with this event was you put together an event where people can't get into it, yet 60,000 people show up to the weigh-ins. And then, like I said, almost 200,000 people over 2 days to stand in the grass and watch it on screens.
200,000 people live were there.
It was an amazing experience.
Over the
This
days.
was a one-of-one that will never happen again. And for all of us that were involved, from the fighters to my staff to the media to, their families and everybody, was a unique, cool experience.
You don't think there's a chance the president says, that was good, let's do it again next year?
Can't afford it.
I can't afford it.
Yep.
There's no fucking way we can do this again. I'll never do the Sphere again, and we'll never do this again.
Dana never mincing words, Eli. Saying it straight. I'm never doing this again. I cannot afford it. This is a one and done. But it was an investment for Paramount, is what it was. Paramount paid for it. It was an investment for Paramount. So they could get the eyeballs, so they could sell the viewership and the ads, which I'm sure they made their money back. And now, even if they did break even, how many more fans do they have worldwide that are now going to get Paramount so they can watch it? It's so simple, and it's beautiful, and I love it.
From another standpoint, dude, you don't have to do this again. Not only was it a massive success, just a monumental success, it was the White House lawn. How do you ever top that? You'd have to do something in friggin' space to top that.
Dude, that's exactly what I told Sabrina. I said, next, it'll be Joe Rogan, Daniel Cormier, and John Anik going, hi, guys, we're live on the moon. We never thought this day would happen. Daniel Cormier would say, I never thought a kid from Lafayette, Louisiana would be on the moon, but here we are, Joe, looking at Earth. And Joe going, I always thought the world was flat, but I guess here we are, standing in the depths of space on the moon doing a UFC event. That's the only thing, Eli, that can be next, is UFC on the moon. And most likely the next Fast and Furious movie will be on Saturn, racing around the rings of the planet.
Imagine that'd be a pretty boring fight, though, with how little gravity is up there, throwing punches like...
Well, they'd have to be in like a dome, right? That's what would have to happen. And Elon Musk would bust people with his ships. He'd fly people the crowd and stuff in and then fly them all back. I already see it happening, folks. So, But leave it to the left, Eli. The left says that this was equal to lynching. I don't know how they... Bro, don't ask me.
What you are watching Trump do right now is deliberately tear that apart. And he is doing so on the same cultural argument, of course, that people used to back the first Gilded Age. That is, these culture wars that turn white Americans against marginalized people of color.
Right.
That's the bottom line there. So, I mean, it's not really a stretch to say that the same impulse that created the UFC fight on the White House lawn is the impulse that really pushed lynching in the late 19th century against Black Americans overwhelmingly.
So a UFC fight on the South Lawn of the White House is the same attitude and the same kind of thought process that led to lynching? I don't know what that means. But there were black people on this card, brown people on this card, South American people on this card, African people on this card, white Anglo-Americans from the mountains of Caucasus on this card. Eli, I don't know what they're talking about, but they've got to... The left never has fun. You know when the left has fun? When they're getting plowed in the butt by another dude with rainbow colors on. It's the only way they have fun. Or if they can sexualize a kid, sniff it, turn it into a trans so it goes and shoots up a school. That's the only fun they have. Otherwise, they hate fun.
As funny as it is, I guess, I don't know, it's crazy as it is, we need to freaking get on top of things like this from now on and start denouncing the hell out of it, because I'm sure half the trolls over on YouTube right now, yeah, that makes sense. It is just like lynching.
Hey, by the way, Eli, you might not believe this, but Aztec and I have something in common. We found common ground. Isn't that something? With our love for soccer. Or football, as the Europeans call it. But there's only one of those, we know that. By the way, do you know that the Americans didn't make up the name soccer? That's actually in England. The people who invented soccer actually used to call it soccer. Look up the history of that. But Eli, isn't that crazy? That our common denominator here is our love for a sport. I think we can grow off that.
I believe in Israel they call it a chuppah.
You forgot to go chuppah.
Well, that's a little more Muslim. Yeah, then I'd have to go.
Okay, so we're not going to spend much more time on this patriotic event, but there are a couple things that we still need to cover, like Josh Hokin. If you don't know who Josh Hokin is, he's the guy that said Michelle Obama is a man and then walked off the octagon. What you don't know about Josh Hokin is he's a crazy person, okay? Josh Hokin is a crazy person. Much like Sean Strickland, you're not going to be able to control what this man says. And Dana White will always say, look, I don't agree with everything anybody ever says about certain things, but I am a free speech absolutist. That whatever you want to say, you say. I will never fire somebody. I will never punish somebody. I'll never allow Paramount to punish anybody. It's just not going to happen. So, Josh Hokin gets the mic and says, and Michelle Obama's a man. Am I right, America? Now, I laughed. I thought it was great because it is a man. But the world seems to be melting down over this man saying this. They want people to sue Josh Hokin. They want Michelle Obama to sue the UFC. But here's my question. Actually, let's play the video first. Who's most of the crowd there? The military. So I love that. But here's my question. Would Michelle Obama want to sue the UFC? Or would people be calling for the Obamas to say something or Dana White to hold him accountable if he said this? Michelle Obama has superpowers. Or if he said, Michelle Obama is an astronaut. Or if he said, Michelle Obama is actually 75 years old. Do you know why nobody would be freaking out about those claims and statements? Because they're not true. They're not true. And by the way, Michelle Obama would never want to do that because then she'd find herself in a lawsuit where discovery happens, and I'd love to see those pregnant photos and those high school photos. Just saying. But the fact of the matter is, if they would have come out and said, Michelle Obama is a cat, nobody would care. They'd be like, this guy's crazy. What is he talking about? If he came out and said, Michelle Obama is a giraffe, people would say, guy's crazy. What's he talking about? But because, Eli, he said Michelle Obama is a man, the world is snapping. Why? If it's not true.
You know, this could have been their one opportunity to actually get in front of it and own the whole thing. Because I just shared this morning, which I thought was hilarious. Trans women are real women, but now they're all mad because they're trying to say Michelle Obama's a real woman. Well, this is where you could have jumped on top of it and said, you're right, she is trans, but she's also a real woman.
That's absolutely right. And by the way, can I go on a weave here for a minute before we get back to this? I mean, I didn't get a show yesterday, so I had a lot of things to talk about, but can I just go on a weave? By the way, on Rumble right now, we need 300 more live viewers. You can do that for us, right? YouTube will grow on its own. Rumble, we need 300 more live people in this chat. What say you? Make it happen, Captain. Now, I'm just going to go off on a weave here for a minute, Eli, talking about the crazy left here for a second. They will all tell you that it's a woman's right whether she wants to have an abortion or not, right? That's what they say. No matter what, whether it's for incest, whether it's for rape, whether it's because she woke up on the wrong side of the bed and decided, I don't want to have a kid anymore, that she is allowed to be the judge, jury, and executioner, literally, of that baby inside of her, and nobody should be able to or can say anything about it. Right? Eli, I have something for that. My question would be to a person on the left, if you think that a woman is the end-all be-all decider whether she can or does or does not want to have a baby, and you cannot criticize her for any reason whatsoever, my question would be this. The left will tell you that you are born gay. Now, there's no scientific proof of that. See where I'm going with this, don't you? The left will tell you that it is not your choice. You are either born gay or you are not born gay. That it's not a choice. So my question in a hypothetical would be to the left. We can find out if a child is going to have physical disabilities before they're born. We have ways of finding out if they're going to have mental disabilities before they're born. We have ways to find out if they're going to have any kind of spina bifida or anything like that. We can tell all those things. Here's my question. Here's my weave. If there was a way to tell whether a baby was gay or not, hypothetically, and that baby ended up being gay, and the woman that was going to give birth to this potentially hypothetically gay baby was in a religious or Christian home and said, well, I don't want to bring a gay baby into this world. Would it be okay for her to get an abortion then? Isn't that a valid question? Would it be okay for a woman who loves God, loves Christ, hates iniquity, and she found out, I'm about to have a gay baby, I need to get an abortion? Would the left stand for that? Would the left support her decision, Eli, ultimately to be the judge, jury, and executioner of that child based on the fact that it's gay? Or would they protest her and call her a bigot and a racist and all that? See, it's their logic is Swiss cheese.
could just wrap that up by saying they have no logic. It doesn't exist.
That's it. Anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. So, Eli, because Josh Hoken said Michelle Obama is a man, it seems like Dana White and his assistant who puts together the fights, Sean, it looks to me like they are going to make the fight between Josh Hoken and Michelle Obama. And this is how it would go down.
Michelle Obama is a man!
Oh, AI, sometimes it's used for fun, isn't it? Now, the thing that I think is funny is that people all over the internet, like tough guys, internet tough guys like Shannon Sharp, right? Shannon Sharp considers himself a big dude. Chris Cuomo lifts weights and considers himself a big dude. They took to the internet to talk trash on Josh Hoken, that a real man doesn't do that. Do you know what Shannon Sharp and Chris Cuomo would never do, producer Eli? They would never stand in front of Josh Hoken and say, "You're not a man for doing that." Why? Because Josh Hoken quit the NFL, in which he was an all-star athlete for the 49ers, just to fight and beat up heavyweights. And he just beat up one of the #1 pound-for-pound hardest punching heavyweights to ever grace the octagon with his presence, and beat him like a rag doll. The fight before that, Curtis Blades, one of the baddest dudes on the planet, beat him like a rag doll. And here's Lindsey Graham. I didn't think that it was funny. Nobody gives a shit what Lady
Hey,
G
Senator
thinks.
Jacob with TMZ. I just want to get your reaction to the UFC fighter last night who called Michelle Obama a man. I saw that you were at the event.
Not good.
Not good.
No, it took away from the event.
Why?
It was a fun event.
It was a fun
It
event.
was to celebrate America.
And that was great.
Founding and who we are as a nation.
Celebrate freedom
you
of speech.
It was sort of a modern day gladiators fighting hard and
No, it
shaking
wasn't.
each other's hand. And
Gladiators
the spirit
didn't
of
shake each other's
sports.
hand. They killed each
That
other.
was not the spirit of sports.
So you were there. We saw you entering. What was your reaction when you heard
The guy was an idiot.
Oh, he's an
and
idiot.
When people were around you, what was kind of their reaction to something similar?
Fell on like groans more than anything else.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Lindsey Graham, the guy who can't win an election on his own, and who is questionably gay himself, loves Michelle Obama. He says he's an idiot. I don't think it took away from the event at all. As a matter of fact, have you seen Josh Hoken as a football player? Have you seen his physical ability? Look at this. Play that. This is him as a running back. This guy left the NFL as an all-star running back to come and beat up heavyweights in the UFC, and he's not lost since. He's just destroying them. And he loves America. So if you, Shannon Sharp or Chris Cuomo or any of the other internet tough guys, would like to tell Josh Hoken to his face how much of a non-man he really is, be my guest. Now, the other thing that the woke right is mad at is that Sean Strickland got arrested for disorderly conduct. Let me play that video for you. Now, notice this is a ring, not an octagon, because this is not on the White House lawn. Sean Strickland, who was a big Trump supporter, has drank all the Jewish Kool-Aid and says Trump is a pedophile protector and that Jews own him now. So he's completely anti-Trump, and he's adopted the Nick Fuentes America First stupidity, right? In which he brought a bunch of his fans there. Now, he actually did a live video on his Instagram before he went up and got in this ring, and I actually clicked on it and I was watching it live. He had a bunch of people with him, a lot of these guys here in the crowd, and they were all pushing their way to the Ellipse. So what he did is he went and disrupted the event at the Ellipse, jumped in the ring, which nobody was in, and started saying Trump is a pedophile, Trump is a pedophile, Trump is a pedophile. Why was Sean Strickland not invited to the White House lawn? Well, let me ask you this. When you watch the UFC, they always pan in the crowd and show you fighters, don't they? They show you all the top fighters. Did you see that during the UFC event? No. They showed you people that were invited, like Zuckerberg, the CEO of NVIDIA, the CEO of cryptocurrency, crypto.com. They showed you other foreign leaders that showed up. There was no vast amount of fighters that were invited. There were a few there, but not very many. So Sean Strickland was not the only fighter that was not invited. He also wasn't the only current champion that wasn't invited. This was not for them. This was for the celebration of America and the military. That's why 3/4 of the crowd was military on the White House lawn. It was for the celebration of America, not for the fighters themselves. Sean took that as, you banned me from the event because I've been speaking out about the truth of Israel. That's not true. Dana White doesn't care what you say. But you know what he's not going to do? He's not going to allow childlike behavior to be on the White House lawn and disrupt a patriotic event that was meant for the people that fought for this country and the beautiful things that happened in this country to make us the greatest country that ever existed. He wasn't going to allow that to happen. He wasn't going to allow some dipshit, low IQ moron like Sean Strickland to come and disrupt the event. Now, do I like Sean Strickland as a fighter? Absolutely. I've made money with Sean Strickland wins when he's been a big underdog. But as a person, he's a shitbag. He's a shitbag who admittedly will tell you he doesn't know anything. He didn't even know what disorderly conduct was when he got arrested. He said, I just got arrested for disorderly conduct, whatever that is. I don't even know what it means. Sounds cool, though. He's so stupid that he's just drank the Trump is a puppet of Israel and he's a pedophile protector. So why would you think that you wouldn't be invited? Other than the fact that other fighters weren't invited either. So Sean Strickland, you get what you deserve. That is going to end what I was going to spend time talking about yesterday. When we come back, Gavin Newsom is under criminal investigation, and he's pissed because he thinks it's going to thwart his run for president in 2028. And I think he's right. Him and his wife might be going to jail. And if he doesn't go to jail, his wife will, and he will make her take the fall. We'll be right back.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight. The strength to overcome. The strength to believe.
Eli, this commercial should have played during the UFC.
The strength to rise. Rise up coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
Absolutely. As we're approaching 4,000 live viewers on Rumble while YouTube screams about how much they hate America. Having said that, Gavin Newsom is now under criminal investigation. Well, him and his wife. Mostly his wife. Why, you might ask? Well, let me just kind of give you the 5,000-foot overview. This investigation, as much as you're about to hear Gavin Newsom cry about Trump and his cronies weaponizing the federal government to go after their political opponents, sounds familiar? This investigation started within California. That's when this criminal investigation started. It then went to the DOJ under Joe Biden. So for anybody out there that says Trump is just weaponizing the federal government to go after his political opponents, going after Gavin Newsom because he's going to be potentially running for president, the investigation started way before President Trump and was carried on by Joe Biden's DOJ. It's just now this DOJ under Todd Blanche isn't going to play games and mess around. Gavin Newsom handed an NGO connected with his wife $12.5 million in a no-bid contract at 3 to 5 times the price on Amazon consumer pricing. And he asked the legislature to skip the competitive bidding process, the exact safeguard that exists to prevent this type of corruption. She then funneled millions of dollars into her own pocket based on being an employee of the NGO, her family members doing things for the NGO, you know, the classic money laundering scheme. So after listening to Gavin Newsom complain about this, you tell me what you think. Ladies and gentlemen, the governor of California.
Recent days, federal agents have knocked on the doors of family, friends, and former employees. Not because they found a crime, because they're simply trying to find one. They're demanding records. They're abusing the grand jury process, digging through years and years of random documents. Donald Trump isn't just coming after me because of my mean tweets. He's coming after me because I'm considering running for president, because he hates that I've consistently called him out over and over again for his lies and deceit. Donald Trump is simply the most corrupt president in American history. He's turned the levers of government into his own personal power ministries to reward cronies and to try to jail his opponents. His personal attorney now runs the Department of Justice, which has repeatedly gone after his political enemies. Ask Jerome Powell. Sent them after James Comey, Trish James, Adam Schiff. He sent them after Tim Walz, and a woman that a jury found Donald Trump had sexually abused. One by one, anyone who has challenged Donald Trump has ended up on his hit list. And today, I proudly join that list. After calling for my arrest.
Stop. The investigation started under your Democrat president, at least at a federal level. And before that, it was already going on in your state. So I wonder why you didn't bring that up. You know, facts are facts. Wonder why you didn't bring that one up. Okay.
Last year, Donald Trump directed his Department of Justice to investigate me. And just in the last week, I've learned that his campaign has reached my own home. To get me, he's coming after my wife, Jen, a public servant, a woman who's dedicated her life to supporting women and girls. Someone who has done nothing wrong other than having the temerity to advocate for what she believes in. If they can't intimidate me, they'll go after the mother of our children. Donald Trump picked the wrong target. We have nothing to hide. His political operatives can take every record and read every page, but they'll be looking in the wrong place.
Okay.
Because if they really want to find corruption, look no further than 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Then why are you doing a whole thing about it? Again, it's like the Michelle Obama thing. Justice Department came up, got a bunch of records. I don't know why. We gave them all to them. Let's see what they find out. Meanwhile, I'm going to go on doing my job. I don't know what they're looking for. Instead, he goes on a rant kicking, screaming, crying, and probably creaming, kicking, screaming, and crying about how authoritarian Donald Trump is, while failing to mention that this investigation was not started under this administration, but it'll end under it. And he's sitting here kicking and screaming, throwing his wife under the bus, instead of just saying, we gave them all the records they needed, whatever, take them. There's nothing to hide. Sounds to me like someone's a little scared.
Donald Trump is selling the presidency.
Oh.
He's running the largest cash heist in American political history, trading foreign tariff relief for approval of his golf courses, day trading behind the Resolute desk, reaping hundreds
Like
of
your
millions
aunt?
of dollars in personal profit.
Yeah.
And he's
Prove
doing
it.
it openly. He's doing it on camera. He did it,
Prove it.
last night on the White House lawn. He's doing it through cryptocurrency.
How did he do it on the White House lawn? Entirely paid for by Paramount and the UFC. Not 1 cent of taxpayer money went to that production. Now you might say, well, it cost us money in Secret Service. Hunter Biden was a crackhead who lived on the beach and went on crack vacations while he filmed it with Secret Service there. Don't start. Don't start. Eli?
Do you notice the coy way he worded what he's saying too? Is like, we've got nothing to hide. They can look all they want, but they'll be looking in the wrong place.
That's right.
What do you mean they'll be looking in the wrong place? Is there a right place to look, you dumbass?
Yeah, exactly. Let's continue.
He's doing it through the receipt of a $400 million private jet from a foreign government that he plans to keep when he leaves office.
Nope, the government
Through
does.
his son's ventures in countries where his own administration is simultaneously making policy. His personal fortune has skyrocketed by $4 billion since making his return to office. This is the behavior.
How much did his personal wealth decrease during his first term? By $4 billion. Failing to mention that one, too.
Behavior of a regime, not a republic. The White House has become a marketplace for sneakers and coins and watches, cologne, guitars, Bibles, and phones. Influence for sale, access for sale.
America.
And today, my family and I can personally confirm that justice is for sale. To Donald Trump, who I know is watching because he watches
Then it wouldn't be
everything.
justice.
I have a message for
It
you.
would be injustice.
You can subpoena my records. You can investigate me.
We know.
You can harass me.
We know.
Put my name on every and any enemies list you have, but leave my wife and family out.
You know why leave my wife and family out? Because my wife and family are the ones that are under the bus. My wife and families are the ones with the names on the checks. Not mine. I'm just the governor. I'm just doing my job. Eli, you can, if this guy was, oh yeah, and Slam's right too. Oh, now we're a republic. Weird all of a sudden now we're a republic. But we've always been a democracy, but now we're a republic when it serves you as your individual rights. Yeah, got it. Good pick up on that, Slam. I picked up on that too when I first heard it. But again, Eli, if he's so sure that there's nothing wrong like he is about himself, search me all you want. Investigate me all you want. You're not going to find anything. Why wouldn't he have that same feeling towards his wife and family? If they did nothing wrong, why wouldn't he just say, investigate them all you want to? But he's not saying that. He's saying, investigate me, but leave them the hell alone. Why? Why if there's no problem?
And on top of that, sorry, but or else what? What exactly are you going to do about it? You look like a swizzle stick. You look like one of the straws that was supposed to have been banned in California, you skinny little puss.
He looks like a plastic straw. He does look like a plastic straw. He for sure does. For sure does.
Of your personal vendetta. I'd like to say something to my wife.
Oh.
These times
Say it to
are
her
not
then.
normal. They're not ordinary. I love you, and I'm sorry he's doing this. You have not earned a single one of the indignities.
I'd like to say something to my wife. I'm sorry. You don't talk to her? You don't see her? You don't talk to her face? Why are you sorry? What did you do? Why should you apologize to your wife while you're giving a long-winded speech about how Donald Trump shouldn't be going after her? Could it be because you thought that you told her that she would never get in trouble? Could it be because you talked her into doing this and you told her there's no way we're ever going to get caught? We're laundering this money. We're cleaning it, baby. You're going to be just fine. Why would he apologize? Is he apologizing on behalf of Donald Trump? He doesn't work for the administration. As a matter of fact, it's just the opposite. He hates the administration. So again, why would he apologize to her, and why would he do it this way? Call her, bro. Hey, baby. Hey, honey. Just want to tell you I'm sorry. For what? For all this mess that's going on with you. If I could clean it up, I would. But I can't because I'm trying to run for president. And you're going to have to take the fall, baby. I'm sorry. You think she's at home? I can't wait for my husband to apologize to me on live TV. I've been waiting for this for months. Here he goes. Come on. Come on, please, 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 please. And I'd like to take this time to apologize to my wife. He finally did it. Oh, I feel so much better now. I feel nothing but joy. Just streaming all over me because of my husband saying he's so sorry on TV. Oh, these people are pathetic.
That he's trying to inflict on you and our children. And to Donald Trump, this country does not belong to you. It does not belong to your cronies. And we're going to fight your lawlessness. And we're going to continue to remind the people of this country of your corruption. That same corruption our founders warned us against.
Been doing that for 10 years. It doesn't work.
As we move to celebrate our 250th anniversary, I'm going to keep reminding Americans of what they warned would happen if a man with no character ever held the office of presidency. So let me say it again. Mr. President, come after me. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, you are.
And the country is watching. In recent days,
Eli, real quick. Vet for Democracy said, farmers are suffering under Trump. I wonder what the farmers in Iowa think about Jeremy and his support for Trump. Actually, they just asked me to be the president of the Scott County Republican Party. And I live in farmland. Eli, I'm not going to ask you to comment on that because it's too easy to slap people around like Vets and Bryans and the Aztecs, and it's just too easy. I will, however, ask you to comment on what you thought by watching Governor Newsom and what he just said. What did you derive from that long-winded "come after me, but not my wife" speech?
Well, normally I don't pay attention to a damn thing he says because A, I can't stand the way he sounds. B, whatever comes out of his mouth is nothing but bull, sugar, honey, iced tea. But I did catch some of it, and it sounds to me like maybe he's covered his own tracks, but oops, forgot to cover the wife's tracks. So please don't go after her, but come after me. Ain't gonna find anything. You'll be looking in the wrong place.
Yeah, don't go after her or me. To her, come after me. I didn't. You come after me, you're gonna see. Don't you know? I'm gonna tell you what I got from that. Fear. Why else would you make the video? What do you hope to accomplish other than getting people on your side? Fear. You know, when the FBI came knocking, hello, who is it? Federal Bureau of Investigations. Funny, leave it at the door. No, seriously, FBI. Oh, shit. Okay. Hi, we're here at the FBI's New Hampshire division. We are sent here by the headquarters of the FBI in Washington, D.C. to talk to you about your involvement in January 6th. Well, by all means, come on in, folks. I got nothing to hide for real. You know, Eli, I didn't jump right on a video and start doing a video. I didn't do a speech afterwards where I was like, come after me, but don't you dare come after Eli. He was just there at my behalf. He was just there to assist me and help me, but don't you dare go after Eli. This is wrong. As a matter of fact, Eli, I put out a video criticizing them, but laughing. I invited them right in with no warrant. Come on in. Walk into this red, white, and blue haven. Walk into this room where crosses are everywhere and Bible sayings are everywhere. Come on into the truth, Federal Bureau of Investigations. I didn't get upset. I kind of got upset they're wasting my time. But I told them Melissa just said, Jeremy, you told us the next day. Absolutely. So, again, what I see is fear. What does the LFA audience think? We're going to pull up the Rumble chat here. What did you see? One word. It can be fear. You can copy me if you'd like. It doesn't have to be one word, but give me an explanation of what you saw and what you heard from the governor of California. Let's see. Sounded like he was begging her to keep her mouth shut. Ooh, maybe that was the, honey, I'm so sorry. You're right. You're right. Logan said, Jeremy, you rock and you roll, Logan. Together we rock and roll. Terror, says no Eva Braun. He's running scared. Anal retention, whining, panic, fear, nervous, acting. Ooh, I like that. Cuck, gay, covering his ass, excusive, grifter, lies. It's Trump's fault. Guilt, slime, panic, guilt, fag, spin, lies, guilty, scared, lies, pissed pants, panic, gaslighting, pussy, blah, 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 spin, guilty, gag, panic and dread, deflecting his guilt, this guilt, shaking in his fairy shoes, guilty as charged. Yep. That's absolutely right. Traitor. Run, Forrest, run. Fag, liar. Gaslighting. Deflection. Dead man walking. Cocky fag. Shaky. Pathetic freak. Eli dork. Biden 2.0. Shitting his pants and sounded like a sissy. Eli, this LFA audience is on fire.
That's what they do, baby. Most informed freaking audience in the entire world, in the podcast world.
Let's see what the people over at YouTube say. Mark Kelly, 2028. Shut the front door. All MAGA are traitors. Liars. Jeremy, you suck. You swallow. Jeremy and Eli are a gay couple, I think. Aw. Well, I'm the power bottom then, Eli. I'm the man. I'm the power bottom and the man. You're going to be the taker. You're the receiver. You're the wide receiver if that's the case.
I'll never understand it. I'll never understand it. Don't you numbnuts support the LGBT community? So how are you going to call us gay and try to use that as an insult? It doesn't make any sense. You people are so stupid.
No, but I love it. It's comedy. So, for Gavin Newsom and his poor wife. Oh. Sounds like they're going down to Chinatown, baby. Steven said, I just saw Bette Midler's fascist song, A Lack of Talent. A lack of a brain, I think, is better, Eli.
Damn, Skippy, true that. By the way, I just want to say I love the way Vet for Democracy words things. This Jeremy and Eli are a gay couple, I think. Do you know another Jeremy and Eli duo that isn't gay? Is that what you're saying?
Funny, true. Big Mac said pitcher, catcher. Kit Kat says, we all suck together, happily sucking with Elevate TV for over 5 years. Rumble Sucks says Jeremy's the tail gunner. Oh, Gavin Newsom going down to Chinatown, ladies and gentlemen. It's not good for Gavin. So we have a video that was put together just for this, and it goes a little something like this.
Federal agents have knocked on the doors of family, friends, and former employees. Not because they found a crime, because they're simply trying to find one. They're demanding records. They're abusing the grand jury process, digging through years and years of random documents. Donald Trump isn't just coming after me because of my mean tweets. He's coming after me because I'm considering running for president.
Oh, yeah.
Because he hates that I've consistently called him out over and over again for his lies
I'm sure
and
he
deceit.
stays up late
Donald
at night.
Trump is simply the most corrupt president in American history. He's turned the levers of government into his own personal power ministries to reward cronies and to try to jail his opponents. His personal attorney now runs the Department of Justice, which has repeatedly gone after his political enemies. Ask Jerome Powell. Sent them after James Comey, Tish James, Adam Schiff.
Eli, ask Jerome Powell. It's like he wants to be like Captain Kirk. Ask Jerome Powell. Ask Letitia James. Sent them after his own. I can't even tolerate this anymore. There must be something that we can do to stop this authoritarian man. Over and out, Kirk.
Real quick, Vet for Democracy wants to know why us assholes hate America. I don't understand the question.
I don't understand what you are asking of me. It's like Jeffries and Newsom and all these Democrats have an inability to speak because they just can't talk without reading or saying the same shit over and over. I'd like the Pepsi with the beef and pork.
He sent them after Tim Walz and a woman that a jury found Donald Trump had sexually abused.
Sexually.
One by one, anyone who has challenged Donald Trump has ended up on his hit list. And today, I proudly join that list. In recent days.
Oh, it's so funny. It is, but it isn't. You know? It is, but it isn't. So funny, but it isn't. I want to see, there's nothing better than, by the way, reading the chat. That's why we read the chat so much. That's why we're so engaged in reading the chat, because there's nothing funnier than the actual chat, by the way. Sexual chocolate, somebody said. Turn the page. Gavin blames others for his BS. He does. He does. He blames others for his own problems. Now, I got to give it to Ron DeSantis, okay? Because Ron DeSantis has been on one lately. It'd be nice if he could just stay governor there, to be honest with you. Daikon says, Eli, that it's all coming undone. I believe it's true. Sean just got done an entire show where he said, are the Democrats done? Have they hit their stride? Have they hit their peak? Is the Democrat Party as a party dead? And I think it is. I think the Democrat Party as a party is absolutely done. They have no mojo. They have no money. They have no motion. They have no support, not the way they used to. And their own approval rating, when it comes to things like Save America Act and stuff, is way low from their own people. Goes to show you how out of touch the country is with the Democratic Party. But I want you to hear what Ron DeSantis says in this clip.
I'm doing a fundraiser down in Southwest Florida. People are introducing themselves, and a very nice gentleman was talking about making the decision to leave California, loving Florida, thanking me for how the state's run, pausing, and then saying, hey, I'm Gavin Newsom's father-in-law, by the way. And the crowd erupted. They thought that was, but you see California is driving people away still. And just in the last 6 or 9 months, I mean, the people that have left California for Florida, I mean, some really, really big names.
Yeah, and
because
big money too.
they don't like the way California's governed. And, you know, that's just the way it goes. My whole life until recently, people aspired to go to California because it's such a beautiful state naturally, and they've hemorrhaged business, they've hemorrhaged population, and they've hemorrhaged wealth, and that's just a result of the bad policies. California didn't all of a sudden lose its coastline or lose all the great things it had. It just got inflicted with leftist ideology.
And by the way, Mark Zuckerberg, co-founder.
I'm doing a fundraiser.
I think there's a second part to this. Let's go there now. Oh no, just Ron DeSantis laughed. Look at him. That's the part where he said one of the people in the crowd that said they left California for Florida was Gavin Newsom's own father-in-law, Jen's dad. I wonder what Jen's dad thinks now about the fact that his son-in-law is throwing his daughter under the bus. But you don't have to take right-wing talking points from me or anyone else to know that people are leaving California in droves. You also don't need people like me to tell you that California is failing. And when you have Fareed Zakaria tell you that the one-party rule in California is causing the demise of the very once so popular state to move to,
but first,
it's bad.
Here's my take. At a time when President Trump and Republicans are faring poorly in most polls, the story has been different in California. Republican Steve Hilton finished ahead of many high-spending Democrats in the governor's race to advance to the November election, facing Democrat Javier Becerra. In Los Angeles, an overwhelmingly Democratic city, Spencer Pratt, a Republican former reality television personality, looked as if he might make the mayoral general election before finishing third. California Democrats will be tempted to dismiss all this as a sideshow, but the frustration is real and justified. California is one of the most dynamic places on the planet. It has Silicon Valley, Hollywood, world-class universities, extraordinary agriculture, ports, talent, and natural beauty. But it is a case study in how a rich society can spend more and more while producing less and less of what its ordinary citizens need.
And this is from him.
The paradox of California today is a successful economy attached to a failing model of governance. Consider the fiscal record. Since 2000, California's population has grown by roughly 15%.
And who is that?
But the state's general expenditures have grown more than 200%.
Why? Because that 15% population growth that he's talking about, it's not American taxpayers. It's not American citizens. The American citizens that are taxpayers are leaving in droves. Go look up the analytics for yourself. Don't take my word for it. Just because you're the fourth, fifth largest economy in the world doesn't mean that you're on the right track. Your expenditures grow 200% while your economy grows 15%, or your overall population grows 15%. How is that possible? Because Florida is growing at a rapid rate, and they've doubled how much their state budget is based on the taxpayers that have come in. So you got to ask yourself this. If Florida has doubled their budget from 30 to what they say will be $60 billion in 2030, how come California hasn't done the same thing? How come California has had a 15% population increase with no money coming in to help cover the 200% expenditure increase? That doesn't make sense. Math isn't mathing there. Why is that? That tells you everything you need to know. That the illegal aliens, or the immigrants, whatever you want to call them, are the ones that are going into California and not the job-creating, tax-paying American citizens. It's the only thing that you could derive from that. Now, Eli, I got to give you this one. Ready? Aztec said this. Jeremy, I wish you only the best, bro. You and Eli, I do respect the fact that you give me a platform to speak my mind, and you've never banned me. That means a lot. That's all I'm ever trying to get. We can bicker back and forth. We can call each other, immature names. We can say your way is wrong, my way is right. But in the end, that's what it's all about right there. And I respect that. I really do.
Damn Skippy. Aztec, that's badass. That, you know what that did? It just took me back to like the 80s and 90s.
Yeah,
when
man.
People could communicate without going to war with each other.
Yeah, man.
Ripping each other apart, so massive respect.
Yep, massive respect to Aztec. Let's continue, and we appreciate you being here. Even if you do think that we're stupid sometimes, because I think the same thing about you.
From
But we love
$78
soccer.
billion to about $248 billion. General spending per person has risen from about $2,300 to about $6,300.
How?
The number of state employees has grown by more than 50% by one count.
Look at that.
Does anyone think that California government and its benefits have gotten 200% better in the last 25 years? Housing is the central failure. California has long spoken the language of compassion while building a system of exclusion. Alicia Finley writes in
Bro, this is Fareed. This is an Islamic Democrat shitting on the Democrat safe haven of California. Blowing Swiss roll cheese through everything that Gavin Newsom claims. This isn't me. This isn't some right-wing Fox News show that's telling you that. It's a left-wing Muslim. Tell me, what do you have to say about that? Everything that we've been saying about California, somebody on the left is now saying too. Who's lying? The people who are making the claims, or the people who are saying, you're lying, that's not happening, fake Alex Jones
the Wall Street
wannabe?
Journal that from 2021 to 2024, the LA metro area with nearly 13 million people issued only 118,000 building permits for new homes. Atlanta, with about half that population, issued 163,000. California has made it too hard, slow, and expensive to build. The result is predictable. Home prices soar, rents rise, workers commute farther, homelessness grows, young people leave.
So true.
And people are leaving.
Not just young people.
Over the past 7 years, the state has lost a net 1.9 million people through domestic migration.
So, if the state has lost 1.9 million people through domestic migration, then where do you think the 15% population growth is coming from? And the second part of that question is, if you don't know, if you just are just going to throw out things but you don't know, you can couple that question that I just asked with where do you think the 15% population percent growth is coming from? You have to ask, okay, all we have to look at is the state expenditures per person. And it's grown over 200% with no income to come in to supplement that. Why? Somebody in the chat, Sophie, said it's replacement migration. It is. And it's building a voting base. I'm not telling you this. A left-wing host is.
For generations, people moved to California to pursue the future. Now many middle-class people are leaving because they can't afford one.
Yep.
Or look at education. For years, California schools had a plausible excuse. They were underfunded. Total spending on education through 12th grade has more than doubled since the early 2010s. And per pupil spending by 2023 was well above the national average. Yet the results remain dismal. In the 2024 Nation's report card, California was 43rd in 4th grade math.
Look at that.
39th in 4th grade reading.
Yeah.
36th in 8th grade
So who cares about the size of your economy?
38th in 8th grade
when
reading.
you have nothing to support it.
Homelessness tells the same story in a more painful register. A 2024 audit revealed California had spent $24 billion on the problem over a 5-year span. Yet, in 2024, California reached a record high in homelessness, almost 200,000. Homelessness did decline by about 3% from 2024 to 2025, but the state's expansive, expensive, and elaborate homelessness aid complex has not proven to solve homelessness in any significant way. California's headline prosperity, generated in good part by a few industries like high tech, masks weaknesses underneath.
Woo! Eli, he smoked the left-wing narrative of how great California is by saying the same thing that we've been saying for years now. I would like to say a big shout out to Sky over on YouTube. Sky said, I believe Jeremy is the most truthful podcaster out there. People don't get upset over lies because they are lies. I think few people on here are proving they do get upset over the truth. Eli, there are people in that chat right there literally saying that everything I'm showing right now is lies from a left-wing Islamic TV host. I'm not saying those things, although I have. How do you refute that? How do you fight that? By just going, lies, pussy.
I'll never understand it. You could like literally get that guy on the show and he could be like, yes, this sucks and that sucks and then everything I said was true. No, he probably got like he's probably wearing a mask or something, or that's AI.
Yeah. It is what it is. And now for the news that Brian wanted me to get to, Iran. Imagine for a moment, hypothetically here, imagine thinking to yourself that Iran beat the United States of America. Now, Eli, haven't I said that this agreement will be signed before July 4th? Haven't I said that? Haven't I said by July 4th, by Independence Day, gas will be dropping like a rock, an agreement will be done, and Iran will agree to anything that we put on the table? Haven't I said that? For weeks now. Yes. So when we get there, you can't say, oh, Trump signed the deal, he lost. The U.S.-Iran peace agreement complete. The deal to be signed on June 19th in Switzerland. That may change. It's gone from Friday to Sunday, back to Friday. There's a lot. Trump's at the G7 right now. There's a lot of geopolitical meetings going on right now. There's a lot of irons in the fire. But the fact of the matter is, a digital deal has already been signed. All we're waiting for now is the countries that are involved to sit down together, face to face, and officially sign. Now, Trump has vowed that he will read word for word to the press the entire agreement. But we do know some of these things. And one of these things is Iran cannot backtrack out of this. And how do we know that? Because the countries that are there, that work with Iran, that deal and trade with Iran, that are the lifeblood in many ways with trade with Iran, they are going to be in on the deal as well. And if anybody reneges on this deal, it's just going to be economic destruction and military unification against them. So this is going to be a long-term deal with security safeguards in it. And when we say long-term, Trump is saying forever. They have to vow, and not only vow, but they have to basically have a co-sponsor of that promise to never seek a nuclear weapon ever again. And even the slightest hint of it will bring them back to economic and physical destruction. Does that sound like a win for Iran? The Strait of Hormuz is opened. Now, it's not open to where anybody can just go through it. They're monitoring who's going through and who's going out, but I watched ship after ship go through last night. And if that's not the case, if the strait is not opened to a degree, then please tell me why oil futures are at $72 and the price of a barrel of oil is down in the 80s, low 80s. How does that happen? How is gas going down, the price of oil and energy going down, and the world talking about how great this is if it's not happening? You see what I'm saying? Don't listen to the idiots out there. They don't know what they're talking about. Okay? The U.S.-Iran peace agreement has officially been reached. President Trump and Pakistan's Prime Minister Sharif announced this on his birthday on Sunday. At that moment, the agreement was to be signed on June 19th in Switzerland. This comes after peace talks have nearly derailed earlier after Israel launched a bunch of strikes in Beirut and Lebanon. Iran threatened to retaliate earlier, accusing the United States of giving Israel the green light to execute the attacks. Here's the thing. Israel's going to be on its own. This is not a deal between Israel and Iran. This is a deal between the United States and Iran and Pakistan and the UAE and Jordan and Turkey and Saudi Arabia and Qatar. And what this means is that if Israel decides that they want to act on their own and do some stupid stuff, then they will be on their own. Bill Leslie says, how dare Trump lower gas prices? Tyrant. If Bibi wants to do something after this deal is signed, guess what? You're on your own. And Trump told him that. Trump said, why did Bibi have to effing attack? I'm so pissed. And I let him know. He has no effing judgment, and I let him know that. Boy, that sounds like somebody who's really taking his cues from Bibi Netanyahu, huh? You understand that Israel is not going to do anything because they know that they're going to be on their own? And if they screw up any kind of deal, the United States will be completely done with them, at least under Trump. What's Ryan Maddow going to say then? What's Tucker Carlson and MTG going to say then? For all the people on the left that are in any chat saying that this is not true, can we put up the Rumble chat? How much has your gas gone down in the last week? Oh, it's already here. I don't even have to pull it up. Eli, they're already talking about it on Rumble. So let's pull it up. Let's see. Just checked. Seeing my gas is now down but $3.99 and $4.15. It's about time it moved. Gas was $6.99. Today it's $4.99. Oh, look at that. Uh-oh. B-Hop says it's down 5 to 10%. It's going to keep going down, too. Got fuel today for $3.69 a gallon. Please let us know what it's come down from so that we can prove these idiots wrong. 30 cents down in Oregon, liberal Oregon. Down 30 cents by me, says Barb Naylor. Missouri, still around $3.75 for unleaded. 69 cents, says Ann, in the last few weeks. Logan says down a little. One Hairy Leg says down 30 cents just last night. 40 cents, Big Mac $2.70. Supermom, 30 cents. $4.99 in Cali. That's pretty cheap for Cali. Not going down in Washington State, said Lecky Robert. $3.03 in Longview, Texas. Savage Nurse says it went down 10 cents. Liquid says down from $4.15 to $3.68 in Western Massachusetts. Down $1.48 at the 7-Eleven. $2.97 in Central Indiana. $4.09 in Flint. Hasn't changed in about 3 days. Virginia, 80 cents down. Washington, 70 cents down. Oops. I guess just saying and typing lies, Eli, over and over doesn't matter. I guess just saying stuff without any actual evidence, receipts, or witnesses doesn't matter.
Good example. Vet for Democracy over there saying Trump started the war. I said, that's rich. That's compelling. Can you share the news conference where he officially declared it? I haven't seen any links yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen a declaration of war, Eli. I've not seen an official statement of a declaration of war. I do, however, remember President Trump coming on February 28th and saying, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go bomb the hell out of them. We're going to go put them in line. And we're going to do this for approximately about 90 days. And when this is over, gas will go back down. The economy is good enough to take the hit in gas right now. This is why we're choosing to do it right now. The economy obviously stayed strong, and now it's getting stronger. It looks, Eli, like President Trump did exactly what he said that he was going to do. And as a matter of fact, as soon as that news hit the airwaves, this is something that I was going to show you yesterday, but I might as well play it now. The prices started tumbling and the stock market started rallying. Gold and silver started going up, just like we said, but lies.
Across the board, 933. Oil's fallen like a stone to $80 a barrel for West Texas, and the Dow loves what it's hearing about the potential to the end of this conflict with Iran before we go into negotiations over the nuclear program. In addition, Dana, you've got this enormous IPO that happened on Friday.
So interesting.
Yeah, and by all accounts, it was very successful with SpaceX, so that you're getting a lot of this flow right now into the equities markets, and you're seeing it right now. Wow, we're going to hit 52,000?
I think we are.
Good Lord. Here we go. All right, 9:34 now in New York on Monday.
I guess those are lies because Fox reported it, right? Right? Now, a lot of people have something to say about the Iran deal. A lot of people are falsely claiming that we're going to give Iran money after we complained about Obama giving Iran money. There's not one single taxpayer dollar that's going to go to Iran. As a matter of fact, unfrozen assets will go back to Iran. That's right. That's right. Helping rebuild what was destroyed is coming through investments from other nations and investments in trades and all that. But not one single solitary tax dollar is going to give Iran money like Obama did. But again, everybody's an expert and they've not even read the deal. Nobody knows the full specifics of the deal. What we do have is what we have. Here is your Vice President, J.D. Vance, talking about that.
I don't think this deal is any better than the deal we had before. The JCPOA was dramatically different than what you were describing here tonight.
And I'd ask the president, the former president, I'd say, Obama, why in the world, if it's the same thing, why is it that the Gulf Arabs hated your deal and they love our deal? They are the ones who are in the region. They know what it means to enrich the worst terrorist regime in the world, and they also know what it means to turn over a new leaf and to go to a different future. So I think President Obama, he should acknowledge that the people who are closest to this, they love the Trump deal. They hate the Obama deal, and that's maybe the biggest endorsement of this plan.
It's actually a pretty good statement. It's what do the neighboring countries think of it? Now, we're going to get back to that in a minute, but speaking of Obama, since he invoked the savior of the left, and speaking about, Eli, taxpayer dollars paying for things, do you know the Obama Library Center, the Obama Center in Chicago that looks like a monolith, promised $470 million safety net? It's still missing as contractors claim they're owed millions of dollars ahead of the grand opening. So who's going to be on the hook for that? Taxpayers. My. The Democrat lie machine just goes round and round and round, and everything they project onto Trump is exactly what they're doing. Concern is mounting that Chicago taxpayers could be left holding the bag if the Presidential Center for Obama runs into financial trouble, as the Obama Foundation has yet to establish the promised $470 million safety net designed to guard against a public bailout. The scrutiny comes as investigation reveals multiple contractors and subcontractors claiming losses ranging from hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars on the project. Some allege they remain locked in payment disputes and face financial ruin just days before the center's grand opening. Now, I'm old enough to remember President Trump being on the campaign trail in 2016, and people were complaining that he wasn't paying his bills on the campaign trail. Come to find out, he wasn't even invoiced for those bills. Eli, do you remember what I did for President Trump, but basically to shut up liberals in 2016 when President Trump was running for office? Do you remember what I did at that time? And if you do, go ahead and say it.
I don't actually. You gotta give me a refresher.
Oh, well, don't worry, Eli. I got it for you. Hold on. This was 10 years ago. 2016. You ready? Here we go. The school, the SAU 6, they said that he still owes them a balance of $240. $240 measly dollars. By the way, I owe more than that on my electric bill. So, because they're whining over the $240, and because the local Times newspaper, Eagle Times, which I thought was a pretty good newspaper, but come to find out, they're just interested in any kind of story they can, put out a story yesterday, and it was this big thing in New Hampshire here that Donald Trump still owed $240 measly dollars to the SAU offices. So, the way I look at it is, this isn't Trump's campaign. This is millions and millions and millions of people's campaign for this country. And we all have a duty. And I'm going to do my duty right now. And I'm going to go in there and I'm going to pay Donald Trump's balance, which is just $240, which I'm sure his campaign doesn't even know about. I'm going to pay them Come to find out the balance right now. And if this happens in your town, and you're a Trump supporter, and there's a few $100s owed somewhere on an invoice that a campaign will pay for, you just got to be patient, then I suggest you do the same thing. It's your civic duty, it's your American duty, especially if you're trying to make the country great again. There's nothing more that pisses me off than this, so I'm going to go in here now. I'm going to keep my phone recording, and I'm going to pay Mr. Trump's measly $240 balance to Stevens High School, when they should be grateful that he came to this town at all and had tens of thousands of dollars spent in gas at gas stations and food at restaurants and all that other stuff. So, hold on just for a second. I didn't have any gray hair back then. Okay. All right. Thank you. I've been doing this longer than most people realize. I didn't even have gray hair. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. All right, so this is the letter, and then the invoice.
Okay.
So you can have those.
Okay. Set this down here. Did you need to speak to somebody?
We missed it.
I'm going to step outside so I give you guys some projects to have fun.
I just want to make sure that I'm. Yeah.
I
want to make sure that I'm documenting this because.
I can give you a copy.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Just want to see what this was. I have this rolling on me, not on you, just so I can show proof of this because there's a lot of stuff going on that shouldn't be with people and social media. And I just want to make sure. So this is a leftover balance from what he was supposed to have paid for the entire rental. Is that what this is? Mm-hmm. Okay. I wonder why there was such a small balance left over, why it wasn't just paid all together at once.
I'm not sure. If you have any specific questions,
I know why now.
Michael will give you a call.
That would be great. He was never invoiced.
Yeah.
Just so you know. And I got reimbursed by the campaign.
What
I was wondering. Do you have a pen?
Yeah, sure. And if you want to write down your contact
I will.
information,
Yep.
I can give that tonight.
Am I in the way here? You said to SAU 6?
Nope,
Or
to Claremont School District.
Claremont School District?
Yep. We're almost done.
So they can see that. This is being paid.
All right.
And this is my copy. And this is the copy for the campaign. And then my contact info. Do you want email too?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. Is that okay?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
There's your pen.
Thank you.
Do I get a paid in full on this? Can I get that written on here?
Yes.
I'll just come out of these guys' way and come back out here. I want to make sure this is paid in full. This copy here?
I can do you want a copy with the name actually on it?
We should probably do that.
How are you?
The actual
How are you?
copy.
Can I help you?
So I don't want there to be any discrepancies.
Liberals.
Or socialists.
I don't know whose this is.
ridiculous.
That was there when I came in.
Hold on. Why are there fingerprints?
Yeah.
Fingerprints like a police office in a school or in the SAU office. I thought that was weird. Received, paid in full. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you too.
And I will give information to Mike.
Yeah, if he could, even if he emails me or calls, either way is fine. I have my phone on me all the time.
All right,
so.
sounds great.
All
Thank
right.
you.
You guys have a wonderful day.
You too.
There you go, Mr. Trump. We got you. We got your back. We understand that you're funding this campaign by yourself, and we also understand, those of us who have brains, how campaign bills are paid. And since the town which I love that I live in, Claremont, New Hampshire, I have a very different view on some of the town now. What a measly thing that was to do. Mr. Trump, thank you for coming to Claremont, New Hampshire. Jeremy Herrell, live from America. I got your back no matter what. MAGA, Trump 2016. Make sure you come back to Claremont and visit us, okay? Have a good day, everybody.
Woo, Eli. That was 10 years ago. No gray hair. Of course, 5 kids and doing the news for 10 years kind of gets you, a little bit old. But Obama is going to stiff taxpayers for real. These towns were purposely not invoicing the campaign so they could go on CNN and go, hold their paper up and go, this invoice hasn't been paid. And I know that because the SAU 6, that building that I was in, said, oh, we've never sent him an invoice yet. The invoice was not for the rental either. The invoice was for personnel, like people to check things at the door and stuff like that. It was just 200 and something bucks. It wasn't like he was stiffing them. The campaign never got the invoice. So they're kind of weird that you're here paying this. Basically, he's not been invoiced yet. And I'm like, well, that's funny because I just talked to CNN in this line a couple days ago, and they were complaining that Trump hasn't been paying his invoices along the campaign trail. And they're like, well, as far as we know, he didn't pay us because we hadn't invoiced him yet. And I said, well, I'll take care of this invoice. Now, I did send that invoice to the Trump campaign just to let them know that I paid it, and I didn't even want reimbursed, Eli, and they reimbursed me because they were invoiced. Lies, lies, lies from the left, always deflecting what they're doing, Obama, on people who follow Trump 10 years ago.
Don't let him fool you guys. He just used that Bibi Netanyahu money.
That's right. I used that Bibi Netanyahu cash and went and paid President Trump's bills. Right? Eli, we've been staying this course for a long, long time.
Yep. Dude, I saw a picture of myself, I think 2 years ago. And there sure as hell wasn't as much gray in this beard as there was now. I'm finally starting to let the hair grow out a little bit. I'm going to tell you all right now, I'm thinking of shaving it again because there's a lot of white starting to come through up there. I don't like that.
Eli, just for men. Hello. How do you think I keep a brown beard? How do you think I keep away from looking like Santa Claus? Just for men. Don't be too proud.
hoping to either get that salt and pepper look or the Mr. Fantastic with the silver just on the sides, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty cool. You can do that. Now let's go back to J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance explains about the Trump plan for the $300 billion reconstruction. And again, for those who've not read it, which is all of us, you might want to hold off on criticizing it.
President, it's clear that they respect the commander-in-chief.
Yes, they do.
And Iran respects our military because of what we've been able to do. Some of the things that we're hearing about we haven't seen the text yet, but just what we're hearing, that the deal would end all sanctions and all waivers. I'm hearing that it will be downblending, but not destruction of the nuclear dust. And there's no closing of the nuclear facilities. And they hope that there's no nuclear weapon for the next 15 years. There's also strong language about stopping funding the proxies, but it says in the deal that Iran has to use its best efforts, not stop it completely. There's also the $300 billion in reparations that's going to come from Qatar and some of the Gulf states, and then $24 billion in unfrozen assets. Is any of that true? And if it would be true, would that concern you?
Yeah, so most of that is basically Iranian propaganda, and you have to understand what's going on here, okay? So the Iranians have just had their conventional military destroyed. Their country has totally changed. They have a totally different leadership than they had even 3 months ago.
3 different leaderships.
So what is happening is that some elements in their society are trying to sell this deal as positively as possible to their domestic audience. Now, that's expected. It's frustrating to me, but that's expected. What is a little unexpected and more frustrating to me is that you see certain people in the American media literally recirculating hardliner talking points from the IRGC instead of telling the truth about what's going on. So first of all, not a single cent of American money goes to Iran. Not $300 billion, not $24 billion, not any of the money, the dollar figures that I've seen floating around. Number two, this is a firm commitment backed up by verifiable action to never develop or buy a nuclear weapon by the Iranians, which, remember, that was the whole point of this entire operation, is to ensure not just that Iran wouldn't have a nuclear weapon for the next couple of years, but that they would make that long-term commitment. Now, here's the important part, though, is there are benefits to Iran if they perform their end of the obligation, not money from the United States, but maybe Qatar or the UAE or Saudi Arabia, maybe they want to invest in Iran and build a power plant. The United States, our approach to that is going to be, yeah, you can do that so long as the Iranians are behaving properly. But if they don't behave properly, they don't get any of the benefits of this bargain. And so you see the propagandists who are saying, here are all the things Iran gets. And the fine print, which actually the big print in the actual agreement is, they don't get any of that stuff unless they totally transform themselves as a country. And if they do, that's a huge win for everybody, for the region. If they don't, no skin off our back.
So how do we ensure that our children are just hearing the word so that we can raise generations that love God?
Yeah, so first, I remember when I was in boot camp and I met a kid from Eastern Kentucky, and then we had a...
So there is... some explanation by J.D. Vance. Here's him speaking with Hannity again on what he said. And look, I want the details, the full details released just as much as you do. But I can tell you this, we are not giving Iran boatloads of taxpayer cash. You think Trump's going to sign a deal like that? The billions of dollars that they're getting immediately are unfrozen assets of theirs, not ours. Trump would never give Iran taxpayer dollars when he's so against it. So when the details fully come out, I can't wait to read them live. But we already know a majority of what they're going to what it says.
Qataris are giving them $300 billion with the sign, seal, and approval of the U.S. The president did put out a truth denying all of it. Iran has agreed to never have a nuclear weapon, and the story that the U.S. is paying Iran $300 million is fake news. We are not giving them an American dollar, number one, true, and number two, did the U.S. ever sign off on the Qataris paying them that money?
No, we've not. The agreement says they are not getting a single dime of American money. That's just not what this is.
Boom.
What the agreement does say, Sean, is, again, if the Iranians behave, and if there are sanctions relief, and if the Iranians are integrated into the world economy, we would invite other countries, not us, but other countries to invest in their country. That's fine, but only if they comply with the terms of the agreement. Really, we have an option here. right? The President of the United States has given us optionality, which is great for the American people. Step back for a second. Their conventional military is destroyed. Their nuclear weapons program is destroyed. The Strait of Hormuz is now open. Now, we have two pathways.
Is it open toll-free?
It is open toll-free, and that's very explicit in the agreement. But now we have two pathways we can go down. Pathway number one is the Iranian economy continues to be strangled. We don't want that. That's not our desire. But in order for them to get pathway two, which is reintegration into the world economy, they have to behave like a normal country. It's a very simple principle, actually. And what's different about this than previous iterations of the Iranian government, previous negotiations, is one, the president's negotiating from a position of strength. But number two, we're actually talking directly to them. And I can't tell you, Sean, if 5 years down the road they're going to honor that commitment, because I can't predict the future. What I can tell you is if they don't honor their commitments, they don't get a dime from anybody, the United States ever, but a dime from anybody else either.
Absolutely. And I guarantee you that deal, when it's all said and done, will be rock freaking solid. Guaranteed. Trump didn't go through all of this just to do a bad deal so that he could have the left gloat over it. And you know who makes a deal that's good for America? A defeated Iran. I wish they would have got defeated in the soccer game yesterday, but they didn't. They tied against New Zealand, I believe. Speaking of money, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. The price of gold is up 8.10 points today, 0.20% increase to $4,360. And silver is now back up over $70 and climbing. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. You know, I always often talk about great investments, and while property is a great investment, if it's an income property, if you're renting and people are paying you, it's still a hassle and a headache because you've got taxes, maintenance, and every other thing that comes under owning a piece of property. Not to say it's not a good investment. Property is a great investment. But one thing about gold and silver that you never have to do is worry about the maintenance of it, worry about taxes. You don't pay taxes on it. You own it. It's yours. It sits there. It collects value. And every 5 years or so, you see it massively increase the value of that ounce of gold or silver or palladium or platinum. So goldencrestmetals.com/LFA is your go-to. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Reach out to them today if you're interested in either transferring a savings, a nest egg, or an investment from somewhere else, or if you're just interested in straight up cash sales. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. And thank you to the birthday girl, Suzanne, for putting that information in the live chat. Thank you so very much. And just another, money conversation piece here, and that is your debt, okay? You definitely don't want to be like the United States of America and have the same amount of debt as you have in GDP, right? You want to have lower debt than your income. That's the name of the game. I want you to analyze your debt today. I want you to look at what debt you don't need to have. You need to have debt for a house. You more than likely are in debt with your vehicles. Those are things that are needed. But you know what you don't need? Maxed out credit cards. You know what you don't need? Maxed out personal, unguaranteed, unsecured loans. Okay? What you do need is to get rid of those. So, all you have to do is go to donewithdebt.com or call 888-322-1054. Tell them what you want to get rid of. They will come up with a plan for you, and they will make it so you pay a lot less over a period of time to get that debt out of your life and get that obligation away from your daily and monthly bill paying. All right? donewithdebt.com/LFA. Now, would you believe me if I told you that the woke right, Marjorie Taylor Greene and everybody else, is falling right into the Nick Fuentes line of BS that we lost the war to Iran and we're giving them $300 billion of our money? Would you believe me?
So I'm reading today that in the U.S.-Iran proposed peace deal that is supposedly going to be...
Stop. How are you reading? How are you reading the peace deal? You don't have it. I don't have it. So what are you reading from, Marjorie? In your $20 million retirement, going from Costa Rica to Georgia. What are you reading that from, Marjorie? No details officially have been put out at all about who's getting what, where, why, and how. Just that there's a number. So again, where did you read this, Marjorie? nickfuentes.queer?
Signed later this week. This is after we've been told at least 38 to 40 times that there's going to be a peace deal, but supposedly there's one. There is an agreement that there will be $300 billion be given to Iran for reconstruction and investments for Iran. Now, I'm assuming this comes from the American taxpayer, and I want to tell you that's a bunch of bullshit. This is a war that Americans did not support. As a matter of fact, we said no more foreign wars, and that's what we voted for in 2020.
Hold up, caveman. How would you know? You're not a congresswoman anymore. You're gone. You're out of the inner circle. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're just as clueless as anybody else when it comes to how this $300 billion is going to be given to them or loaned to them or whatever. You don't know. You can say it's a bunch of bullshit all you want. But just because you're parroting Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Nick Fuentes doesn't make you correct. As a matter of fact, you guys are so out of the loop and so unsupported by the American public that you can't even put your endorsement behind a candidate to win a primary. As a matter of fact, the guy that was supposed to win the primary, who carried it with 80% of the vote the last time, lost by double digits because of your dumb ass. So why should we believe you?
Well, Trump decided to bomb Iran and go to war against Iran on behalf of his good friend Bibi Netanyahu in Israel, and he's on record saying that he did this for Israel, while he claimed that it was to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon. By the way, former DNI Tulsi Gabbard told Congress that Iran was nowhere close to having a nuclear weapon, and so did other nuclear regulatory agencies, said Iran was nowhere close to having a nuclear weapon, but Trump went ahead and bombed them anyway. Well, this cost Americans approximately $2 billion a day and depleted much of our weapons and ammunitions. But let's add on to that.
How would you know? How would you know, has-been? How would you know how much of our ammunitions were depleted? Do you know who doesn't know that? Anybody without classified clearance. That's a fact. Eli doesn't know how much of our ammunitions have been depleted. The people over on YouTube don't know the stockpile amount of our ammunitions. How would you know? What are you even talking about? You wouldn't know that stuff, Marjorie. You're not privy to that information. You are no longer a congresswoman. You no longer have any clearance. You no longer sit or chair any committees. How would you know that? That's classified information. Why? Because would it be detrimental if the world knew that we had zero ammunition? $2 billion a day.
What else did it do? You know what it did? It drove the cost of gasoline that hurt the average American citizen. Drove it to over $4.50 a gallon, drove diesel up close to $6 a gallon, and much higher prices if you live in states like California. So not only have Americans already paid the price at the pump, also including inflation went up. We've been paying $2 billion a day for Trump's war in Iran and Israel's war in Iran. And now we're getting told that we may have to pay an additional $300 billion to rebuild what Trump and Netanyahu decided to buy.
Nope. You were just told that not a single dollar of our money, taxpayer dollars, will go towards that. You were just told that by the vice president. You think that when the details come out and Trump reads them live at a press conference, which he's said he's going to do, that he's going to say something other than that? You think J.D. Vance would back himself into that kind of a corner?
Bomb? This is a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah. Ron said, what happened to your views? You just had 80, now you're down to 70. Ooh, what happened to your views? You have 0. It's like the 3-foot tall person calling the 4-foot tall person a midget. You have no standing here.
I guess the measure of success or failure is losing 10 viewers.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm losing 10 viewers on YouTube. Something that we just started simultaneously streaming to for fun. Ooh, no, don't hurt me. Ooh. Somebody asked, are you Mormon by chance? No, I'm not. No, just a regular Christian. Here's President Trump talking more about that.
It's a fair deal. It's a good deal. We are not investing any money in Iran, by the way. That rumor got out there yesterday. It was ridiculous. We have the right to go in someday and do, if I want to do something, or if somebody wants to do something, but we are not investing any money. We have no obligation to invest any money in Iran. A deal that's
Wow. I'm wondering, why say it? Just so you can come back 2 days later? If one thing that we can all agree on with President Trump, and it's gotten better over the years, but he loves to grandstand. He just does, right? Loves to grandstand. One thing he's not going to do is say something and then come back 2 days later and give the mainstream media ammo to attack him. He's too headstrong for that, right? The lucky one, Eli said, a Christian racist. Well, what's the word racist mean? What's the word racist mean? I mean, we don't know what a woman is in this country. What's the word racist mean? And as far as AIPAC money, I wish I was getting that money. Hey, Jews, go Jews. Jews are great. Yay, the originals. Where's my money? I wish I was getting some AIPAC money. If AIPAC called me today, Eli, and said, hey, we would like to give you $7,000 for every nice thing you say about Jews, I'd say about 10 nice things in one day.
Can't say Jew on a podcast. Jew.
That's right. By the way, who wrote the Bible?
our Navy, because the naval blockade was unbelievable. But I'll not only release it, I'll probably have a press conference and read it to you word by word so that the press covers it accurately. Because it's a very important document, and unlike Obama, who could have destroyed the Middle East with a horrible JCPOA, it is the worst agreement. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. Mine is a wall against a nuclear weapon. I mean, I see these people say, but we already had one. That was the worst. He paid a fortune for it. We paid nothing. We don't pay. There was some statement, we're going to spend $300 billion. No, we're not. We're allowed to go and invest if we wanted to someday in the future. We have no obligation whatsoever. It could be that Iran will turn out to be successful when they have oil.
So he says, I'm going to read it word for word right to the press so they can't get it wrong, so they can't lie, so they can't add to or take away from. Right? Brian says Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, 100 years AD. Wrong. Wrong. Everything was written within 70 years. I know, it's tough. It's hard. It's very difficult to be right. Very, very difficult. Hey, Eli, did Alexander the Great exist?
As far as I know, yeah. Kind of a gross fellow, but yeah.
How do you know? You weren't there. How the hell would you know that Alexander the Great existed? You weren't there. None of your friends were there. How would you know?
Historical documents.
Historical documents. And eyewitness testimony of people who saw the things that he did and wrote it down for future generations to consume and know?
Things he did, people he did. Yeah, things he did.
Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. And do you know that there's more historical document about those things that I just said about Jesus than any other historical figure ever? Yeah, fairy tale stories, though. Written by Jews, that's for sure, the entire Bible. Eli Tony says, F this live, it's boring. Tell me more how you love LFA and can't stop watching. What do you got there, Eli? That looks like the incredible Michelle Obama.
Michelle Obama doesn't like talking about this and wants to change the subject.
Yeah. Brian says the four canonical Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, were written anonymously between AD 66 and 110. No, see, they have their names to them because they were written by them. Matthew wrote these things while Jesus was alive and after Jesus died. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess they were written anonymously, though. I wonder why it's called. I wonder why it's not called the Gospel of Anonymous. President Trump says now that this deal, the Iran deal, is done, next is going to be Ukraine and Russia. Now, on Sunday, on his birthday, he was actually talking to Putin on the phone and Zelensky and says, we're real close to finishing this as well. Wonder what they're going to say then. You don't have the right to end this endless war that's not happening.
We've done a great job, and hopefully it's going to be a good relationship, and we're going to get along. And if we don't, we go back to where we started, but I don't think it's going to be necessary. The Iran deal that we made is going to bring a lot of success to the world because the oil was really clogged up there for a while. He would call me on occasion and say, come on, please, let's go with the oil prices. But the oil is coming way down, so I'm very honored by it. I want to thank you for your help. You've always been a help. And it's an honor to be with you. We had a very good conversation yesterday with President Zelensky and President Putin. And I see maybe we can do something there. I really do. I think they're both open to it. So,
Racist.
Now that this is finished, we're going to be focusing on that, see if we can get that one done. 25,000 people a month are dying, mostly soldiers, and that shouldn't happen. But had two very good conversations yesterday. We'll be talking about it.
Wow. Boy, it'd be a shame if he ended that one too, Eli. Then he would literally have stopped 9 wars and finished a 47-year-old one. Pretty amazing stuff just in 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's not him doing it. It's other people doing it. Trump's bad.
Yeah, the funny thing about those 8 wars that he did stop, he actually brought out the leaders of those countries to tell the world that if it wasn't for Trump, those wars would still be raging on today. So, I mean, who are you going to believe? Bunch of people on TikTok and YouTube? Or, evidence? Hey, Eli, do you remember... it's funny, I think it's great that people on the left over on YouTube are calling the Republicans the party of the Klan. I mean, it writes itself. It literally writes itself. But anyway, I digress. Eli, for weeks, months, actually, I've been saying what President Trump said he was going to do with changing the way the world consumes energy and who they buy it from. And that President Trump didn't accidentally take over Venezuela and then trip into Iran. No, it was all strategic. The Iran stuff wasn't about ending a 47-year war only. It was about making sure that we are the largest exporter of oil and natural gas, which we now are. It was about the United States and the Western Hemisphere under the Monroe Doctrine being the most powerful force on earth and where everybody wants to get their energy from. When a foreign left-wing news outlet gets it and our own mainstream media can't wrap their mind around why Trump did what he did, but we've been saying it since day one, I call this vindication.
And that puts America, again, in a very strong position because we will soon be wholly dependent on American supplies of oil and gas. They will dictate terms and use energy as leverage, not just economically, but geopolitically too. So the longer this war drags on, the more dependent the world is becoming on the USA. And it's not accidental. What we're seeing is the emergence of what you heard from Pete Hegseth there, the Secretary of State for War, and described by Donald Trump as the Greater North America. It is stretching from Greenland down through the Panama Canal, securing the entire hemisphere as a self-sufficient economic and...
I know they can't comprehend this, so they have to blame it on some mental instability by the president because they're too stupid to figure out what's happening. This is a foreign news host who gets it.
He's not wrong.
USA. USA.
Oh, there's a black person.
USA.
Oh no, people on the left.
USA. Y'all, this is what Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Alex Jones should be reporting on. And like he said, a foreign news person gets this. We are solidifying our place in the world as energy independent, resource dominant. Isn't that what we want for our future, for our kids?
It's not what the left wants.
And that puts...
It's not what the left wants. The left wants to be beholden to other countries and buy our energy from other countries. That's why Joe Biden sold Donald Trump's stock supply of oil for cents on the dollar when he became president. They don't want us to be energy independent. They don't want lower gas prices. They want them high so they can bitch about it, complain about it, so they can go in on Donald Trump daily. Hakeem Jeffries ran into the end of his lying on Good Day, New York. Watch this.
Which is going to make their life
the gas
better.
prices were this high under Obama, too. So,
well, listen, no, I mean,
and Biden.
Well, I'm not...
Right, President Biden? Didn't we have gas prices at over $5?
No, well, there were gas prices in the immediate aftermath of
and I remember eggs were like $12 a dozen.
Oops. Eli, oops. He didn't know what to say there. A left-wing host of a left-wing show said, weren't gas prices $5 under Biden and Obama at one point? I remember paying $12 for a dozen eggs. Remember that? Well, in the aftermath of COVID. Let's hear it again.
Which is going to make their life
better. The gas
better.
prices were this high under Obama, too. So,
well, listen, no, I mean,
and Biden.
Well, I'm not...
Right, President Biden? Didn't we have gas prices at over $5?
No, well, there were gas prices in the immediate aftermath of
and I remember eggs were like $12 a dozen.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Eli, you know what's funny? When people from Australia say, how come there's no African Americans in Trump's administration? Well, there are, number one. Number two, there's no such thing as an African American unless you're talking about Elon Musk. Elon Musk is an African American. He's an American who migrated here from South Africa. That's an African American. But there are no black people here are not African Americans. Just like we are not Euro Americans. Just like Asian Americans that are born here are not Asian Americans. They're Americans. Most black people will tell you, I'm not an African American. I've never been there. I'm an American. So I just think it's funny. But I do say, if you want me to speak in your language, Donald Trump was the first person in Palm Beach City to fight for African Americans to be able to attend and work at his properties in Mar-a-Lago. So, I mean, you know, there is that. There is that. I know in Australia, you guys are way behind the times down there. Down under. The best thing about Australia is Bondi Beach. And even that's not that great. It's not even greater than Florida beaches. Just so you know. That lucky one says there's no Somali Americans, they're Americans. No. Much like Elon Musk is an African American, the Somali Americans are Somali Americans. Why? Because they were born and immigrated here or illegally came here from Somalia. I know this is all difficult for dipshits on the left to understand. I could say it slower like Hakeem Jeffries, but we don't have the time. I only have 23 minutes left. And 23 minutes is not enough time to help you understand how racist you're actually being, how segregated you actually think. You guys think it's okay to say people of color, as if that's different than colored people.
Yeah, that lucky one says Republicans actually think they're not racist and bigots. Yeah, as your side fights to keep illegals here because who's going to pick our crops and clean our toilets? That sound a little racist?
Just a bit outside. Speaking of racist, Graham Plattner. What a good segue. Graham Plattner mocked a teen's unsuccessful suicide attempt in a new unsurfaced Reddit post. Imagine that. Imagine that. Now, I do love what Libs of TikTok posted here. They posted, Graham Plattner just won his primary. Democrats voted for a guy who has a Nazi tattoo, lied repeatedly about the Nazi tattoo, said he would rape people, sexted with women while married, bragged about drawing penises in porta potties, praised Islamic terrorists, and now bullied a person who was unsuccessful in suicide. Ouch. How do you get away from that one? In 2019, a Reddit comment was discussing combat footage involving a decorated Army veteran by the name of Private First Class Ted Daniels, who survived being shot multiple times by Taliban fighters. Plattner wrote, "Dumb motherfucker didn't deserve to live." That private first class ended up attempting suicide. Graham Plattner has another comment where he basically touted the same thing. That mother doesn't deserve to live, can't even kill himself properly. Yeah. So spare me your racist rhetoric and your accusatory names that you call us. You just voted one in, and you're proud of it. And even the guy who needs a device to help him speak English knows that that's wrong.
This is a guy that's been dropping dick pics on Kick for a decade. And now you're a journalist. You all know what Kick is for, and they have significant problems about being, the predators playground for there. Why can't someone, perhaps you, ask him, why did you choose Kick of all the different apps? Why did you choose Kick? And what was your safeguards to make sure that you weren't interacting with people that are at least legal appropriate too? And now we could just drop it. He could just release all of those kinds of texts and he could explain it for everybody. He could clear it all up. But right now, this is what I'm saying. Like, he's an unknown guy that's been lying about his character and his record ever since. Now, I'm sure there'll be more shoes to drop, and it's only June.
Well, to your point, we have invited him on this program. He has an open invitation and would like to be able to ask him some pressing questions.
John Fetterman, Eli, gets the Smarty Award of the day today. And I think he deserves it. He's been the only Democrat that has been saying the truth. John Fetterman, come on over, brother. I don't care what the other Republicans say. I don't trust him. He's just saying I don't care. Come on over, brother. Come on over. Come to the light side. How about that? And Eli, it's funny that these people from other countries criticize America when during the World Cup, all these people coming from other countries are saying how wrong they were about this country, how great it is, and how much they wish they could live here. And regardless of all that, who gives a shit what you have to say? America. Winners focus on winning. Losers focus on winners. We'll focus on being America. You focus on being a third world shithole and wishing you were here.
That's one thing that's definitely always confused me about the people who actually want the illegals here. They scream and cry and wave the flags of some other country they came from and say, this country sucks, sucks, sucks. Here come the illegals. Oh yeah, come on in, guys. You totally deserve to be here.
Yeah. Well, Eli, speaking of illegals, it brings me no joy to talk about this, but we do have other stories of illegal aliens killing more Americans. We're going to talk about that and John Thune and much more right after we talk about our next two sponsors of this show. Sponsors, you see that? It's not just the audience that helps us here, lefties. It's sponsors too, actual viable companies that understand the value in what we're doing here. Something you would not know anything about. Okay? First thing I'd like to talk about is Rumble Wallet. We talked about diversifying your portfolio, right? We talked about gold. We talked about land. We talked about all of that. Why not talk about digital currency? If you guys have digital currency, if you're looking on purchasing digital currency maybe in the future, then let Rumble Wallet be your basically holding place, your headquarters, where you can consolidate all of your digital currency, whether it's crypto, Bitcoin, or whatever. Just go to wallet.rumble.com. That's wallet.rumble.com. Or you can download it on your app store, your Apple App Store, and or your Android App Store. Okay? Also, and big shout out to Rumble Wallet. Also, want to thank Fatty15. Fatty15 is your one-stop shop for all your C15 needs. If you don't know what C15 is, I highly suggest that you do your own research on it. Talk to your physician, talk to your doctors about it. It is the opposite of harmful. It is beneficial. This one capsule a day gives you your daily amount of C15. C15 is a fatty acid that your body absolutely benefits from, because what it does is it slows down the process in which your cells speed up in aging. As you get older, they grow older faster. You grow old quick and you go, what happened? Just 10 years ago, I had no gray hair, right? You age fast. Your cells lose their strength and they get damaged easy and they age faster. Fatty 15 guards against that, repairs that damage, and I won't say it reverses your aging process because you don't get younger, but it does slow it down quite a bit. But all you have to do is go research C15 for yourself. It's an essential fatty acid, and that's why it is called Fatty 15. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA today. Reach out to them and see how it can change your life. 90-day starter kit for only $101.96. So, Fatty15.com/LFA. Promo code LFA. Thank you to both sponsors. Now, to finish out the show in strong fashion, let's go to John Thune real quick, who President Trump says, I will not sign any FISA deal, any FISA bill into law unless it comes attached with the Save America Act. So, here's John Thune and what he said about that.
It's a well-known fact around here, sometimes perhaps not fully grasp around the country, but anybody who follows this process closely knows that we don't have the votes. And the only way that you could figure out a way to get the votes, and even in that case, the Save America Act didn't even get 50 votes last week on the floor of the Senate, but even if you confine it to, it's a well-known fact around here, sometimes perhaps not fully grasp around the country, but anybody who follows this process closely knows that we don't have the votes. And the only way...
You do have the votes if you force the standing filibuster. Stop saying that lie over and over and over and over again. You do have the votes if you force the standing filibuster. It doesn't have to be a nuke the filibuster situation. It can be a standing filibuster. You just enforce this filibuster that's already there. That's all you do. Enforce what's already there. And then at the end, you do have the votes. So stop with the gaslighting, John Thune. Stop with the gaslighting. Okay? All right, getting into the illegal aliens. This is disgusting, but it is what it is, a migrant Lyft driver convicted of kidnapping and raping a female passenger in Idaho. That's right, folks. Another one. It doesn't stop. We could do it daily here. A Boise area Lyft driver was accused of rape and kidnapping. Here's the story. Zakaria Mohammed Al-Malzoub was found guilty last week of 3 felony charges. First-degree kidnapping, rape, and forcible penetration by use of a foreign object. The verdict came after a jury trial in Ada County. According to prosecutors, the assault occurred on August 6th of 2024. Al-Malzoub picked up a female victim through the Lyft app and drove her to a remote location where he sexually assaulted her. The victim had texted friends earlier that she was heading home in a Lyft. When she did not arrive as expected, concerned friends used a location-sharing app and saw that she was in an unfamiliar area. They quickly contacted law enforcement, which allowed officers to locate and arrest Al-Malzoub. The Ada County Prosecutor's Office praised the quick actions of the victim's friends, stating that their response allowed them to promptly report the situation to law enforcement, enabling officers to locate the defendant without delay. Had they not gotten to him, he probably would have killed her. Probably would have killed her. Here's another one. Fleeing suspect hits an ICE agent with the van, so the agent opens fire. We have that on video as well. Hopefully the agent shot and killed the illegal alien. We can only hope. They do not deserve to be in this country, much less alive, with some of the shit that these people pull. But Democrats will simp for them all the live long day.
And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 11:35 on the East Coast, 8:35 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I do want to head over to Stafford Township, New Jersey. You can see there on the right-hand side of your screen as we are following a developing story with the help of our Fox Philadelphia team. I want to zoom in and take a look at the scene there. As you can see, it's fairly active. This appears to be an ICE incident of some kind. Now, Stafford Township Police Department Communications Center reportedly getting a report of an incident that occurred on Route 72 near Mermaid Drive. That is, again, over in Stafford Township. Information provided that ICE was attempting to apprehend a suspect when that suspect ran away from the scene and drove off, striking an ICE agent. The agent then fired his firearm at the vehicle, reportedly striking it. The suspect drove off and has not been located at this time. So it's not clear if there was an injury or anything of that nature. All of this developing here at this hour. But the agent reportedly sustained unknown injuries, and it's unknown, as I mentioned, if that person who was shot at was injured. There's no reason to believe, according to the communications center, that there's any danger to the public at this point. Again, you can see folks are standing there in the street. It's not clear if there may be speaking with someone who witnessed something, a police officer, all of that under investigation. But Sky Fox with our Fox Philadelphia team is flying overhead. If there is a news conference that provides some more information, we will make sure to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox in real time as we get it. But
hey, Eli, you know what I want to say to lefties? If you don't want ICE in your communities, then get rid of all the illegal aliens, and then ICE won't be in your communities. Let them get rid of all the illegal aliens, and then your communities will be safe from ICE, and you won't have any cold fronts that brings ICE. How about that? We don't want to. Well, then you're going to have ICE in your community. Deal with it. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Yep. Yep, stop sticking up for people who don't belong here, wouldn't do anything for you, wouldn't give the shirt off their back for you, and actually, maybe, I don't know, go do something for an American, or a homeless American who's down the street that you keep complaining about that Trump doesn't do anything about. You can go do something about it, instead of standing around going, these illegals deserve to be here.
Yep. Yeah, I don't care what happens to any illegal alien as long as they are removed from this country. They can live, they can die, they can do whatever they want. How about this one? A criminal illegal alien from Russia fatally struck a truck driver while he was watching YouTube on his iPad. There's another one. Fatally struck a truck driver. That means dead. While he was on his iPad. According to DHS, Georgy Gabiv, Georgy Gabeev illegally entered the U.S. from Russia in 2022 on Joe Biden's open border invitation. Wow. Gabeev was reportedly learning English by watching YouTube on his iPad when he blew through a stop sign and slammed into a truck driver in Chippewa County, Minnesota, and killed him. The victim, Tim Tarnowski, died on impact. Federal law enforcement officers finally arrested Gabeev last week. And now we're going to try him in court and give him what? Due process? Why? The left would say he deserves due process, but he didn't deserve to be behind the wheel of a vehicle. He didn't deserve to be driving in our country. He didn't deserve to be in this country. Now, a lot of people, Eli, will say he came in under the President of the United States. That's what makes them legal. That's what gives them the ability to have due process. Well, here's the problem. Joe Biden broke the law to get them here. Joe Biden actually broke immigration law to get them here. And guess who's not pardoned? Alejandro Mayorkas. So aren't we going after him? The illegal aliens in this country don't deserve anything, let alone respect. Immigrants in this country deserve it all. Illegal aliens deserve nothing. Period. And most of the country actually feels that way. Now, I want you to listen to this. We're going to pivot from illegal aliens here just to regular criminals. Did you guys see that Florida sheriff erupting on that reporter who tried to hijack the child sex predator sting press? This press conference with unrelated questions? Did you guys see that? I was going to show it to you yesterday. If you haven't seen it, I'm going to show it to you now. We need more sheriffs like this in our country.
For the Attorney General and Colonel Howes, if we're able to ask a couple off-topic questions, specifically about the wrongful arrest of Lindsay Isaacs in Volusia County. I understand that she and her criminal attorney met with your office, Mr. Uthmeyer, just a couple days ago. How did that meeting go? And do you think that Lindsay Isaacs deserves an apology? And what's the status of those two FHP troopers that are named in the civil?
All right, so you just pissed me off.
Ooh.
Now, I'll let him decide if he's going to answer your question. But all this shit, you want to ask him about some other case? We're talking about children. Now, if you're getting that from one of your people that are typically is behind the phones that y'all have, wants you to ask that question, tell them to have the gonads to come here and ask me that question. That is what you need to be focused on.
To be fair, we did ask about that.
It doesn't make a difference. I'm not here to talk about what FHP did. I'm here to talk about what they did, nothing else. Let's get that abundantly clear, because it happens. It happens to this poor man all the time. You want to go off on a tangent. This press conference is solely for those pieces of shit that are right there. Are we clear?
That's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of response we need to the reporters who ask stupid questions just for their sound bites and the people that are in their ear. Do you want to see the guy that asked the question? I have another view of it right here. Here's the guy that asked the question, and here's how it went. It's going to be redundant here. You're going to hear him say it again, but there's more to it, and I have that here.
We're talking about children. Now, if you're getting that from one of your people that it typically is behind the phones that y'all have, wants you to ask that question, tell them to have the gonads to come here and ask me that question.
For the Attorney General and Colonel Howes, if we're able to ask a couple off-topic questions, specifically about the wrongful arrest of Lindsay Isaacs in Volusia County. I understand that she and her criminal attorney met with your office, Mr. Uthmeyer, just a couple days ago. How did that meeting go? And do you think that Lindsay Isaacs deserves an apology? And what's the status of those two FHP troopers that are named in the civil lawsuit?
All right, so you just pissed me off.
Oh, I love that. Eli, no farting around. Just straight up. All right, now you pissed me off. And go in on those fake news reporters.
I wouldn't even have taken the question because the little shit presented it. I got kind of an off-topic question. I would have said, then stop. Don't you dare ask me an off-topic question with what we're talking about here right now.
Mm-hmm. That's the kind of masculinity we need back in this country. Real men, take no shit men that are just telling people like it is. Not these beta male lefty YouTubers. You know what I mean? Or how about this one, Eli? Toddler YouTube star Miss Rachel demands ICE detention center be shut down. This is the brainwashing of the left.
I have the honor of meeting with 10 absolutely precious children who and their wonderful families who have been locked in Dilley Immigration Detention Center in Texas. 1 minute, I talked to a 9-year-old about how we both love pizza and soccer and how he won the spelling bee and wanted to get to the state spelling bee, and the next minute he was begging for help to get out of what we know is a family prison, a prison that is neglecting, abusing, and traumatizing kids. As the American Academy of Pediatrics says, there is no safe amount of time for a child to be in detention.
Well, then maybe those parents should have exercised better judgment and not brought their kids halfway across the world to be illegals. Just saying. Just saying. If you go over to YouTube, Eli, everything you see is Trump this, Trump that, maggots, MAGA, Trump this, Trump that, right? Democrats are obsessed with Trump. If Trump owned air, if Trump bought the air that we'd breathe, they'd suffocate themselves tomorrow. We had one guy in here say, I'll take racist Plattner over racist Trump any day. They have no morals. They have no code. They're just faggots.
Hammering the president on affordability, but now they're dropping it in favor of things like corruption or just simply attacking Trump. What do you think, Congressman Randy Fine?
Well, I think it's because that's all they care about. They're obsessed with Donald Trump. If Donald Trump cured cancer, they would be angry about what it would do to graveyards and funeral homes.
Yes.
I mean, anything he does, they are against. And frankly, affordability is coming under control. So I think it is a problem for them, and I think you're going to see Republicans do very, very well this November.
Oh, yes, you are. We're going to win all of the midterms. Keep everything, and you ain't going to do shit. By the way, Eli, Trump's developing a plan to get his first term impeachments expunged and said that those will no longer be on the record pretty soon. And the left is freaking out about that. You know, he was impeached. Show me the paperwork. Because there's not going to be on a record of it. I love it. Oh, I love it. Love it. Oh, I love it.
I love how Brian's keeping an eye on our count over on YouTube. 58 left. Oh, just jumped back up to 70, Bri.
Trump! These people say, why don't you guys go get a job? Who's that peeping in the window? You people watch us like it's your job. Okay? Now, next up here on LFA TV, both on Rumble and YouTube and X, we have Will Johnson coming up next. Now, if any of you in YouTube call Will Johnson a coon or an Uncle Tom or a nagger, he doesn't nag anyone, by the way. Before you say all that, look back and realize how much you wrote about Republicans being racist. Okay? Because this guy coming up next has brown skin, and he's my brother from another mother. And we might have only hired him here just so he didn't look racist. That's what the left will say. But either way, enjoy Will Johnson coming up next right here on LFA TV. Folks, there are right ways and wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God. No weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Keep your family, your friends, and your pets close, especially away from Haitians and Somalians. Never stop fighting for this republic, and never, ever, ever, ever stop sharing the Gospels. Not written by anonymous people. I love you guys. Will Johnson comes up next. Peace!
I wear the
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. Look, I'm here not because of DEI. I did earn this. Jeremy will tell you. Let's get into the culture wars.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered.
That's amazing. And this is what the Democrats hate to see. We got to get into this, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for being here on this beautiful Tuesday. Beautiful Tuesday. What an amazing time to see all of this unfold. My name is Will Johnson. We are live from Texas, and we're going to get into some of the UFC fight that took place. And did y'all see the beautiful thumbnail that our great producer Eli created? Look, is that a woman? Is that a woman? Come on, man. You know, this been going on. I talked about this yesterday, and I did a 2-hour episode yesterday here on LFA TV. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday. And we didn't go into too much detail. But you know what? This is what freedom of speech is all about. Freedom of speech starts for me when you start saying something that I don't like. Now, the reason why I want to address this more today is because of how the radical lunatic liberals are reacting to all of this. They're so angry that somebody, this guy Josh, at the UFC fight at the White House, on national television, where no one can ignore it. See, before, when they would call Michelle Obama saying that Michelle Obama's a man, they would just ignore it. The media, the mainstream media, would never say anything about it. But they couldn't help themselves now. They had the witches on The View talking about it, ABC, CBS, Communist News Network, the entire Alphabet Network soup group. They're all talking about it because it's on the forefront. Everybody saw it. Like I said, they would ignore it as much as possible in the past, but they can't ignore it now. There's no ignoring this. So the reason why I want to talk about it is because what is the problem with it? Right? What is the problem? Let me ask you. Now, I have the chat from both YouTube and Rumble up on the screen here. What is the problem with Michelle Obama being a trans? We're talking about the same people that advocate for trans, talking about trans rights. We hear it all the time. So I'm asking you again, what is the problem with Michelle Obama being a trans? I'm talking to those on the left. Now they're all upset. Why are you upset about it? All of you support cutting off genitals of little boys, cutting off breasts of little girls. You all support it. All of you radical leftist lunatic liberals support this crap. But then Michelle Obama being a trans, you get all worked up. Why are you getting worked up? Aren't you an ally to the whole trans community, LGBT plus P for pedophilia? Aren't you an advocate for them? Don't you support them? Don't you say trans lives matter, trans rights matter? James Tallarico, he's one of the main ones coming out. He loves trans kids. I mean, talking about a pedophile. They love trans kids. They love to take your children and transform them. They love to do that, especially if it's your kids and they can do it to your child without your acknowledgement. They love that. Oh my goodness, get the kiddies, get the kiddies. But I'm asking you again, this is a legit question. What is the problem with Michelle Obama being a trans? I mean, because y'all all support it, but man, they're so mad about it. They're so angry about it. Like, how dare you? How dare you? Now they have a problem with it? It's only now? I mean, I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused. Well, the thing is, they're all complaining about President Trump having this UFC fight at the White House. And they said, oh, this is sacred grounds. This sacred grounds. How dare he defy the White House grounds this way? And of course, they didn't say anything when Joe Biden was doing that perversion, because these people are evil, wicked evil. They didn't say anything about that.
Front lawn of the White House, UFC Freedom 250 had all the refinement and prestige as a Hooters at the Vatican. They used every room of the White House for this event. They had fighters warming up in the diplomatic reception room. They had a guy in the cabinet room. They had fighters in the Roosevelt room. They had a where, listen to this very closely here, because you're going to hear a sound that had not been uttered before. Like a mini January 6th. And I do want to say this. No one should be wearing shorts at the White House.
You see that? So all of that, they're complaining about what people wearing shorts at the White House, people doing XYZ at the White House. And I'm going to go out a little order here because I had these videos in the order, but this one I think is more appropriate for this particular point. Y'all remember this? This is what they were doing in the White House with Joe Biden, and this dude, Jimmy Kimmel, and the rest of them had nothing to say about it. They were pouncing his perversion around trans. This is a dude dancing around in a tutu in the White House, mind you, and they did it on Christmas. Just like on Easter, the Democrats have labeled Easter, which is one of the days that we all acknowledge that Christ died on the cross for us and rose again. So they designated Easter being Trans Visibility Day. None of them haven't had an issue with that. They were all okay with that. Trans Visibility Day is completely disgusting. Now, in this video, it shows you how the demonic left had the White House versus Melania Trump, how she designed the White House during Christmas. And I just want to show y'all this. This is like a recap. It's a recap of what took place. And it's just write down a despicable of what happened between them and us. Okay, here, hold on. Not sure why it's doing this to me. Let's see. It should come up now for us. So do y'all remember this? Do you remember when that took place? And they have the nerve, the audacity to sit there and talk about how President Trump has defied the White House, how President Trump has done something just terrible to the White House. When these perverted, sick individuals in the White House with all this perversion going on, and actually, I don't have any evidence of this or any proof of this, but Barack Hussein Obama actually says something like they may have possibly been having orgies in the White House. Now, remember, let's not forget, a lot of cocaine went through the White House too under Joe Biden. A lot of cocaine, to the point to where they were leaving cocaine and no one knew where the cocaine came from. Y'all remember this? This is because they were having these crazy parties. Well, listen to what they were saying on the Communist News Network about all of this. The Communist News Network, they were on here and complaining about President Trump and the UFC fight. I mean, they're straight up complaining about it. They were piping mad about it. But I want y'all to listen to how they had to talk about President Trump when it came to the UFC fight there. You can't make it up.
We were actually talking about this in the break just because, the spectacle, the nature of this, what we saw play out at the White House last night, not something that we're used to seeing at the White House. What was your reaction?
Yeah, you know why they're not used to seeing it? They're used to seeing the whole homosexual trans. That's what they're used to seeing at the White House. They're not used to seeing alpha males duke it out and fight. They're used to seeing men that cut off their genitals and put on fake breasts and prance around chestless, just showing their chests all out. If they were men with fake breasts, they were shaking them. If they were women that got their breasts cut off, they were showing their chests. It's disgusting.
To it. And of course, there were some unpredictable moments as well that traveled, shall we say.
Yeah, it did not feel like what it was touted as. It was supposed to be a celebration, as you mentioned, a 250th anniversary, a birthday celebration for the country, a birthday celebration for the president. And it felt really like a Trump rally. I got to be honest with you, the people there didn't seem to be celebrating in a way that felt like it was unifying the world. And I thought that's what we were supposed to be doing. And as I'm watching this event, and by the way, if you want to talk clear sports, these are for the sports fan. Yeah, the fights were great. Dana White did what he was supposed to do, which is be a great promoter. But let's be honest, at the very end, we didn't need Josh Hokett to say that Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right? And not only did Joe Rogan not acknowledge it, the announcers did not acknowledge it. And everyone went on as if it was no big deal. And then we see people talking about it afterwards like, oh, okay, well, yeah, it was just a joke. Like, calm down, freedom of speech. Let me tell you something. It was disgusting and it was vile. And it's the most disrespectful thing that you can do to someone like a former First Lady, Michelle Obama.
I still don't understand. What's the problem? What is the problem here? These people are okay with a man putting on a dress, competing against girls in sports. What is the problem? They will go to the ends of the earth to fight for a grown man putting on a dress, going into the restroom with little girls. What is the problem here? What's the problem? Why are they so upset? Why don't Michelle Obama just come out and own it? Yes, I'm trans. Yeah, I'm trans. Yeah, I got more than I served Barack Hussein Obama on the backside every night. Just come out and embrace it. Why are they not embracing it? Why is it all of a sudden that if Michelle Obama is a trans, it's a problem? What is the problem? I've been asking this question all over X, at least. All over X. I've been asking the question. Please tell me what's the problem? And because you have Barack Hussein Obama, Michelle Obama, all of CNN, all of these communist democrats, they all advocate for transgenderism. They're all in support of it. I mean, up on Capitol Hill, they're talking to these people that's pushing the whole transgender movement and says, well, if people feel this way, and then I can't remember who was. I think maybe it was Josh Hawley. I can't remember. Don't hold me to it. But they're on Capitol Hill asking this lady, can a man get pregnant? If they're trans women, blah, 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 you have to, blah, blah, blah. These people are sick. And I don't know why they're getting so upset with Michelle Obama being a trans. Just embrace it. I mean, y'all want to do that for everybody else's kids. Why not for Michelle Obama? Is it just the thought that Barack Hussein Obama is gay? I mean, then if that's the case, what's the problem with that? Or do we have any trolls on here? I mean, what is the problem with Barack Obama being gay? If you embrace that crap, what's the problem with Michelle Obama being a trans? Because look, if Michelle Obama was born a biological male and Barack Hussein Obama is with Michelle Obama, Barack Hussein Obama is gay. And so is Michelle Obama because they're both biological males. If that's the case. If that's the case. And I don't even care about doing a DNA test on her. I don't really care. I don't care. I don't care. But the left are getting all butthurt, which I don't understand when they advocate and they support all this stuff. Now, I have found when I came on here and I'm looking at all this research and I said, okay, and then I found I just out of nowhere, I found this, and I'm like, should I even get this? And I'm like, no, I'm going to get it. I'm going to share this with you. This is one of just some random leftist, feminist, lunatic liberal complaining about Michelle Obama being called a man.
Watching that white trash son of a bitch call Michelle Obama a fucking man is the epitome of how far we've fallen as fucking people in our country. As
I apologize for the language.
As men in our country. When the fuck has Michelle Obama or fucking Barack Obama ever fucking disrespected our fucking country?
Do you hear this from this feminist white liberal? Look, she happened to be white and she's a liberal. I mean, I don't like black liberals either, like Jasmine Crackpot. They're the same thing. There's just one is white, one's black, but the stupid liberals. The Obamas have done so much damage to this country. Michelle Obama called this country racist, saying that the White House was built on slave hands when they curated a garbage can library built with apparently slave hands because they didn't pay anybody, right? They didn't pay anybody, but this feminist liberal is upset. And I wouldn't be surprised if she took one of her kids and trans them, but she's upset because Michelle Obama's a trans. I wonder what all of these Hollywood nut jobs are saying about this. Because in Hollywood, apparently, you're not in the club unless you have taken a child and transformed them in Hollywood. And it's like an epidemic or something. I don't know what's going on. What is it? What's his name? All of them have trans their kids. All of them have trans their kids. Every last one of them in Hollywood. So I'm just kind of curious, what are they saying about all of this? Right? Listen to this one with Michelle Obama.
I wanted to talk, Marlon, a bit about, just so proud of how you are being a role model for dealing with a child that's transgender.
Absolutely.
You hear this?
And that's, that warms my heart, particularly as a black man.
Look, this is not AI. Woo. Look, this is not AI. There's no editing in this. Well, listen. It particularly warms his heart as a black man.
Model for dealing with a child that's transgender.
Absolutely.
And that's, that warms my heart, particularly as a black man.
Okay, full disclosure. Maybe she's referring to him being the black man, but it just kind of fell. It just fell that way, right? It fell that way.
That warms my heart, particularly as a black man. Would you care to share that journey of?
Well, I learned.
And see, this is my point. You have him, Robert De Niro, a whole bunch of them have taken their kids and trans them. This is like the ongoing thing. So why is it a problem for Michelle Obama to be trans? Why are they so angry about it? We don't care. MAGA doesn't care. I mean, we call it out because we know you don't like it. And you know what? You don't like it that we're saying it because you know deep down that is not right. You know this whole trans thing is not right. That's the reason why. You don't like us saying it, right? Now, remember I was telling you earlier, in the White House, and they're all complaining about President Trump having the UFC fight in the White House, but listen to what Barack Hussein Obama did. And if I'm not mistaken, this was recorded, or at least it was posted back in 2025. And Barack Hussein Obama was talking about some of the parties that they were having in the White House when he was there. Really? I mean, you can only imagine the stench. I mean, how much it stunk in there. Probably smelled like straight butt. Sorry to say that, but it probably did. Listen to this. I had never seen this video until today.
What is true is we had some good parties at the White House. Woo! There's no I mean,
you see that? Woo! 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 He said, "Born in the USA. I was born in the USA," and they had some wild parties, right?
What is true is we had some good parties at the White House. Woo! There's no I mean, part of it is the fact that, we had amazing people like Bruce who are willing to play. And it turns out that folks, if they're at a good party, they don't want to go home even when it's the White House.
Now listen to this.
So it would go late sometimes.
Listen to this part right here. Because right here, he's getting into the part where they were probably having orgies in the White House when Barack Hussein Obama was in there. Listen, I've never seen this video until today. Maybe some of you have.
Oh, yeah. And people misbehaved in ways I would not have expected under the portrait of George Washington and Martha Washington.
So misbehave? Someone kissing somebody? If it's a man kissing his wife under the portrait of George Washington, taking a picture, okay. No one's tripping about that. Who would trip about that? But now if they're doing extra to the point where Obama's saying people may have misbehaved, they're doing something else more than just kissing. I mean, am I reading too much into it? What say you? What do you think? Am I reading too much into it? Because that's exactly what I'm hearing. Just someone giving somebody a kiss. No one's going to be like, "Oh, you're misbehaving. And if they're gay and they're doing the kissing, they're not going to say, Barack Hussein Obama's not going to say that they're misbehaving. So they probably had to go to the to the extreme, doing something you shouldn't be doing. Because then Bruce Springsteen just go, woo, for the parties. I mean, who does that? I've been to the White House twice, and President Trump had a spread. I mean, the food was just immaculate. I mean, it was awesome. And they had a live band over there, so you can say it was a party, but I didn't go, woo, the kind of parties we were having. No, it wasn't like that at all. These people are evil, and they get upset because President Trump decides to have a UFC fight with men fighting one another. And they're upset about that. That's what they're upset about. That's what they're upset about. They didn't get upset about this crap at all. And what crap am I talking about? This right here. They didn't get upset about this at all. They hung the American flag, and in between them, they put up the gay flag, the gay perverted flag that excludes more than half the country. More than half. Just about everybody in the country except for maybe 1-2%. You're not supposed to do that anyways. And then they got upset because President Trump didn't hang the gay flag. That's what they were upset about too. Did y'all see any of that? They were upset. Oh my goodness, they could take the flag down if they want to, but we're always going to be gay, be here.
Welcome to the White House.
Thank you. Happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Year. Happy Pride Life. Yeah! Transgender children.
You are beautiful.
You are heard.
You belong.
You are understood.
You are loved.
And you belong. One of the bravest and most inspiring people I've ever known.
You're welcome.
Good folks.
Can we take a little video? Hi, Mr. President. It is an honor. Trans rights are human rights. Oh, it's okay.
The monument's in the back, right?
Gay news.
It's so damn.
Are we topless at the White House?
Dude. And how many times did you hear Jimmy Kimmel, the Abby Phillips, Don Sourpuss Lemon, any of them say what was happening at the White House on the White House lawn was just repulsive. It was disgusting. It was sick. None of them. Not a single one of them. This is perversion at its highest level. It's like, when I first saw that, I'm like, dude, it's like Sodom and Gomorrah all over again. But that wasn't a problem at all. That wasn't a problem at all. But two men duking it out as a sport, not trying to murder each other, but duking it out in a sport of UFC fighting one another. Oh my goodness, how dare they do it? You know what? I know. Had it been a UFC fight strictly for biological women, and then they brought in a man pretending to be a woman to beat down all of these women. Oh my goodness, this is so great that President Trump would do such a thing. We love this. See, only if a man can get in the ring and beat down women and even put them in the hospital, then the left would be supporting it. These people are evil, and you still wonder why I call them Democrats. I mean, you're still wondering? Why would anyone still wonder that? These are the same people that's wanting to put in athletes and say, well, no, because he identifies, you need to allow him to be in there to beat up the women because he identifies, and you need to embrace it. You need to accept it. Come on, people. And Michelle Obama being a man, I'm still asking the question, and not a single liberal can tell me why you have a problem with it. I mean, what's the problem? None of you can tell me why you got a problem with it. I mean, it's not like, again, it's not like the Obamas hadn't been embracing the whole homosexual community for all of these years. I mean, Obama apparently had a special relationship with one of his professors, and then he's actually even encouraging children to have special relationship with gay people just in case they're gay or trans. So again, I asked the question, if Michelle Obama is trans, what's the problem? Why are you so angry about it? Embrace it, right? Go ahead and take it in. Right? This will be the time for you to take it in. This will be the time to go, yep, you know, this is it. We like it. We like it. We like it. But for some reason, they don't. They're like all upset about it.
I had a gay professor in college.
Did you know?
At a time when openly gay folks still weren't outlawed. Who became one of my favorite professors. You need that to show empathy and kindness. And by the way, you need that person in your friend group so that if you then have a boy who's gay or non-binary or what have you, they have somebody that they can go, okay, I'm not alone in this.
Yeah.
Right?
Come on, man. I'm laying it all out there for you. They embrace the whole gayness. They have no issues with it. You might have gay children. I told you, they're okay with targeting your children with this crap. They don't have any issues. Your children, gay, let's go. They don't have any issues targeting your children. So Michelle Obama being trans, what's the problem? Again, look, I know why they're upset about it. Because deep down, they know it's wrong. Deep down, they don't want to be perceived that way. They don't. I mean, can we be honest? They don't want people to know that they're actually against it. So, and I've been putting out on X, especially on X, because I asked a question. And I said, does this mean that you are transphobic? I mean, is anyone with me on this? Or am I just like a little twisted here? I mean, I could be, I can admit to it, just maybe just a little. But is anyone in agreement with me? Do y'all understand what I'm saying here? I mean, why are they so upset about it? Why get so bent up about it? I mean, they've been embracing this crap for how many years now? And now all of a sudden, no. So does that mean, do we have any trolls on here? Do we have any liberal trolls on here? I mean, are you triggered because Michelle Obama could be a man? I mean, why are you so triggered by that? Haven't you been advocating for it? Right? Somebody help me out. Right? Y'all been seeing this too. Everybody been seeing it. One person says you were onto something. I guess they're all transphobic now. They're transphobic because they're upset that Michelle Obama's a man, a tranny. And I played the video yesterday with Joan Rivers. Joan Rivers, she passed not too long after she mentioned, and I had never heard of anyone mentioning Michelle Obama being a trans until Joan Rivers. And then after Joan Rivers said that, that's when it went viral. It went everywhere. Everybody was talking about it. What? Possibly Michelle Obama's a man. And then, of course, boom, exploded. Then, of course, after that, not too long after that, she actually left us all. Well, I have some more I want to share with you on this, most definitely. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
Oops, hold on. Not sure why my system is acting up like that, but we're going to get it here. Oh, it's not coming through, is it? Come on now. Come on, you can do it. Once you listen to this, Jessica on the 5, she's another idiot. She's another idiot. She's a big-time idiot. All right, here, hold on. Wow. Oh, sorry. Here, hold on.
And you've got to mention, and I know you probably don't want to, that the guy who won at the end, that Josh Hokett, gets up there and says Michelle Obama is a man. That was his final message. So you had a guy who vomited on himself during a weigh-in the day before, stands up there, Joe Rogan. Maybe he was paralyzed in the moment and didn't think, oh, I should emphasize the fact that Michelle Obama, a former first lady, since we're talking about patriotism and paying our respects to the White House and those who have come before us, is not a man.
He's not running for Senate.
It doesn't. And then the White House today won't even clean it up. Stephen Chung's like, well, Josh Hokett had a great night. Dana White's out there saying this is no good. Portnoy, Shane Gillis, everybody knows that it is repulsive, and I presume you guys know this as well. That shouldn't.
How about
be...
Plattner?
Why can't you just say that the guy should never have said that Michelle Obama
Because I'm merely
was
pointing out,
and
there's
they're gonna sue
nobody
them
on
for
the left that has
defamation?
any credibility to ask us that question.
Because we don't know what a woman is? Is that what you're trying to...
No, because you guys have kept silent on everything. Hell, I seem to remember not too long ago how often I heard that Melania Trump was an escort. And from a lot of people who are now huffing and huffing. People who say that a black kid who stabs a white kid, that was just him defending himself. People.
No one is buying it any longer. And not on top of that, how many times were they saying that President Trump was a neo-Nazi, calling him a Hitler figure, calling him a fascist, saying that President Trump is racist? How many times have they said all of this stuff about President Trump? And then now they say President Trump's a pedophile. They said that he's a rapist. They say all of this stuff about President Trump, no proof of any of it, just lying through their teeth. And then they turn around and say, well, we get to say this about Trump because of freedom of speech. But you can't say anything about the Obama. See, these people worship Obama. And they try to say that we're in the cult. Oh, my goodness, you're in the cult. You're in the cult. You got a hat on that says Trump. To trigger your stupid tail. President Trump doesn't walk on water. President Trump is a man. We say that. But you idiot Democrats, you worship Obama. You act like Obama did nothing wrong. Like Obama, you can't talk about the Obamas. You can't touch them. You can't touch them. Or if you do say something about the Obamas and you happen to be white, then they try to say that you're racist for doing so. They try to say that you're racist for doing so. When you're not racist. These people are evil and they can't help themselves because all they see is one thing. Get Trump. Get Trump. That's the only thing that they can see. That's the only thing that they have on their mind is get Trump. Nothing else for these evil people matter. Now, Lindsey Graham, it's been speculated that Lindsey Graham is gay. I don't know. Maybe he is, maybe he's not. None of my business. If he is, kudos to him for keeping his personal life private. I don't need to know about it. But a lot of people say that he is. I don't know. You be the judge. But anyways, he was asked a question about Michelle Obama being called a man, and I want y'all to see the response that he gave to TMZ DC. You can't make it up. You can't make it up. Because he gives this response to TMZ DC, and they love him for it. They actually love him for it.
Hey, Senator Jacob with TMZ. I just want to get your reaction to the UFC fighter last night who called Michelle Obama a man. I saw that you were at the event.
Not good.
Not good.
No, it took away from the event. It was a fun event. It was to celebrate America's founding, who we are as a nation, you know. It was sort of a modern day gladiators fighting hard and shaking each other's hand and the spirit of sports. Mm-hmm. That was not the spirit of sports.
Mm-hmm. So you were there. We saw you entering. What was your reaction when you heard?
The guy was an idiot.
And when people were around you, what was kind of their reaction to something similar?
Fell on like groans more than anything else.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I don't really care for Lindsey Graham. I really don't. But, you know, I mean, I don't necessarily think it took away from the event because it was at the end of the event, to my understanding. It was at the end. So it didn't take away from it. And again, if Lindsey Graham is gay, then why not just go ahead and say, look, if what Lindsey Graham should have done, he should have taken that opportunity and said that if they're really concerned about someone calling Michelle Obama a man, they should really check themselves. If they don't want that to happen, then maybe they should stop calling President Trump a Nazi. Maybe they should stop calling President Trump racist. Maybe they should stop calling President Trump a pedophile, a rapist. All of these other hateful terms, maybe consider not calling President Trump. Because see, what happens, because President Trump is being called a Nazi, a fascist, Nazi sympathizer, white supremacist sympathizer, because President Trump is being called all of these things, is causing these stupid radical leftist lunatics on the left to try to kill President Trump. No one is wanting to touch Michael Obama. Nobody's wanting to touch that dude. Nobody wants to touch him. The only person that I know touching him is Barack Hussein Obama. I don't want to touch him. I don't want to touch either one of them. I want to have nothing to do with them. No one is trying to take their lives because someone called Michelle Obama a man. Nobody. But all of this hateful rhetoric that they're saying and all these lies that they're saying about President Trump, it causes the idiots on their side wanting to try to assassinate President Trump. Do you see the difference? It's clear as mud. And if the Democrats, as I mentioned multiple times before, if the Democrats ever get their way, one of the first things that they're going to do is eliminate the Constitution. Actually, I think I saw on YouTube where they were talking about eliminate the Second Amendment. The Democrats even want to eliminate the First Amendment. The Democrats want to eliminate any freedom that we have remaining. President Trump is actually restoring our freedom in this country. And the Democrats can't stand it. See, that's the problem here. That is the underlying problem that they don't ever talk about, that President Trump he's restoring the freedoms as American citizens. And the Democrats are angry about it. They're livid. How dare you? How dare you give this back to the people? How dare you tell them that they can be free? Why do you think that they're wanting to bring in illegals so much and do the jobs that they don't want to do? Because they want to replace the slave labor of black people that used to do these jobs. Because a lot of black people, such as myself, are waking up, and that's the problem that they have. They're angry about it. Like, oh my goodness, this should never happen. This is a major problem. This stuff should never happen. But nonetheless, it's happening. And the Democrats are going to do everything they can to destroy. We'll be right back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
But all I'll say is this. Whenever there is a Democrat back in the White House and they invite Robert De Niro, and Robert De Niro stands in the White House and says, fuck Trump, or starts talking about, what Melania Trump did, I don't want anybody who has remained silent right now raising their hand or saying a thing. Because it's got to, there's things that are just condemnable. These are the same people who want a comedian fired because of a lame joke about Melania Trump. And yet they don't have the guy said he had the balls to host the UFC, but he doesn't have the balls to condemn what is clearly condemnable.
Let me play.
Now, she's saying she doesn't want anyone to say anything or complain about Robert De Niro going into the White House and saying F Trump. Isn't Robert De Niro already doing that? Didn't he already do that when Biden was in office? How many times did they all do that? But now, don't say anything. They've already done it. It's almost like We get to do all these nasty things. We get to say all these nasty things, but you can't even just joke about it. Talking about Jimmy Kimmel and the rest of them doing these tasteless jokes about President Trump and about MAGA Republicans. That's not even funny. Sometimes if something is funny, I'll laugh at it. Even if it's about me, I'll laugh at it. I've even shared these memes that they create about me, and it's funny. I laugh at it. Okay. But saying that Melania Trump looks like a soon-to-be widow mourning, that's not funny. What's funny about that? Especially when they've been trying to kill President Trump. There's nothing funny about that. So they've been saying all of these hateful things all of this time, but you can't make a joke. And the joke about Michelle Obama being a man is funny. It's funny. It is. And someone actually put in the comments, I saw it earlier, did you see the video where Michelle Obama, it's gone viral and then some, where she was dancing with Ellen DeGeneres? And it looked like, come on. Come on. It looked like maybe she didn't have a sock in there. I don't know. I don't want to touch her to find out. I don't want to have nothing to do with her. Nothing. I could care less. But with that said, it is what it is. These people are sick individuals. I want you to listen to Ratskin. Ratskin, of course, he's upset. He chimes in and all of this, and he has some interview with some leftist lunatic liberal. And I guess he's in a hotel room somewhere or something. Not important. But I want y'all to listen to what he had to say.
I was reflecting as you were speaking, Haley, about the 250th anniversary and obviously this dreadful, sordid, embarrassing spectacle going on at the White House right now with people doing, backflips on their dirt bikes and stuff.
I thought that was pretty awesome. They got the dirt bikes and they go really up high in the air and they're doing the flips and stuff and come back down. They land on their wheels. It's pretty awesome. What's the problem? But if it was, grown men with fake breastises on the White House lawn, that's different. That's love, Will Johnson. It's nothing but love, Will Johnson. Are you hateful? No, but you're transphobic. All of you leftist lunatics are transphobic. Or you would be embracing Michelle Obama being a man. You're transphobic. You can't make it up. Oh my goodness, you can't make it up. And it's funny. It's absolutely funny. I'm so thankful that we have freedom of speech in this country. And of course, as I mentioned, you want to take it away. And the first time I learned that the Democrats want to take away freedom of speech, I was at a pro-American rally in Berkeley, California. This is when I first started recognizing and speaking out and talking about all of this stuff. I was at Berkeley, California, and you had BLM and Trans-Tifa trying to harm everyone who's an American, who loves this country, supporting President Trump even, right? And the BLM Trans-Tifa got upset with those that were on my side holding up a sign that says free speech. They wanted to rip that sign up. They don't want you to have free speech, just like they don't want you to be successful. They don't want you to be successful. They hate it. They hate freedoms. And I still don't understand why they just don't leave. Go with Rosie O'Donnell. Go with Rosie. Didn't didn't she leave the country too? Why are you still here? Tickets are actually, one-way ticket out of the country is pretty reasonable. It's absolutely reasonable. You can get a one-way ticket out of the country. Leave. Why are you still here? We want you gone. We don't want you here because you don't serve any purpose. As of before, I used to wonder, there has to be the cockroach. I'm like wondering the cockroach, what is the purpose of a cockroach? But come to find out, cockroach have more of a purpose than a liberal. It is what it is, not anything that I'm making up. Have y'all heard about this? The SPLC is in the news. This story is not about the SPLC, but it wouldn't surprise me if the SPLC was paying this guy. This guy is Asian, and what he did was try to stir up some hate. And when you see this, you're going to see why I'm saying that he probably was paid by the SPLC.
I don't want to wait until he may or may not get impeached. I want him gone right now.
On that video, are you threatening him?
No.
You say that you think that he should be brought to an end.
I said he deserves to stand trial to the American people. Some paraphrase, I guess. But
I think you use the word end.
That's what I mean by end. I mean, by end, I don't mean like a civil war, if that is the imagery that you're trying to imagine.
Lou says he built this cross after carrying wooden slats from his near West Side apartment to Grant Park last Tuesday afternoon. He showed the red ball cap that he put on the top beam and used lighter fluid and toilet paper to get it all going.
I put a red hat to signify the MAGA hat, the Make America Great Again hat. So that was... yeah, that's what I tied on top.
But that's not visible in the one video that was taken by a motorist.
Lou says he was protesting what he calls MAGA Christian nationalist supporters and the Trump administration ruling class.
He's just scamming people. We're just scamming out of money, right? And I think that's a great reflection of how this country works right now.
Deport him. Deport him. So my question is he getting paid by the SPLC? That's what I want to know. Is he on the payroll of the SPLC? Burning a cross? I mean, what is the point? I mean, only racist white Democrats used to burn crosses to intimidate not just black people, but white people that voted for the Republican ticket. Black people are not exempt to what the Democrats did. It's not, white Democrats didn't only target and kill black people. They killed white people too. They actually killed more white people. And they don't ever want to talk about that for some reason. See, the Democrats didn't want to kill all the black people because the black people was their property. I mean, who's going to pick our crops if we kill them all? Who's going to pick up our clothes? Who's going to put food on the table if we kill them all? But they wanted to kill all the white Republicans that wanted to free black people. No, they didn't have a problem killing them. So in actuality, go look it up. They actually killed more white people. More white people died in the Civil War than black people did. And even after that, they were hanging white people, killing white people left and right if they found out that they were on the Republican ticket. Killing them. Well, as I mentioned, where are we at here? The SPLC is in the news. And actually, I went to the SPLC's website. You remember last week I told y'all they had an image of President Trump at the top of it? So now on the SPLC, they at the top of their page, they have housing is a human right. What happened? Right? Housing is a human right. They should be shut down.
Good afternoon. Today, a few minutes ago, in the Middle District of Alabama, a grand jury returned an 11-count indictment charging the Southern Poverty Law Center with 6 counts of wire fraud, 4 counts of bank fraud, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering. According to the charges in the indictment, the SPLC is a nonprofit entity that purports to fight white supremacy and racial hatred by reporting on extremist groups and conducting research to inform law enforcement groups with the goal of dismantling these groups. As the indictment describes, the SPLC was not dismantling these groups. It was instead manufacturing the extremism it purports to oppose by paying sources to stoke racial hatred. The indictment describes this conduct in detail, but one troubling example is that the SPLC was paying a member of the leadership group that planned the Unite the Right protest in Charlottesville, Virginia in 2017 that resulted in the death of 1 person and injured dozens more. A person being paid by the SPLC allegedly received approximately $270,000 over the course of 8 years. In total, according to the indictment, between 2014 and 2023, SPLC paid at least $3 million to 8 individuals at least. These individuals were affiliated with the Ku Klux Klan, United Klans of America, National Socialist Movement, Aryan Nations Affiliated Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club, the Nationalist Socialist Party of America, Nazis, and the American Front. Now, as the indictment lays out, after SPLC paid members of these extremist groups, it created work product that reported on these activities that the members participated in or contributed to. And to that end, it was doing the exact opposite of what it's told its donors.
It told the donors that they were not doing that, but they were taking money from donors saying that we're going to combat hate groups in the country. So they were taking money from people saying, oh yeah, I'll pay money for this to get rid of the white supremacists and the neo-Nazis. I'll pour money into the SPLC, and then the SPLC got the money, and then they were like, here, you be a white supremacist, and you be a white supremacist. Because without the hate groups in the country, there's no need to have the SPLC. Right? It's like if we never, ever have fires take place in the country, never, ever, ever have a fire. I mean, as soon as the fire starts, it just automatically goes out. Let's just say that's the reality we live in. So what would happen is that the fire departments would purposely go out and set fires just so they can have a fire to put out. Like that's never happened before. The SPLC are basically online digital firemen, and they've gone out and they set these fires just so they say they can have a fire to put out. That's all that they've done. That's all that they've done. Wow. We are at the end. This hour went by so fast, and I have so much more I want to share with you. But Kevin, Loud Majority, is coming up next right here on LFA TV. And I'm glad we got our issues, the technical issues worked out. Told you we would. And thank you so much for tuning in. If you haven't already, please bless us by hitting the thumbs up. If you're watching on YouTube or Rumble or even on X, please share the video. And I will see you all tomorrow in the Culture Wars.
afternoon. Oh, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Hold on, everybody. There we go. Sorry about that. Oh, hey, look at that. Sorry about that, everybody. I don't know. Turns out, in order for the camera to work, it has to be turned on. That is one of those weird things. What's going on, everybody? It's been a while since I've been in the studio. So, you work out the kinks as you go. What's happening, everybody? Tuesday, June 16th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you. That's right, Jake. Sometimes you gotta turn the camera on in order for it to work. Sometimes you got to turn the camera on in order for it to work. Hey, things happen. Things happen. What are you going to do? Guys, this is Loud Majority Live, rumble.com/LFATV. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. Yeah, you seen that. I figured you'd like that one. We got a jam-packed show. It's been a while since I've been in the studio. Obviously, I've had a lot going on, and I want to thank everybody for sticking with the show and everybody for filling in for me, helping me out a little bit over the course of the last several days, a week or so. Quick update on everything. Mom's doing great. The surgery went well. She's a little loopy at the moment, but other than that, she's doing pretty good. She's doing pretty good. Taking it all one day at a time. I want to thank everybody for their thoughts and their prayers and their messages. It's been absolutely unbelievable, and we'll keep you guys updated on everything as more of it unfolds. So thank you guys all so much. But let's dive into the show because so much has happened. So much has happened. Since we all last got together. That we have to talk about it. The World Cup has started. I know I'm the only one who cares about that. Let's see. What else? Oh, yeah, right, baby. Nixon 5. Giddy up. Let's go. Elon Musk becomes a trillionaire. UFC 250 goes off without a hitch at the White House, except for the fact that there was a potential terrorist attack at the damn White House. As always, because of course people can't stop trying to kill President Trump, J.D. Vance went on The View. And we may have a nuclear deal and we may have a deal in Iran. Obviously, many things are still in flux about that, and we will find out more details as they go forward. But let's dive right on in, baby, because I want to talk about Elon Musk. Elon Musk being a trillionaire. Someone said, wow, I'm effed in the head, you idiot, you idiotic sucker. Okay, thanks, Steve. Make sure you share the show, by the way. Thanks for the viewership. So, Elon Musk, baby, he has done something that, pretty wild. And I think the irony of the entire Elon Musk trillionaire bit is just the way people have been reacting to it. If you've been on TikTok or if you've been on Instagram or whatever, it is becoming incredibly trendy to put out some kind of a video saying some version of Elon Musk has $1 trillion, but we have starving people. And it turns out, no, Elon Musk does not have $1 trillion. That is how stupid people think about the idea of wealth. Elon Musk does not have $1 trillion. It's not like Scrooge McDuck, like sitting in the corner of the room, just sort of like diving into his piles of money. That's not the way wealth works. Also, I want to be clear, Elon Musk having $1 trillion, having $1 trillion worth of wealth, is not making you poor. Decisions are. Most of us would not want to do what it would require in order to obtain the $1 trillion that Elon Musk has. Which is why we don't have it. The years of sacrifice, the genius behind all things that are Elon Musk. And obviously, once you get a little bit of it, it's a hell of a lot easier to get a little bit more of it. But of course, naturally, when it comes to the stupidity around the American polity, we must look to CNN.
There should be some checks and balances in this society. People should not be allowed to have $1 trillion. No human needs that much money, and you know that.
Do you think that these ultra wealthy people. I'm not talking about people with 10, 15, 20, even $100 million. I'm talking about people who are approaching $1 trillion. Do you think that there's more that they should be doing to give back to the societies that helped them get rich? Elon Musk and SpaceX benefited from tens of millions of dollars in government contracts and deals that allowed them to become the company that they are today. Should they be doing, Bakari, can I?
Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Scott, do you think that they should be doing more?
I think it's up to them. I think that many of them, and Arthur mentioned one, they do a lot. But it's not for me or you or any of us here to tell someone else what to do with what they earned.
Governments
what they
do that
built.
every single day. It's called taxes.
Yeah, I know. And the rich people in this country pay the vast majority of taxes. And I hear people today saying, oh, it's time that we tax the rich. Folks, I got news for you. We already tax the rich. They pay the vast majority of tax. And I think Elon Musk is the single largest taxpayer in America, and he'll be even bigger now. But is it for us to sit around and say there's a limit on what you can build, there's a limit on what you can earn, and it's now my job to tell you what to do with your money? Hell no.
Of course that's what they believe, because the majority of the people on that panel are unbelievably useless. Now, is $1 trillion an unbearable amount of money? And like an ungodly amount of money? Yeah, it is. It is. However, we have an economy set up where it is not about how much money you have, but rather about asset acquisitions. Now, there are two kinds of people in this world. There are the people who see Elon Musk and what he has been able to achieve and what he has been able to acquire, and they say that's not fair. And then there are the people out there who say, oh, look what Elon Musk did. How do I get my piece of the pie? Now, look. Obviously, this show is not about financial advice. Legally, I can't give financial advice for some unknown reason. But if I were to give educational financial knowledge, what I would say is that you should look to what the richest people in the world do and figure out how to get your piece of that pie. Most people do not do that. The fact remains is that mathematically speaking, not financially speaking, mathematically speaking, if you started at the age of 25 and you put $500 away into a basic index fund every single month, you'll be a multimillionaire when you retire. That is a mathematical certainty. Now, not enough people do it. There's a famous clip of Warren Buffett where someone asks him, if what you do is so easy, why doesn't everyone do it? And Warren Buffett responds with, that's because I have a get-rich-slow scheme. And nobody wants a get-rich-slow scheme. They want a get-rich-quick scheme. That's it. It's simply about jealousy. It's simply about, I don't have what that guy has, and I want some of it. I am not poor, you are not poor, because Elon Musk has $1 trillion. However, many people out there would claim that he's hoarding it, that he's stealing it. Of course, he can't steal it. He can't hoard it, because that's not the way asset acquisition works. Any one of you could have bought into the SpaceX IPO when it came out. I did. And do you know what else I did? I made a shitload of money. Because it turns out the reason why most people don't get into the stock market, the reason why most people don't invest on their own is simply because they don't have the knowledge. But each and every one of you has a computer in your pocket that has the wealth of the human experience inside of it. I don't want to do what it would require to obtain Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates' type of money. But the fact remains is that these people who I just named have revolutionized the way we live. And there are very, very few of those people that come around generationally. I'm talking about the Rockefellers and the Carnegies and the Goulds and the Morgans. I'm talking about the Jobs and the Bezos and the Gates. The people who fundamentally change the way we live. And as we become a more global and global society, like John Rockefeller in his day did not have access. Well, he did, but you guys don't understand what I'm saying. The world wasn't as globalized when Carnegie created U.S. Steel. It just wasn't. The world wasn't as globalized when Vanderbilt was making his money with North American railroads. Now, those who acquire the assets to become global, like a SpaceX, like an Amazon, like a Microsoft, like an NVIDIA, whatever company you want to use, these things are global entities. So where, if you were to just take the U.S. population as it stands now, a guy like Carnegie or Rockefeller had access to, we'll use today's populations, 350 million people. Elon Musk and Bezos and Zuckerberg and the rest of the billionaire class that everyone loves to hate now has access to, 30 times that amount of consumer base? Of course they're going to acquire more wealth. And your question should not be, how do I get his money, but how do I use what they're doing to better my own standing? And everyone can do that. Every single one of you can put away $50 a week in some kind of an index fund. Every one of you can do that. Every one of you can max out your Roth IRA every single year. Would you have to make sacrifices? Yes, you would. But it's called delayed gratification. And in a world of instant gratification in which we live, people tend not to understand how to do that. Now, naturally, the jackasses over there on CNN, they can't handle this. So, because someone like Bakari Sellers knows that he's useless and that he can be interchangeable with whatever cast of retards CNN has in the back room, he doesn't really even know what SpaceX does. So because he doesn't know what SpaceX does, he just resorts to the tried and true white supremacist.
Elon Musk is a white supremacist who believes in things like Oh boy. I wasn't even finished the sentence.
You may need a lawyer when this is over, Bakari.
Can I finish the next sentence?
Honestly.
Who believes in things like the Great Replacement Theory?
Honestly, Bakari.
Yes.
What's wrong with what he said? It makes sense
to me.
wait
a minute. Does Elon Musk not believe in the Great Replacement Theory? Is it not a racist theory that's been debunked?
I just think considering we have about 12 defamation.
First off, Bakari, A, the Great Replacement Theory is not racist. B, it hasn't been debunked. As a matter of fact, there are elected Democrats out there who have admitted that's what they are doing. New York Congresswoman from Brooklyn blatantly said she needs illegal immigrants in her district or they're going to be redistricted out. I didn't say that. She said that. And in 2030, we're going to find out exactly how this is going when they redistrict with the census. So, because Democrats hate success, because they think because someone in the Democratic Party picked them to be the associate deputy chief of staff in the someone get Barack Obama some coffee department, that they've become a success. So they're going to go on channels like CNN, and we've shown you the clips numerous times, about genuinely useless people who have never created anything in their entire lives, lecturing Kevin O'Leary about how to run a business. Kevin O'Leary, who's made more successful people than any of them have ever met in their entire lives, are going to be lectured to by a guy who once, I don't know, I think he was like a state assemblyman in South Carolina, Bakari Sellers. I'm sorry, you're not talented. You're just not. And Democrats hate the successful.
You're saying because Elon Musk exists and is a wild success, that is somehow to the detriment of all the people you're mentioning? Elon is creating an environment where entrepreneurship, where success, where building is celebrated. The only reason anybody's mad about this, let's just be honest, is because he supported Donald Trump for president. If Elon Musk had never gotten involved in politics, had never supported Trump, he'd be getting ticker tape parades right now for building this amazing company and sending rockets into space. It's all political, and the people who should love Elon Musk are the ones who hate him for that reason.
But do you agree that one person should have control of American policy? That's what influence is.
That's what money does.
He doesn't.
He
doesn't.
will.
He loses.
does.
He invests in races and loses. He's like anybody else who donates
but
money,
he
like
has
Reid
access
Hoffman.
to the White House, and it's
Soros.
all about access.
he
It's
doesn't
all
make
about,
it
it is all about access
So
to the
you're
United
mad
States.
that he
And you're
supported a
telling me-
candidate who
No, I'm just telling you, it's all about access, and it's not about just Donald Trump. It is about there are races all across the country where he has access on
Call
policy.
me when you're mad
like
about
in Texas,
Alex Soros.
Like in Texas,
Call
for
me when
example.
you're mad about Soros.
All right.
Scott's right. Call me when you're mad about Reid Hoffman or Alex Soros, but she's not because he's on the right team. Do I want big money out of politics? I absolutely do. I absolutely think big money should be out of politics. But so long as it isn't, I'm going to play by the same rules as everyone else. I'm going to play by the same rules as the Democrats. Why? Because they created these rules. And then they said to themselves, no, only we can do that. Only we can accept $10 million donations from Jimmy Kimmel. Your celebrities, your famous people, no, you can't do that because Democrats believe that they have a monopoly on manufactured success. Hollywood, music, entertainment. The people who have slightly less money than Elon Musk. Because, I always find it funny that celebrities who are unbelievably wealthy, the market has dictated that Jimmy Kimmel is for some reason worth $15 million a year. They always seem to want to tax the people who are slightly more wealthy than they are. They never want to tax their end because if they did, they could just send money to the government. They could send as much as they want to the government. They could be philanthropic in dozens of different ways. But they won't. They won't. They would rather they'd rather hoard it all and throw breadcrumbs down on the peasants. And then when you do step out of line and you are in that elite class, they throw shade at you, which of course brings us to the single greatest clip on the internet. When the former CEO of Disney, Bob Iger, told Elon Musk when he bought Twitter that Disney would no longer advertise on Twitter because of Elon Musk and his association with Donald Trump. Now, to be clear, at the time, Elon Musk was worth $220 billion. Then this happened.
You hope don't advertise. You don't want them to advertise? No. What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go fuck yourself.
But
go fuck yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob, if you're in the audience.
Well, let me ask you then.
That's how I feel. Don't advertise.
How do you think then about the economics?
Of course, Andrew Ross Sorkin is worried about the economics because his job is to talk about money all day long. His job is to see $2, $3 on this side of the table, move it to the other side of the table, and take $1 from the stack. You see, somebody once, I forgot if I said this to somebody or if I said it to somebody else, that if you get into like podcasting to become Joe Rogan, you never will achieve that. If you get into innovation to become a gajillionaire, you'll never achieve it. In that mind, look, is it funny that Elon Musk told the former CEO of Disney, Bob Iger, to go F himself while he was sitting in the third row of the audience that was listening to the speech? Yeah, it's really funny. But that clip tells me something else. It tells me that Elon Musk doesn't care about the money. He's in this because this is what he is passionate about. He wants to go to Mars. Look, I got news for you. I don't really care if we ever go to Mars. It has no impact on my day whatsoever whether or not we launch 4 people into a giant metal dick and shoot them up into the sky, because for some reason every single one of these rockets look incredibly penis-like. Just, look at them. I don't care if we do that. Jared Isaacman over at NASA wants to put a space base on the moon. All right. Have a good time. I don't really care. Whatever blows your hair back, babe. Like, if that's what you're into, then do it. I genuinely believe that if for some reason Elon Musk lost all of his wealth tomorrow, all of it, it disappeared. The $1.2 trillion that he is now worth, if all of it went away tomorrow, I don't think he would change a single thing that he does. Maybe he would have less kids. But other than that, he's got like 80 of them now. He's creating his own little, genius pod that he's going to go to Mars and leave us all here. I genuinely don't think he would change at all. Based on that clip alone. He bought Twitter, a company that didn't make any profit, and then told one of the largest companies in the world to go F themselves when they said they wouldn't advertise on it. I don't really think he cares about the money. I mean, is it cool that Elon Musk is now worth more than Canada? Yeah, it's pretty funny. It's definitely pretty funny. I think Elon Musk should buy Canada, appoint himself king, and then make it the 51st state just to prove all the idiots wrong who said that it wouldn't happen. I think that's what he should do. So I am happy for Elon Musk because I am using what Elon Musk is doing to better myself. And all the philanthropic things that Elon Musk does, like providing Starlink to Ukrainians so that they can, communicate during a war. Democrats don't seem to remember that one. They don't seem to remember that one. But let's move on because I could do this one all the live long day. All the live long day. Before we keep going, guys, do me a favor. Hit the thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here at the 3 p.m. hour. It is so great to be back with you guys again. Back in the big chair. Giddy up. Let's go. Before we keep going, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. You guys can use promo code SPLC to get free shipping on everything on the website. That's promo code SPLC to get free shipping on everything on the website. You guys can pick up your We the People Are Back t-shirts. Oh, yeah. Giddy up. Let's go. Let's go, baby. loudmajorityusa.com. So, Iran. It seems as though this unbelievably ridiculous war that we started, I'm not a fan. I haven't been a fan. You guys have yelled at me for not being a fan. I don't like the war. I think it was dumb. We seem to be in a lot of the same place we are now, except with a slightly younger Ayatollah who's probably a little pissed off that we blew up his dad. We'll see what comes out of it. But it seems as though an Iran nuclear deal will be signed on Sunday.
For oil to start flowing again, sending stocks soaring.
And we have team coverage for you this morning. We have Aisha Hasni. She is live in Geneva, Switzerland, with how this will impact the G7 summit. But first, we're going to start with Trey Yinks. He is live in Israel with the latest on this historic peace deal. Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. After more than 100 days in a state of war, a deal has been reached between the United States and Iran. President Trump taking to Truth Social overnight saying, quote, "This great deal will bring peace and security to the whole region. Many presidents have tried to make peace with Iran and all have failed before me. The leaders of the region have, for the first time, found a president who can help them achieve real peace." With the opening of the strait upon the signing of the deal on Friday, for purposes of mine removal, oil will flow on both ends again for the region and the world. A signing ceremony is set to take place on Friday in Geneva, Switzerland. Before the deal was signed, it was nearly derailed. The Israelis targeted Hezbollah with strikes in the Lebanese capital of Beirut. Iranian officials immediately vowed to respond with missile fire toward Israel. A diplomat with knowledge of the situation told Fox News that Qatari mediators stayed in Tehran conducting intensive negotiations coordinated with the United States. Vice President Vance described to Fox News what those final moments were like before the agreement was reached. Could you take us behind the scenes of what that moment was like leading up to this deal actually being signed?
After the Israelis struck Beirut, we were very worried, and we saw a lot of evidence that the Iranians were going to launch a large number of missiles at the Israelis.
with our communication with them over the course of getting to this signed peace deal, they assured us that they were not going to respond to the Israelis, and they were going to sign this agreement and get to peace. Now, of course, you always have to verify these things, Trey, and we know that there are a lot of people in the Middle East who do not want to make this deal happen.
I spoke with President Trump before the deal was reached, and he was optimistic about what this agreement means for the region. The president also got directly involved to ensure that the Iranians didn't launch missiles at Israel and derail the deal. Guys?
Hey, Trey, the problem is the IRGC had Bahidi. He is now in charge, the 67-year-old guy who we already have sanctions on. And this is the guy that evidently is pushing back against the foreign minister and others who are negotiating with us. So we're trying to get a deal with Iran who's not trustworthy. And within Iran, they have disagreements on what to do, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There is a real division inside the Iranian regime. And I think back to last week when the president spoke.
Now, I think the funniest part about this Iran deal, and we are waiting to hear what a lot of the deal has to do with. There seems to be rumor floating around, and we'll get to that in a minute, about what the deal entails, monies that may be exchanged. I would not be in favor of any of that happening. Let's put that right to bed right off the bat. They ain't getting shit. They have, if they want to agree to this deal, they will have the privilege of not having a Patriot missile shot directly up their ass. And if they have any other demands, well, here you go. But so we'll see what happens with the deal. I will say, however, the people that I routinely criticize on this show, the neocons of the 80s and the 90s, the Brian Kilmeades, the Mark Levins, the Lindsey Grahams, the all that warmongering crew, they are very, very upset about this. Very, very upset about this. Which is why it leads me to believe that this actually may be a great peace plan. Because the people who can only become erect when we are bombing third world villages are very upset by this. I am anti-war. I don't care who the president is, the Democrat, Republican, Trump, Biden, Vance, Rubio, Newsom, whoever the hell it is. I don't like war. I don't think it is in America's best interest. I keep that policy consistent. Now, I've also said that the president needs to ish or get off the pot. It turns out we have gotten off the pot. So I'm very, very happy about that. J.D. Vance went on TV. Obviously, he is going to be front and center when it comes to this on Sunday, signing a deal in Switzerland, debunking some of the claims.
We see oil prices from a high of $126 a barrel down to about $80 a barrel today. That's a lot of progress. But it also, Gail, fundamentally extends a hand to Iran and says, look, if you guys are willing to honor your obligations, if you're willing to allow real inspections of your nuclear program, then we will welcome you back into the world economy. I think what the president of the United States wants to do is turn over a leaf of 47 years of a failed relationship between the United States and Iran, but that requires the Iranians to actually honor their end of the bargain. So when people say that billions of dollars of assets will be released, that's not true. What is true is that Iran will have a much better and much more prosperous future if they meet the obligations they make in this agreement. We'll, of course, see. That's one of the things we're going to work out in the technical talks that will follow the official signing on Friday.
Mr. Vice President, it's Ed O'Keefe, and we're so glad you're here in part because, as Republican Senator Lindsey Graham said yesterday, you are the architect of this deal. So let's walk through some of this. The Iranians are saying that they're going to have access to a $300 billion reconstruction fund. True or false?
Well, Ed, that's the sort of thing they could have access to, funded by the Gulf Coast Coalition, so long as they honor their end of the obligation. I think that one of the things you're going to see, Ed, and people have to be skeptical of this, is that the hardliners in the Iranian...
Now, let's just put something out front and center. J.D. Vance is very, very good. Gulf Region Coalition, are we a part of that? I don't know. Many people got very upset when President Obama sent, as Sean Hannity loves to point out, pallets of cash over to the Iranians in order to secure the JCPOA, which I wasn't a fan of. But will we be sending more? This remains to be seen. I think, and this is just a prediction I have, I think that if we start sending money over to Iran, that is going to be very, very bad publicity-wise for President Trump. It's just a feeling I have. That's right, Jack. It seems like extortion fees. That's what it would seem like. Also, I find it very, very difficult to believe that the UAE and Saudi Arabia would ever give money to the Iranians in any circumstance for any reason. So, look, a lot remains to be seen from this deal, and we shall see what all happens. But J.D. Vance has been on quite the roll today. J.D. Vance has been on quite the roll over the last couple of days. Obviously, he's been front and center with this Iran deal coming out, but that wasn't the only thing he did. Today, he went directly into the Lion's Den. And by the Lion's Den, I mean he went on a show populated by a gaggle of some of the dumbest people in America. Naturally, he was on The View. And I will say it was pretty shocking. He walked out to a pretty raucous applause.
I was surprised at how tall you were.
Look, I mean, for the audience of The View, that's pretty impressive. It was even more impressive that they all stood up, considering I don't think Whoopi Goldberg stands up very well anymore at her age. Not bad. But there were so many clips, and I could do an entire show where I just show you J.D. Vance correcting these idiots as they make unsubstantiated claim after unsubstantiated claim. But something happened on the show that actually happened to me over the weekend. And it is the most classically left-wing thinking you're better than people move. I love it. I love when they do this. I'll tell you what happened to me, and then I'll show you the clip on The View. So I was at the Farmingdale Street Fair in Farmingdale, New York. I go to street fairs every weekend. We do voter registration. We sell little T-shirts. We have ourselves a good time, have a couple of beers, and every once in a while, someone, a very dumb person, will walk up to me, and they will say some version of this. Donald Trump has committed hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of crimes. And then I will respond with, name one. And they will say, there's so many that I can't even think of one. Well, that's what happened actually, that literally happened to me. And then when I did that to the guy, he got very, very upset. His cheeks began to get red. His ponytail fell off because naturally it was like a, 57-year-old guy, single, no kids, with a ponytail. Guys, don't have a ponytail. Don't do that. If you insist on having long hair, put it up in a bun, stop showering, smell like patchouli, play lacrosse. There's ways to do this. But that actually happened to J.D. Vance on The View today.
What did black people do to this administration that has allowed it to really stigmatize folks of color? And you know how hard it is. You have folks of color in your family.
Sure.
So when you see, things, the Emmett Till stuff coming down, or them doing all kinds of removal of information of black heroes, how does that sit with you?
Well, what exactly are you talking about, Whoopi? Because you just I know Emmett Till was the kid. No, I want to know what she's.
You don't know what I'm
talking
about.
Your actual point.
So in a lot of the museums, there's so many. Where they're taking down the actual history that happened in this country. Slavery happened. All kinds of stuff happened. And it seems that it has been very easy for this administration to remove that and also to denigrate black folks who have worked their behinds off to get this American dream. How do you,
okay, which black folks? Museums are privately owned. Let's be clear. Also, no one is saying slavery didn't happen. No one has said that. She just pulled that right out of her big fat ass. Like, no one has said that. Also, I do like the fact that she assumes that J.D. Vance doesn't know who Emmett Till is. Everyone knows who Emmett Till is. There's like 400 documentaries made about him. You can read books about him. Everyone knows the story of Emmett Till. Everyone knows the story of his mother and how courageous she was to have that open casket funeral. And everybody knows that during that time when Emmett Till was killed, white men who killed him were let off. And I want to be clear, that was 70 years ago. We have moved forward as a country. We have evolved as a country. And that is a good thing that we have. But there's so many that Whoopi Goldberg has to give you some like abstraction about erasing the black experience in America. No. No. See, there are things in this world that are happening, and then there are things that are not happening. Like that. You want some proof of this? Y'all ready for this? So, perfect example. And I say this not in jest, but obviously in a sarcastic way, because it should be obvious to the normal person. But sometimes you got to speak slowly for some of the people over there on The View. So, there were no fake racial hoaxes in America in the 1950s and the 1960s. Why were there no fake racial hoaxes? Because there were real racial incidents that were happening. So no one needed to fake them because they were happening in real life. Whereas now in America, racism and extremism is so low, is so non-existent that they have to be faked in order to keep the idea alive. Need any more proof of that? Over the course of the last several days, there was a racist. There was a race in the city of Chicago. That's where Emmett Till's from. There was a racist, can you believe it, in the city of Chicago. Someone burned a cross in the middle of Grant Park. Burned a cross. I mean, that's vile. That's disgusting. That should never happen. Oh, wait a minute. It was a gay communist who did it himself.
I don't want to wait until he may or may not get impeached. I want him gone right now.
On that video, are you threatening him?
No.
You say that you think that he should be brought to an end.
I said he deserves to stand trial to the American people. Some paraphrase, I guess. But
I think you use the word end.
That's what I mean by end. I mean, by end, I don't mean like a civil war, if that is the imagery that you're trying to imagine.
Lou says he built this cross after carrying wooden slats from his near West Side apartment to Grant Park last Tuesday afternoon. He showed the red ball cap that he put on the top beam and used lighter fluid and toilet paper to get it all going.
I put a red hat to signify the MAGA hat, the Make America Great Again hat. So that was... yeah, that's what I tied on top.
But that's not visible in the one video that was taken by a motorist. Lou says he was protesting what he calls MAGA Christian nationalist supporters and the Trump administration ruling.
Oh, so it was an art installation, is what you're telling me. You burned a cross in Grant Park in Chicago as like some sort of real-world art masterpiece. Is that what you're trying to tell? Or, and I'm just gonna I'm just going to throw this one out there, and if y'all don't like it, you throw it right back my way. Or you burn the cross because you think that the right is associated with the KKK, and that would have led to some sort of consternation against American conservatives, and then you got caught. I can't imagine an instance where someone on the political left would do such a thing. I can't imagine a time or a place or an instance where a group of people, like a center that focuses on law for poor people in the South, I can't imagine where, like, I must be crazy or something. Oh, that's right. You mean the same thing the Southern Poverty Law Center was doing. Luckily, they have finally faced formal indictment charges.
Good afternoon. Today, a few minutes ago, in the Middle District of Alabama, a grand jury returned an 11-count indictment charging the Southern Poverty Law Center with 6 counts of wire fraud, 4 counts of bank fraud, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering. According to the charges in the indictment, the SPLC is a nonprofit entity that purports to fight white supremacy and racial hatred by reporting on extremist groups and conducting research to inform law enforcement groups with the goal of dismantling these groups. As the indictment describes, the SPLC was not dismantling these groups. It was instead manufacturing the extremism it purports to oppose by paying sources to stoke racial hatred.
Manufacturing extremism, almost like that communist did in Chicago. Why is it always Chicago? Very odd stuff. Actually, I mean, not really odd. I mean, it is odd, but it's common. It's one of those, like, shocked but not surprised kind of moments. Maybe that'll be a new segment we do on the show today. Shocked but not surprised. Shocked but not surprised. Guys, we'll be back in 1 second because, naturally, there was an event at the White House, so some ugly guy decided to try to blow the damn thing up. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmor.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmor.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That's tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. Giddy up, let's go. So, 250 over at the White House, UFC 250 went off without a hitch. Obviously, people, I want to, before we get into the plot, the violent plot that went on there, I gotta put a real sticking point on this one, okay? A fighter who I've never heard of before. I don't really follow the UFC anymore. Not for any reason, too many sports in the day. A fighter grabbed the microphone and yelled, "Michelle Obama is a man." Now, all right, maybe you shouldn't have done that. However, I think we'll all live. And the consternation that has come out about this thing, the freak out that has happened over this is absolutely baffling, especially by the people, the same people, who laughed or excused the murder of Charlie Kirk. So if you are one of those people who finds unbelievable resentment and appallment at the fact that the White House could be unbelievably defiled in this sort of way, maybe go to hell. Maybe go to hell, because none of you minded when a bunch of half-naked transgender people were like jiggling their fake tits all over the White House just a few years ago, okay? None of you minded then about desecration of the White House. Also, Bill Clinton. You know, you want to talk about desecration of the White House? Think about the steam cleaning bill that had to go on after the Clintons left the White House. So save me your self-righteous indignation and move down the bench. But now let's get to the bigger point. Apparently, somebody tried to shoot the place up. Pretty wild stuff. Check this out.
This breaking news just into the Fox newsroom. The FBI disrupting this alleged plot, targeting the UFC Freedom 250 event at the White House. Officials telling Fox a network of nearly 24 potential plotters were identified, with at least 5 people in custody right now. The suspects allegedly traveled to Fredericksburg, Virginia, to make final preparations for the attack. And the alleged plan allegedly included explosive-packed drones hitting buildings near the event, forcing a mass evacuation, and then steering crowds, get this, toward a pre-staged sniper team. A second wave was then planned to storm the White House gate. The FBI first learned of the threat on June 10th and worked with law enforcement across multiple states to stop it. FBI Director Kash Patel saying, quote, "We are built to detect, respond to, and bring to justice those who threaten the lives of American citizens, particularly during large gatherings like the historic UFC 250 fight." That's exactly what we did here. Over 4,300 people were in attendance for UFC 250, which included 1,200 service members. Luckily, nobody was harmed during the FBI's takedown. The event went off without a hitch.
Of course, because we can't have nice things in this country without some useless neckbeard out there trying to destroy it. I mean, look, I'm not asking you to agree with me on policy. I'm really not. I'm just simply asking that you stop trying to kill the president. I don't think I'm really asking all that much of these people. Or maybe I am. I'm not really sure. But more details are coming out about the plot. Here are some of the images.
A few days ago, this was 4 days before the UFC fight. We want to show some images. The first image, I believe, that we're going to show is a rifle that belonged to her son, according to authorities. The other is a screen grab, several screen grabs showing aerial images and maps of the Washington, D.C. area and discussing where snipers possibly would be related to the White House. This is all evidence that is posted on an official court docket right now, an official government document. But I will say 19-year-old Tyson Proper's mother called police after she was concerned about his purchases and communications with people online. It then led them to conversations that he allegedly had with someone named Brian Roa and Michael Thomas in Southern California. They appeared yesterday before a federal judge. We're also told that there is a suspect in Nebraska and one in Missouri as well. So what we're being told here, Kaylee and everyone on the couch, is that this alleged plot consisted of a plan to have drones that were actually armed with some type of firepower go and attack buildings around the White House. And once people left, they were going to have snipers nearby attacking some of the people leaving. This was a serious plot. The FBI, the Secret Service investigating this right now. And as you heard, the Deputy Director of the Secret Service right there say that they believe there are more people out there. Right now, though, 5 people facing these charges. And it's incredible to go through these documents and see what happened. But it appears that it was this 19-year-old's mother in Ohio who really spilled the beans on this entire case by letting people know that she had some concerns about her son, Kaylee.
His guy's mother put him... I mean, damn, that's cold, bro. That's some cold shit right there. You mother rats you out to the feds. That's rough stuff. That is rough stuff right there. Ooh, not great. Thanks, Ma. Thanks, Ma. Pretty funny stuff. Guys, we got a couple more things that I want to make sure that I get to because it's all sports related, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All sports related. Giddy up. Let's go. Before we get to that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. Oh, yeah, giddy up. Let's go. So, let's talk sports, baby. Let's talk sports as the World Cup kicks off in the United States last week. I'm super excited about it. I'm the only American. I'm one of the only people I know who like soccer. So, I'm usually at the bar by myself watching it. Shit happens. What are you going to do? With Team USA winning 4-1 against Paraguay. Very exciting stuff, baby. I'm super excited. The next game is on Friday night. Jacked up. But, of course, that's not what I want to talk about. That's not the sports event that I want to talk about. I want to talk about Nixon 5, baby. Oh, yeah, giddy up. Let's go. 53 years since we've won a championship. I'm jacked. Super jacked. It was unbelievable. I'm so excited because, I don't know if you guys know this or not, I am a New York Mets fan, so I will never get to see something like this ever again. I'll never get to see this ever again, so I have to enjoy it while it's here. I got to enjoy it while it's here. Unbelievable series. Jalen Brunson, unbelievable. It was great. It was absolutely spectacular. So good stuff all around. Great stuff all around. I'm jacked up about it. We got a couple minutes left in the show today. We're gonna do a little hodgepodge at the end of the show because why the hell not? Why the hell not? I don't know if you guys know this or not. Do you guys know what today is the anniversary of? Do you guys know what today is the anniversary of? Chat, let me see. What is today the anniversary of? Let's get the live chat up on the screen. What is today the anniversary of? Let's see how well-versed you are, chat. Everybody, wherever you're watching, throw it in there. Let's see. What is today the anniversary of? Before we get to that, guys, well, we'll see. Head on over to lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us. That is your home base, your mothership, your landing pad for all things LFA TV related. Check out the LFA TV store. And while you guys are there, consider becoming a monthly donor over at LFA TV. That is the best way we keep the lights on over here. Jacked up, let's go. Guys, check out Jeremy's shop. Support the network over at lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us. So what is today a major anniversary of? You may ask. Well, 11 years. 11 years, baby, since this happened.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am officially running for President of the United States.
11 years, baby. 11 years since that happened. Pretty awesome stuff. Pretty awesome stuff. You know, it's nice to see somebody come out nice, patriotic like that, ready, rock roaring, ready to go for America. A lot was different in America 11 years ago. Back then, you knew the Democrats probably didn't like you, but that they at least supported America in some way, shape, or form. You had a feeling. I didn't like Obama, but I don't think he necessarily hated the existence of America. Now, you have congressional candidates running here in the state of New York. When asked who they want to win the World Cup, can't even say the United States.
World Cup is here. The first match this weekend at MetLife Stadium taking place in New Jersey, even though some people say it is technically New York. But what do you think will win it all? Who are you rooting for?
I like Mexico.
Mexico, there you go.
I'm rooting for Senegal.
Senegal, okay.
Senegal, really? You really pulled that one right out of your ass. There you go. You got those are the choices on the east side of New York City. People running for Congress. They're supporting Mexico and Senegal in the World Cup. Well, at least the guy who said Mexico might actually have a chance. Senegal has one player, and he's like 40 years old. His name is Sadio Mane. Phenomenal soccer player, but, you know, I just don't think it's going to happen. That is the modern Democratic Party, everyone. Shouldn't shock you. Guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. It is so great to be back. I missed everybody. Once again, thank you for all the prayers. Thank you for all the messages about Mom. I'll keep you guys updated as I know more. Until tomorrow, everybody, stay loud.
Welcome to the show, everybody. Happy Tuesday. This is the Paul Herrell program. Glad to be with you, broadcasting live, of course, on LFA TV. We got a great show for you. Going to talk a little bit. We got a ton to talk about. We are going to talk about the situation in the Middle East and the meltdown from some at the prospect of peace. And what is that going to look like? What does that mean? But we're leading with this story about the Southern Poverty Law Center because we have yet another indictment and another superseding indictment. I think this is now the second one that piled onto the first two that essentially confirms, again, the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, has been false flagging the nation for decades now. When the initial story broke, I'll remind you that there were even people that went back to the Oklahoma City bombing and were pointing out these so-called SPLC informants that were part of this. And so what this latest story is, where you have this leader at the SPLC essentially carrying on a love affair with a neo-Nazi or a supposed neo-Nazi who had infiltrated the group, and then there was a burglary, and then they paid somebody to take the fall for the burglary, all the while she was enriching herself. It is absolutely an insane story, but it reeks of, this is just my initial take from a 30,000-foot view, it reeks of an intelligence operation. And I think that's what we're seeing now, just like you see overseas. You know, we've covered this before, the 2014 Maidan Revolution in Ukraine and all of these NGOs that were there to kind of, initiate that coup. And now we're finding out that I believe that the intelligence oligarchy has actually been weaponized against the American people for much longer. It's not just with Donald Trump. It's been weaponized against us for a long time. What better way to use this, a nonprofit watchdog, the SPLC, there to point out racism and stand up for, civil rights. But in reality, they've been co-opted as just means of dividing us, of creating false flags, of creating fake crises, then fundraising off of those things. It's exactly what the government does, or the deep state does. So we're going to talk about that again, as well as what's going on in the Middle East. J.D. Vance going on to The View, going into the lion's den, if you will. Didn't go well for the ladies on The View. And so we're going to talk about all of that. It's a great day. Thank you so much for watching, and the show starts right now.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as always, broadcasting from the great state of Arkansas, and brisket prices are still too high. This is still something that I'm always going to bring up. Brisket prices got to come down. This is supposed to be the poor man's cut of meat, but it's just gotten so popular. Everybody trying to get that perfect, that perfect rendered fat. That's what we need. We need T-shirts. I need a couple of T-shirts. I need one. By the way, I mean, I do have a vision someday. If I could just, if I had a wish list, one of those would be to create my own barbecue brand. But I want a T-shirt that just says "Render the Fat." I think that means, to me, when I think of the phrase "rendering the fat," I think of hard work, right? And I think you could use that phrase. People say, "Well, sit down and let's chew the fat." Let's get to the meat and potatoes. Let's get to the bottom of the, let's talk about this. I think we should amend that. Let's render the fat. It's something that takes a while. It takes wisdom. It takes a skill in order to get that to happen in the right way, if we're talking barbecue. But we also want those T-shirts made. And someday we're going to do it, and we're going to let you guys buy them if you want. But my personal favorite, that is totally a political message, would be a T-shirt that says, "Banning things is good sometimes." Which is kind of, honestly, if I had to encapsulate my trek, my journey away out of libertarianism, that would be the phrase that encompasses my journey out of libertarianism. It would just be banning things is good, ... sometimes. Anyway, I want to shout out to the Elevate chat. Thank you guys so much for being with us. Rob is not with us today. Eric's not with us today, so you'll have to forgive me for that, because I know you guys really appreciate the show a lot more when it's not just me. But they'll be joining us again soon, hopefully tomorrow and the rest of the week. But anyway, the Southern Poverty Law Center, this indictment that came down, a month or so ago, or a couple of months now, I mean, it was absolutely one of the bright spots. I don't think you can say, I don't think it's an arguable point. It's one of the bright spots in terms of accountability, kind of accountability that we've never even seen we didn't even really see coming. We still have got a lot of accountability that we want the Trump administration to pursue. I still don't have a ton of confidence in the Department of Justice, but you have to give Todd Blanche, I guess, credit where credit is due. You know, some people are more pessimistic and they say, "Oh, yeah, this is just a bone. They just threw us a bone." I don't think that at all when it comes to this case. I mean, if you were to just look at how the left melts down. They can't even handle this idea that this cherished, storied institution that was used as some arbiter of neutrality, meaning like whatever the Southern Poverty Law Center says goes. Not even neutral is the wrong word, but it was just essentially like the Southern Poverty Law Center is essentially like was used by the left as like a clergy, as like some form of religious authority in a way for their woke sex religion, based on gay race communism or whatever, and they could condemn you, they could absolve you. Of course, the standards could always change and evolve based on what they want to accomplish politically. We know that. So the fact that you had this indictment come down in the first place saying that they were paying the very neo-Nazis that they were trying to fight or expose is a huge blow to their credibility. I even saw a headline, I guess, preceding the latest development with this, saying that Airbnb, apparently they were using the Southern Poverty Law Center's hate list to, like, I don't know, ban people from being able to use or rent properties. And I saw a headline, I don't know if it's accurate because I just was browsing, but that the SPLC will no longer be used by, I think it was Airbnb, as part of this. Essentially, it's a cancellation. It's a means to cancel people. It's a means to make people suffer. It's a means to do what the government up to this point can't do or is not supposed to do. This blurring of the line between, politics, government, and private business. Oh, it's a private business, so, they can do whatever they want. And I support that in theory, but when you get to the point where you're also behaving very much like corrupt FBI agents, like in the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping case, where that whole case wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for the entrapment by the FBI. By the way, one of the guys that got convicted is now being given a new trial, or his conviction was overturned, and now the prosecutors are probably going to retry him. But then you had a bunch of guys that were acquitted because they were able to prove that this was not real because it was just the FBI entrapping people. So, and that this, you can't really say entrapment anymore without going to the most glaring example recently, which would be January 6th as well. So there's a pattern here of what to do to discredit a movement, to promote the narrative that you want to have promoted, and the SPLC has been doing this for a very long time, and I don't think it's a stretch to say this is what intelligence deep state networks do, and that's what they did, and now they've been caught for it, and it's a very encouraging piece of information. The New York Post has this headline: SPLC boss funneled $1.2 million to lover in neo-Nazi group. The pair even had a joint bank account. And what's interesting about the joint bank account aspect of this is what that means is that the SPLC is paying the neo-Nazi, or the guy who's infiltrated the neo-Nazi group, and then that money gets deposited into the joint bank account. So basically, she's paying herself because she controlled the money that the neo-Nazi put into her own bank account that originally came from her employer that she was working for. So, the term double dip does come to mind. Also, I will say this, Matt Walsh has already published this, so I wish I would have thought of this first because it is hilarious. This should be made into a romantic comedy. Can you imagine something more hilarious than putting this on the silver screen? Putting a Southern Pilot, the whole thing would be hilarious. A ridiculous romantic comedy where these two people fall in love and he's the informant, or he's the neo-Nazi. Actually, forget the informant. He's the neo-Nazi. She works for. It's like a Romeo and Juliet. It's the Capulet and Montesquieu. It's perfect, right? It's perfect. West Side Story. We should. I think that's great. I wish I would have thought of that. Somebody should definitely write that. If they haven't already, somebody should definitely write that. Deb Paul in 2020 says, "Hi, Paul. Hi, Deb. Good to see you. Thank you for being a part of the show. We really appreciate it." Let's see here. What do we got? Mary I Am. Hi, Paul. Hello, Mary. Appreciate you watching the show. Appreciate everybody out there. I'm going to do my best to watch the chat. Normally when Rob is here or Eric is here, they watch the chat while I have to run all of the gizmos here. So this piece on the New York Post, written by Chadwick Moore, and headline, "A top Southern Poverty Law Center official is accused of helping funnel $1.2 million in donor money to an informant in the National Alliance white supremacist group." Okay, so National Alliance is this white supremacist group that was founded a long time ago, and it's basically, dwindled down to nothing. And by the way, even when it dwindled down to nothing, the SPLC was still writing articles about it to fundraise. The Department of Justice has filed a superseding indictment against the SPLC, accusing it of funneling donor cash to hate groups that they were then telling donors they were fighting. So it's the same thing, but it's just a more specific. It's the same thing that they've been doing, but it's just more specific. One instance here. So one figure referred to in the indictment as Employee 2 is described as, a quote, "a person who would become director of the SPLC's intelligence project." Now, this is one of those things that's just in plain sight. As I'm comparing what they're doing to what the intel oligarchy does, weaponizing their whole system against Donald Trump or the American people or J6ers or whatever, it is, sometimes it's in plain sight. She's literally the head of the intelligence project. And when you actually read what's going on here, you get real, official narrative Watergate vibes about, breaking into the DNC headquarters. They broke in, they burgled a place and then framed some other guy for it. Well, they paid him $6,000 to take the fall. It's just crazy stuff. Matter of fact, I think this report actually exposes, there's way more questions I have now than I do, answers. So it also describes how employee number 2 wrote an article based on material stolen from National Alliance headquarters in 2014 and then paid off an informant to take the blame for robbery. Based on the details in the June 2nd superseding indictment, Employee 2 is believed to be Heidi Barrich. Heidi Barrich, a 58-year-old fascism expert who is the director of intelligence at the Alabama-based anti-extremism nonprofit between 2012 and 2019. She's a fascism expert, guys. That's crazy. It's kind of funny. I was recently, well, let me just say this, there are, just an observation, there are no communist experts in these groups, right? Well, because she's a fascism expert with the expectation that she's going to fight fascism, right? But you never hear of any of these groups or adjacent groups who have, I'm a communism expert, I'm going to fight communism. And that's because the SPLC is a communist organization, right? And so her expertise being, I'm a fascism expert. She's actually really a communist in all likelihood, and is an expert on how to implement communism under the guise of fighting fascism. So based on the details, that's who they think this is. New York Post saying they think that employee number 2 is Heidi Barrich, who looks like this. This is her. She was the head of the intelligence project at the SPLC, 2012 to 2019. So the indictment alleges that Barrich was very close to the informant known as only F9, who infiltrated the neo-Nazi organization National Alliance. We don't know who this guy is or girl is, assuming it's a guy. F9, yeah, it's got to be a guy. F9, okay, so this is a mystery. Maybe we'll uncover who F9 is very soon. Barrich was also in a romantic relationship with F9. During this relationship, Barrich and F9 shared a house and 2 bank accounts. Between 2015 and 2021, approximately $140,000 in donors' money flowed from the SPLC operating account and was ultimately deposited into the joint bank accounts held by F9 and Barrich. Here she is again. That's what she looks like. Excuse me. Interesting. This amounted to approximately 66% of all money ever deposited into their joint bank accounts was from the SPLC. The indictment also claims that while getting paid by the SPLC, the unnamed informant was also raising money for the National Alliance, neo-Nazi group, and helping to carry out its extremist activities. So again, here we have the crux of the whole indictment. The original indictment is the SPLC is paying for the advancement of, in this case, neo-Nazism. They're literally paying they're paying an informant to infiltrate a white supremacist group to carry out white supremacist ideology that then they can use to say, see, it's a huge problem. It's the white man in America is the sole focus of domestic terrorism, is a great domestic terrorism threat, which of course led to the FBI writing about this. It led to the FBI. It led to the SPLC training our law enforcement officers. Remember this? SPLC was training local law enforcement, brainwashing them in these communistic tactics, which essentially leads you to, you get to the point where, hey, if you're white, then you're a domestic terrorist. If you barbecue on the 4th of July, shoot fireworks, want to celebrate Independence Day, think the American Revolution is good and something to be celebrated, congratulations, you are a domestic terrorist suspect. To be treated like all J6ers eventually as soon as they're given the excuse or the next false flag that they want to run. It's incredible. Incredible. The indictment also claims that while getting paid by the SPLC, so we covered that, to carry out extremist activities, the indictment describes how a source broke into the National Alliance's headquarters in West Virginia in 2014 and stole approximately 25 boxes of documents, took them over state lines into North Carolina, and copied them before returning the originals. So what did they want these boxes? What did they want these documents for? Well, they wanted the documents to fundraise off of. In 2015, Barrich wrote an article allegedly based on the stolen materials from her group's Hate Watch section of the website. The article entitled Chaos at the Compound, which is right here, and she wrote it May 21st, 2015. You can't really see it very well because of the way I've got the screen cropped, but listen to this headline, though. You can see that. Allegations of embezzlement, money laundering, and tax fraud haunt the new chairman of National Alliance. So, I don't know if you guys were paying attention to the indictment that I was just reading, or the report on the indictment, but embezzlement, kind of. Money laundering, for sure. Money laundering it to the informant back into your personal bank account. Tax fraud, I'm sure there's some tax fraud in here somewhere. So what we have here is the very thing that she's writing about, the white supremacist group, she in fact is engaging in herself. Apparently. This is pretty funny. The indictment then describes how the SPLC tried to cover up who their informant was by paying a second informant $6,000 to take responsibility for the burglary. Barrich and the SPLC did not respond to requests for comment from the Post. So they did get a comment. So this is her. Okay, keep in mind, mental image in your head. Hold it. Hold the mental image. So they didn't get a comment from the SPLC or Barrich, but they did get a comment from the National Alliance chairman, William White Williams. And he says, quote, "I knew it was that fat, ugly hog, Heidi Barrich." Sorry. Quote, I knew it was that fat, ugly hog, Heidi Barrich. That's the quote they got, the Post got, from the current chairman of the National Alliance, whose name is William White Williams, or otherwise known as William Williams. Sorry, it's funny to me. He's 78 years old. The Post from his home in East Tennessee. Okay, that's what he told the Post from his home in East Tennessee. He also confirmed the details of the indictment match what happened to the group. Quote, I think some of those cluckers wanted to get out of the movement, and they went to the SPLC for help, but instead of helping them, the SPLC said, why don't you just stay and get paid, he added. Barrich, by the way, again, classic intelligence operative, intel oligarchy, why don't you just stay and get paid? I mean, classic corrupt FBI thing. I mean, that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing, and it's a buffer. It's a great buffer. It's a great shield to where the government isn't officially doing it. Because I think the government's behind all of this. Just so we're clear, I think the government is behind all of this. Some element of the government. Again, our government is not monolithic. Most governments are not. And so some form of the deep state, intel oligarchy, they're behind all this. And it's another buffer. It's an extra shield, right? An extra layer in the matrix. That's the SPLC. That's not us. So moving on to this report, Barrich had joined the SPLC in 1999, became director of the Intelligence Project in 2012. She left in 2019 as part of a massive shakeup when many top brass departed amid accusations of racism and sexual harassment, with the group mainly being run by white people and black people in its lower ranks. I forgot about that scandal, but that's pretty funny if you think about it. Sounds like communism, doesn't it? Well, this thing's not working out anymore. The people at the top. Alabama-based SPLC has been charged with wire fraud, bank fraud, money laundering, conspiracy for allegedly engaging in the active promotion of racist groups at the same time that the SPLC was denouncing the same groups on its website. Patel charged that far from using spies to dismantle the hate groups, the SPLC gave more than $4 million to keep promoting their ideologies, thus giving them something to point out and seek donors to fight against. The nonprofit has amassed some $800 million to do so. By 2013, the National Alliance, again, the National Alliance is the white supremacist group. By 2013, the National Alliance had effectively ceased to exist. That year, group chairman Erich Glebe, a former boxer nicknamed the Aryan Barbarian, had sent a letter to followers saying the group was ending its membership program that September, writing they were abandoning dues-paying chapters in favor of a supporter-based structure. Membership had collapsed from 1,400 to around 20 people in less than a decade. Despite the internal chaos and decline, the following year, the SPLC began bolstering the group's public profile, writing nearly a dozen articles. So the organization is dwindling down to 20 people. SPLC starts writing about, this is a big threat, this organization. Give us money! Because they want to make good on their investment. Tax filings reviewed by the Post show Barrich earned $190,000 a year in salary and benefits from the SPLC before her departure. Mystery surrounds the identity of informant F9, who received $1.2 million in a total from the SPLC over 20 years. So again, that's where the $1.2 million. They have spent with this informant F9 $1.2 million over 20 years. The group starts to dwindle, and I don't know, maybe the people in the group figured out that there were feds involved or informants from the SPLC. Anyway, starts to dwindle, and they're like, well, we spent $1.2 million. We're gonna make this back. We're going to keep pumping this group as being a serious problem. So anyway, this is crazy. This is a crazy story. You can check it out. But I've got. There's got to be way more to this. And how many more organizations were they involved with, or they were doing the same thing with? And here's another question about this. how many more groups like the SPLC or other these leftist bastions of communism, really, but like publicly, the media, the government, they all say, oh, these are good groups. They're fighting racism. They're fighting for the common man. How many more of these groups are doing the exact same thing? The ADL comes to mind. How many more are doing the exact same thing, and on what kind of scale? Something to think about. Because I got to tell you, this is an intelligence op. This is using these groups just like we use the NGOs to overthrow countries like Ukraine and other places. By the way, I still can't. I did, on this topic of NGOs, and I don't mean to bore you guys, but I got on a couple of weeks ago, I got on the trail. I was trying to find this clip of the O'Reilly report from back in a long time ago, back during the Maidan Revolution. And I used AI to track this down, but I can't find the clip of it. And do you know why? It's really interesting. It's very difficult to find Fox News clips from that period ago. There used to be a great resource, Real Clear Politics Video. It was this incredible library of Fox News clips. Breitbart would use those. They were embedded everywhere. But something happened a long time ago, and Fox News switched systems, or they did something. I can't remember exactly what it is, and all of these video clips basically got wiped off of the internet. But there was one video clip of Bill O'Reilly where he was interviewing Dennis Kucinich. Yes, that Dennis Kucinich who sued the government because he bit down on an unpitted olive and had dental work done. That actually happened. Dennis Kucinich did that. It's ridiculous, I know. He sued the government. Ohio congressman sued the government because he was at the cafeteria, bit down on an olive, somebody hadn't pitted it, and he broke his teeth. Okay. I mean, I feel for him. That's terrible, but that's the guy. Okay, so I don't agree with Dennis Kucinich on everything, but I remember it was one of my first red pill moments. Back when I was on radio, back during this Ukraine thing, and Dennis Kucinich goes on Bill O'Reilly's show, and I have found the text, I have found the transcript, but I can't find the video anywhere. It's gone. Just like all these other Fox News videos are gone, where Dennis Kucinich says to O'Reilly, look, this whole revolution is ridiculous. That we're funding these NGOs, the government's funding the NGOs, and it's just intelligence operation. It's an intelligence operation. That's what it is, and the segment ended so quickly. All right, Dad, all right, we got to go to break. And it was over, and I remember thinking that was so odd at the time. I was like, why, to me, it just, okay, well, so I think Kucinich is right on that point. I think that's exactly what we're doing, and that's the formula, that's the equation, and they weren't just doing it in Ukraine. They've been doing it here in this country for years, and now we have more evidence of it, in my opinion, and we're going to continue to expose it. And, if people don't go to jail, I know the SPLC, I don't think, is anyone going to actually go to jail? We'll have to wait and see. Does the organization just cease to exist? Let's hope so. But all the way up to the line to the Intel oligarchs, again, they have to go to jail. And if they don't, it's going to be a huge problem for all of us when they get back in power, if they get back in power, because they're coming. They're going to come after us in ways it's going to make January 6th look like a trip to Disney World if we don't see the accountability that we need. When we come back, we're going to talk about the Middle East. We're going to talk about the peace prospect. We're going to talk about the meltdown people like Mark Levin are having over the idea of peace. There's a memorandum of understanding. President Trump is going to be, apparently, according to reports, reading word for word. There are reports that we're not sharing that memorandum of understanding with anybody. Israel apparently has asked to see the memorandum of understanding, and we've said no. And I think that's because people, I think that's because the president wants peace to last as long as it can. He doesn't want people to sabotage it. Now you're hearing people say, oh, well, this has got to be a treaty, and it's got to go through the Senate. Yeah, you would love that, wouldn't you? You'd love to make this have to go through people like Lindsey Graham, who only want more war, regardless of what he says. So, no, it's not a treaty. This is a way to end the conflict, end the war, And you know what? We can talk about whether or not it was wise or not. I never was a fan of the war. Didn't support it while it was going on. Didn't want to do it, at all. But the fact of the matter is, now it looks like it's coming to an end, but it's extremely fragile. And there are people on the right who were excoriating anybody who was skeptical about going to another war in the Middle East that are now, they've totally turned on President Trump because they don't, number one, they don't like the peace prospect, but they also don't like the deal that he's cut. We're going to talk about that when we come back. Don't go anywhere. This is the Paul Herrell Program, broadcasting on LFA TV, and we're so glad you're with us, and we're going to be back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or Red 5 works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago, he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about a year and a half ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, welcome back to the show. Thanks so much for being with us, broadcasting here on LFA TV. Want to make sure that you go and you subscribe to the LFA TV Rumble channel. If you are watching on the Paul Herrell Program YouTube channel, thank you. We're getting a little bit more comments. I appreciate the interaction as that channel slowly grows. But if you're watching, please subscribe to that channel and then hit the little bell to receive notifications. We would very, very much appreciate it. So J.D. Vance is making the rounds. He's got a new book out about his faith. But right now he's in the news because he seems to kind of be, he and obviously President Trump seem to be the promoters of this peace agreement supposed peace agreement or memorandum of understanding that we have between Iran. And hopefully, I just saw a video before we came on where there was a ship that was able to move through the Strait of Hormuz. I believe it was an Iranian ship. So that's certainly a good sign for gas prices and everything else, and really just getting our economy back to where we want it to get to. A good sign in terms of just wanting to get back to domestic issues like defeating the communists that have infiltrated so many areas of our government and need to be dealt with. But here is humanevents.com with this story. Headline, Vance says Israel striking Beirut almost thwarted peace deal. So over the weekend, obviously we were close to a deal. Everybody was talking about a deal. And then all of a sudden we had these new strikes from Israel into Beirut. We've got the comments from President Trump on this we're going to talk to here. We're going to, I wish we were talking to him, but we're going to listen to that here in a minute. Vice President Vance revealed on Sunday the Trump administration was concerned that Iran could retaliate against Israel after the strikes in Beirut, and it would have just derailed everything. And they asked Iran, they said, hey, don't retaliate, according to the reports. And Iran didn't. And now we have some sort of maybe the fragilest peace deal ever. Speaking about the lead up to the deal on Fox News Sunday, Vance said U.S. officials were worried Iran would launch a large-scale missile attack against Israel in response to the strikes. He said Iranian officials assured the United States during negotiations that they would not respond militarily and would instead move forward with the agreement. The comments are a recent sign that the Trump admin is frustrated with Israelis prior to signing. Prior to the signing of the Iran peace deal, Vance said Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had certainly gotten some things wrong as disagreements emerged between the two allies over developments in the region. So again, I'm going to reiterate what I said last week when we covered, after I came back from vacation, and we were covering how the president allegedly told Benjamin Netanyahu that he was, quote, an effing idiot. And he was criticizing the government of Israel. He was criticizing the political leader of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. And I said then what I'm going to reiterate now. Yes, it is possible to criticize the government of Israel without being an anti-Semite and without also being for Sharia law and Iran. Okay? Because that's exactly what President Trump has done now. Not once, but twice now in 2 weeks, because we've got him saying stuff today over at the G7, which is very similar, okay? But that's not what a lot of us were told. A lot of us were told that if you don't want the war in Iran and you don't want another war in the Middle East, you don't want another war that risks U.S. ground troops once again dying in the Middle East, and that you think that this is a ridiculous endeavor. And I know there's reason explanations for it. Right, I disagree with, but to try to steel man the argument, Iran having a nuclear weapon and glassing the Middle East, right? I understand that is a legitimate fear. I just happen to remember. I don't think I believe it as much as some people do, because I remember the weapons of mass destruction and all that other stuff, right? And I'm just sick of it, right? And I get there's some. I could be wrong there in terms of, well, just because you're sick of Americans' foreign policy doesn't necessarily mean that it's wrong in this instance. I get it, but I still just respectfully disagree with it all, right? And on this show, I've stated that disagreement, and then we've also pivoted domestically and tried to cover, the positive things, but we've also covered the high gas prices. We've also covered, things that we disagree with, like the handling of the Epstein files and everything else. And so, yeah, admittedly, I am excited that this administration is now saying, hey, we're going to try to get a deal done. We're going to try to get peace done. We're going to try to, get the hot gates open, get the modern day version of Thermopylae. Let's end this, right? And the people that were championing it, the people that were saying, hey, anybody who's skeptical about this is against Trump or is against America, which is odd because we're talking about a foreign war. Those people are now criticizing President Trump because he's decided to end this thing, and he's also criticizing Israel while doing it. So And then look, the next day things could be a 180 and we could be right back in this thing. I don't know what's going to happen. But I do know that just this blame casting and this anathematizing of anybody who decides to have an opinion that is not just exactly like we are a coalition party. There is a greater good. There is a lesser of two evils when it comes to formulating a political party's platform, and people are going to have issues that outrank other issues, and that's what it is. It's the Democrats that are the monolith for the most part, that if you step out of line, you're over, even on one issue. We're the party where it's going to be a battle. There are going to be disagreements. But to just totally anathematize them is what we've experienced over the last 6 months from a lot of these guys. Mark Levin, I'm talking about the Mark Levins of the world. And it's ridiculous. And you're seeing a total sea shift, when it comes to this stuff. Hang on one second. I got to reset this because I'm unprepared. Let me zoom in for you guys. All right, to the X accounts. We'll get some X stories. Here's Vice President J.D. Vance talking about the deal and President Trump. Listen to this.
Vice President Vance here to talk a little bit about what is in the Iran deal, the great peace deal that the President of the United States made last night. Number one, what this deal means is that the Straits of Hormuz are open immediately. You're already seeing oil and gas prices come down just over the past 24 hours. Number two, it ensures that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And we have to back up for a second and appreciate that what the president has done is completely decimated Iran's nuclear program. Now, this deal really has two pathways. On the one hand, if the Iranians make the long-term commitments never to rebuild, then they're going to be welcomed into the world economy. If, on the other hand, they try to rebuild that nuclear program, they're never going to have the resources in order to do so. So it's a win-win for the American people. We ensure Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon either way. And now it's really up to the Iranians. Over the next few months, we're going to see if they're serious about dismantling that program for the long term. If they do, the president has said, we want their country to be successful. But what we know is that our country is successful thanks to great presidential leadership and a lot of good decisions. Thank you, guys.
All right, J.D. Vance, a few of your comments here. Patriot8989 says Trump is decentralizing oil. Now we can compete with China and have manufacturing again. And he also said, or she said, I don't know, he or she, sorry, I don't know. Everyone who disagrees with the Iran war does not understand oil. Okay, I mean, that's certainly possible. And I'm not saying here that this was only about what we were told it was about. Yeah, it's quite possible that this is about, shifting the resources of the global economy and that sort of thing. Yeah, it's entirely possible. That's not really my point, though. My point is this, and we're going to get to this here in a minute because I've got all of these tweets pulled. But there's a contingent of people online right now that are trashing this deal, and they are also, well, I don't even know how to describe it other than totally unrealistic about what the Iranians' cards are, what Israel's cards are, what our cards are. And we're not willing to play the card 10,000 American soldiers are going to have to die, to get some sort of, to get to the part where we basically have Iraq 2.0 and sectarian civil wars for the next 10, 20 years. Okay, we have that card, but we're not playing that card, right? So we're not playing that card. So then the only other card to get what some of these people want, like the Mark Levins of the world, is to nuke Iran, which if we did that, would essentially destroy this country eventually. I think in so many ways. We talked on Friday about we're always competing for the moral high ground on the world stage, folks. At that point, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's just people are not even going to care anymore. It would be disastrous for even the people that want American empire to continue the way it has continued. At that point, it's a disaster on so many different levels. And so it's strange to me reading some of these comments and how unrealistic they are. It's like I don't know what you want to do. The topography of the Strait of Hormuz is the topography of the Strait of Hormuz. It is what it is. We've known about this for forever, right? The topography of Iran and those sheer cliffs it is what it is. So again, And it's so many of these people that are dissatisfied with it, they won't come out and say, we need to sacrifice 5,000 U.S. soldiers to try to take this. Or, Lindsey Graham saying, Carg Island, we took Iwo Jima. Yeah, 30,000 casualties. So no. And that's what I'm seeing right now, and it's just ridiculous. Nick Sorter reporting President Trump is waiting to release the full text of the deal with Iran until after it's fully executed on Friday. And the reason is simple, he says, because warmongers will do everything in their power to sabotage it. They're already kicking and screaming, don't relent 47. As of this broadcast, it is 3:48 Central Time here in Arkansas. As of this broadcast, I don't think the agreement has been released. And again, according to reports, Benjamin Netanyahu is asking for it, and he's not getting it. And that is because they will. At this point, how many times have we been close to peace? And now all of a sudden, this isn't about Iran anymore. It's about getting more land in Lebanon. And because of Hezbollah and because Iran runs Hezbollah. Okay, well then they go all the way into Beirut. And by the way, the president is going to echo these sentiments here in a minute because I got the clip. Here's Mark Levin. So now Jack Posobiec, Jack Posobiec he was the one that posted this human events story about J.D. Vance, and he's been talking about how there is this rift between. Let's see, do I have any Posobiec tweets up here? Let me see if I can't find that. That's that. Let me see. I'm sorry, I'm getting out of order here. But anyway, Mark Levin is now saying Posobiec, I guess, is anti-Semitic. What is he saying? Listen to this.
Oh, Jack Posobiec. Oh, the great Jack Posobiec. Sounds like he works for the High Wire Act. Hey, there's Posobiec up there. Who's Posobiec? Yeah, Posobiec. If that is his name. Over at Turning Point USA, I love them. They really need to clean this up. They really do. They should not have these slime balls. Embrace neo-Nazism. Embrace individuals from overseas. I believe this guy's from Sudan or Syria, this guy who he embraces, Maurice, or whatever his name is, with his horrific statements. They should embrace people who prop up Iran and prop up Hamas. They should get rid of these people. They should clean house of these people because they're going to drive them down. Jack.
So he's upset at Jack Posobiec because he's essentially being critical of Israel. So that automatically must mean that you're a neo-Nazi. Amy CM 1019. You're not so much a fan of Posobiec. I understand. I'm not going to. This is a family show. But Laura, let's see. Laura Lynn 74. Levin is off the deep end. Yeah, absolutely. But it just goes to show you, like, he was singing President Trump's praises and everybody's praises up until the moment we get a peace deal, and it's because this is a well, I mean, fill in the blank, but it just to me seems like there isn't. Peace is not. Somebody said peace derangement syndrome. Peace isn't the option here. They want Iran gone. They just don't want Iran around. And I get it. We can all say here, in a perfect world, yeah. But it's a very complicated government. It's a very complicated system. I mean, the theocracy aside, it's so decentralized that it's a miracle that we even gotten to the memorandum of understanding, because honestly, and just doing very limited research, it's incredibly hard to figure out really who is even in charge, and they've done it that way on purpose. And so you either basically make it your own real estate, which is going to cost American lives, or you're going to nuke it, or you debilitate it to such a point that it descends into sectarian violence, and then you can't ever get the Strait open because of the drones and things like that. X Machine over on LFA. Mark Levin whines like a leftist. Yeah, he sure does. He sure does. Now, this was Vice President Vance on Sean Hannity's show last night.
Further, number 2, it ensures that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And number 3, it does go and say, look, if the Iranians are willing to change their ways, if they're willing to behave like a normal country, stop trying to build a nuclear weapon, stop trying to fund terrorism all over the Middle East, then we are willing to actually fundamentally transform our relationship with them. That's what the president has offered. Now, of course, we would need to verify that. We would need to see real progress and real action,
They
not
know
just
that's
words.
part of the deal?
Absolutely. It's written right there in the agreement, Sean. And here's the thing. Yes, you're right. Sometimes when, information about this deal will leak out, you'll have somebody on a propaganda channel in that country, in Iran, who will say something that isn't true. I think it's sort of expected. It frustrates me too, but it's expected that some Yahoo is going to say something about the deal further. Number two, it ensures that Iran will never have a nuclear.
All right, so there's this idea that $300 billion or whatever. But I don't think that's true. But what I do think is true is, if this is a real effort at peace and there is this agreement, then at some point the sanctions are gonna be lifted and they're going to get money because of it, right? I mean, if you lift the sanctions, the country is going to become wealthier. The whole point of sanctions is to make the country poorer. Okay, so apparently this is crazy. Like which it's not. It's not crazy at all. If you're going to have peace, you're going to have to allow them to. You're going to lift sanctions if they're not going to have the nukes. I mean, that's part of the negotiation. But what does that mean? Well, it would mean then that eventually they can rebuild their country. And this is an untenable situation, apparently, for some in the neocon war party. So essentially, we have to live in this perpetual, this perpetual war posture where domestically here at home, America just gets neglected all for this conflict. And I think President Trump knows this, and he's over it. I think he's absolutely over it. The Israeli Telegram channel. There's some people have been looking at these Israeli Telegram channels, and because of this deal, somebody named Sina Tusi says Israeli Telegram channel with 180,000 members is mourning and in fury. Quote, God will curse Trump. The first war in Israel's history that we lost. We have to admit the facts. Iranians taught America a lesson. Hopefully in 10 years we won't be dependent on American idiots. They've also some Telegram channels. They've said some really terrible things about the tragic of a B-2 bomber that exploded on takeoff. People are celebrating that who are wanting more war in the Middle East. That brings me to this. President Trump publicly rebukes Israel for almost torpedoing Iran deal with vicious strikes in Beirut. Quote, without me, there would be no Israel. Bibi has to be more responsible. I want you to listen to this audio clip. And as you're listening to it, I want you to think about all of the people. And granted, it is a potpourri on the right. And I'm sorry to use these analogies, but you guys know what potpourri is, That's what we are. We're a coalition party, and there are people that say things I disagree with. There are people that say things I agree with, and there's people that say things that I disagree with and agree with. Some, it's all in the mix. As you listen to these comments that President Trump is making at the G7, I want you to think of all of the people we have been told to never listen to again, because they were skeptical about this war. They were skeptical about entire buildings being destroyed in Gaza, where every woman, all the children, all of the women, they're all human shields. Every single one of them were used as human shields in an effort where there was no accountability at all. I just want you to think about all the people that were upset with what happened in Gaza, that still thought October 7th was bad, but we're saying, hey, this is too far. Hey, we don't need to go to war in Iran. Hey, all of the people who we were told over the last 6 months, that person's an anti-Semite, or that person is anti-Trump because they're not supporting this. I want you to now listen to what President Trump says at the G7. Take a listen.
Mr. President, what are the expectations for Israel? Can this deal survive if Israel attacks Lebanon?
It can, and I consider that the minor war. Iran's the big one, but we have a little pinprick out there that constantly rears its head, and that's Hezbollah. And, you know, I was very responsible for Syria, and the man that's running Syria now is a person that I put there along with President Erdogan and some others. He's done an amazing job of pulling it together. He's not a Boy Scout, but he's done an amazing job of pulling it together. And he is very good with Hezbollah, does not like them. And I'll tell you what, Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long, and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they're not all Hezbollah, that I can tell you. And I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah. Because to be honest with you, I think they do a better job of doing it. And I didn't like Syria. I didn't like where 2 hours before we're signing the agreement that there was an attack in Lebanon, in Beirut. It was right in, it wasn't like in the southern side, and you know, it was in Beirut. I did not like that. I let them know that. I didn't like it, not at all. But I think that Syria, you know, he's pulled that country together amazingly quickly. He's very capable. And he's been very good for me. He's protected everything that I've asked for, he's done.
A couple of things here. This has been the criticism of the way, certainly the way Israel conducted the war in Gaza, which was just destroy the whole building and kill everybody in it, because they're all human shields. President Trump saying the same thing, essentially, but they're now doing it in Beirut, in Lebanon. And by the way, and this is why, this is... My cards are on the table, okay? They're Christians in Beirut. They're Christians in Lebanon. And so, yeah, as a fellow Christian, I think the murder of Christians in an effort to go after Hezbollah is really bad, actually. I'm going to frown upon that as a fellow Christian. President Trump saying, you know, he describes Hezbollah, by the way, in that, this is going to make the pro-war crowd absolutely insane. He describes Hezbollah as a pinprick. Now think about that. That is a very curious word that the president uses in describing Israel's problem with Hezbollah. He's describing it as a pinprick, meaning not a grave wound, meaning what you're doing, taking down entire buildings in Beirut, is not a measured, appropriate response. President Trump is calling it a pinprick. I mean, yeah, it's bad, but it is not a measured response. It is not a justified response, taking down an entire apartment building, because you're killing innocent people in another country, a sovereign country, Lebanon. And again, he points out that they're not bombing the South Lebanon, where they're, you know, towards the border, where there's a lot of, where more Hezbollah activity. No, they're bombing the capital of Lebanon, Beirut, and taking out entire blocks. And this isn't the first time. What happened over the weekend is not the first time that this happened. I mean, it happened, you know, months ago. And only thing it does is put us in a position where it makes peace with a very belligerent country, Iran, where, you know, it's very difficult, a very unorganized by design country, Iran, very difficult to figure out. Very, you know, because you may make a deal with a foreign minister, as we've seen, but you haven't made a deal with the Revolutionary Guard. And so you've got our partner, our ally, who just keeps going and doesn't listen, because they don't want peace. So if you're in a war with an ally that has two totally different goals, you're going to have a very hard time. And that's what we're seeing here. And we're seeing the President of the United States, Donald Trump, echoing this problem. Maybe not in exactly the same ways that some people do on X that are, you know, but he's that are maybe more forceful, but certainly he's echoing the fact that, hey, this is a problem for us if we actually want peace. So it goes on. We're going to continue with this. Listen to the rest of what he says. By the way, I will say I learned something about Syria. I mean, obviously that this is the first time I've ever heard President Trump describe him putting in power the guy in Syria who, again, is no Boy Scout bad guy, right? But apparently has brought order to that situation, which is very interesting. Can that we could go down the whole Bashar al-Assad rabbit trail sometime. Anyway, listen to more of this.
And if Israel can't do the job without killing everyone else, he'll do the job. Syria will do the job. And I've asked for, he's done. He's pulled that country together amazingly quickly. He's very capable. And he's been very good for me. He's protected everything that I've asked for, he's done. And if Israel can't do the job without killing everyone else, he'll do the job. Syria will do the job.
Are you frustrated with Netanyahu, sir?
No. We had a great relationship. We're talking about some end details. I didn't like that he did an attack based on there was a very minor little thing with some drones that were released, and he ends up doing I saw that attack. I saw where that bomb went. Did you see what happened? That was a vicious, that was too much.
Not proportional.
You can do too much also. But we've had a very effective relationship. Without the United States, there would be no Israel. Without me, there would be no Israel, because no other president was willing to do what I did. I've had a great relationship with Bibi, but now Bibi has to be more responsible with respect to Lebanon. Lebanon used to be a great country. It was a country where you had professors, doctors, lawyers. The great intellect was in Lebanon. Now it's terrible. I would say of all countries...
Weirdly enough, I didn't know this until Israel started attacking Lebanon. I did a little research. Do you know that in the country of Lebanon, okay, and granted, Beirut did used to be a lot more like the Paris of the Middle East before the Muslims immigrated and took over, right? Okay, like that is true. But it is also true that a lot of people don't know this, that in the government of Lebanon, you have to have a Sunni Muslim in power, a Shia Muslim in power, and a Christian in power. And I think it's like the president, prime minister, and like House of Parliament or Speaker of the House or something like that, where the president has to be a Christian, the prime minister has to be a Muslim, and then the other one has to get, But yeah, the president of Iran, I think, has to be a Christian. The president of Lebanon, I think, has to be a Christian by law. And, we're over here in the West, and I don't think any of us even know that. Most of us don't even know that. And most of us never heard, back to the whole Gaza thing to the south, like most of us had no idea that in Gaza there were, historic Christian churches that had been functioning and allowed to worship there for, 1,000 years. And they were totally destroyed. Totally destroyed. A few of the comments here in the LFA chat. X Machine writes, the Israel bombing on Beirut is bad. And if they break the ceasefire, which I do believe Iran and Israel will somehow F this up, America should not intervene again. We did our job. We're done. Just keep the oil flowing. We need the Strait open. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. But I agree. I think I generally agree with that sentiment. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I wasn't for the conflict in the first place. And walking away at this point might be what needs to happen, but we'll see. More on this audio clip. This is a wild audio clip. This is the realest I've seen President Trump in a long time. Does anyone else out there feel that way? This is kind of the just kind of the realest, most genuine version of President Trump I've seen in a long time.
They've been treated the worst, and they can't defend themselves, and they have Hezbollah, which is a problem for them. So, no, I'm not happy with the way Israel has handled themselves with Lebanon and with Hezbollah. They should have been able to do the job faster. It just goes on forever. And when that happens, it throws a negative light on the big deal, and that's the deal with Iran. So when you ask me about Bibi, an unbelievable relationship. But Israel would have been blown up a long time ago had I not gotten involved. Two things I did. I terminated the Iran nuclear deal. Barack Hussein Obama sold out Israel for Iran. He went to Iran. He sold them out. How anybody can vote for this guy or the party, the Democrats I call them, because they're dumb. They're dumb people. That's number one. How anybody can vote for them. And the second was the B-2 bombers just totally destroyed. So they had the right, the JCPOA. I watch these politicians. I watched this Senator Reid that nobody ever heard of the other day. Well, this deal is the same as the deal Barack Obama. No. This deal is a wall to a nuclear weapon. His deal was a road to a nuclear weapon. My deal, they can't have a nuclear. They get blown up. If they have a nuclear weapon, they get blown up. In his deal, they were allowed to have a nuclear weapon. And in all fairness to Bibi, I remember very well, Bibi came to Washington and begged Obama not to make that deal. And Obama was on the side of Iran, not Israel. And he made the deal. That deal was a disaster. I terminated that deal. And if I didn't terminate, and was very tough after the termination, and if I didn't do that, Howard knows better than anybody. If I didn't terminate that deal, I believe that Israel wouldn't be here right now.
Is there any more? Hang on.
And the second one was what we did with respect to the nuclear dust, as I call it, right? We blew it up. The mountain collapsed on top. You can't get to it. And they were 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it on Israel, and I hate to say it, and probably the rest of the Middle East, because they had all those missiles aimed at the Emir, at Saudi Arabia, at UAE, at Kuwait, at Bahrain. I mean, the biggest surprise in this whole thing, I didn't think you guys would, I thought he would aim at Israel. But he didn't aim at Israel, much less. He aimed at your countries. And actually that was a mistake for them because it brought us, these countries, in particular the 5 countries, it brought us, I mean, he even hit Turkey once. I never understood it. Nobody's going to understand it. That's the problem. They're totally irrational people. And those people are now gone. And I think Iran has rational leadership now.
Quote, I think Iran has rational leadership now. So for whatever reason, President Trump thinks Iran has rational leadership now. And the pro-war wing of the Republican Party is not happy. Laura Loomer, who, by the way, is really mad at Tulsi Gabbard. She's calling the revelations we talked about last Friday about the biolabs. She says it's Russian disinformation. So she's doing the whole Russia thing. But she's very upset with President Trump saying that he's upset with Bibi, or, Bibi's got to be more restrained and hasn't handled the situation, is killing too many people, not getting the job done. All these criticisms that, again, other people have been saying this entire time and have been told to, have been anathematized. Sitting next to the Qataris, President Trump spoke about the current Iranian leadership. He described them as very rational people. They are nice to deal with. They are strong and smart people. They are not radicalized, and I'm looking to help their country. She says they are loyalists to the Ayatollah who chant death to America, who is giving President Trump tainted pro-Islamic intel. Iran just plotted to assassinate Ivanka Trump. How is that not radical? Now, remember that happened right before we were about to get peace the last time. Do you remember that? That was like 3 or 4 weeks ago. We were about to get peace again, and right before the announcement that the peace was close, oh no! The Iranians did the one thing that would get their country possibly nuked and their civilization ended, which was trying to assassinate the president's daughter. How convenient! Ooh, how convenient. So she's not happy. Not happy at all. Jenna Ellis isn't happy. She responds, he can't possibly actually believe this, when Vice President J.D. Vance says, we are hearing from both Iranian hardliners and political leaders that the past 47 years of hostility with the United States have been a mistake and that it is time to turn a new page. Do you remember when everybody gave President Trump all of the hate when he crossed over into North Korea and shook hands with Kim Jong-un? Now, the hate he got was from the leftists. Because, see, a lot of people, speculate that the whole North Korea thing was essentially an intelligence op as a gun to the head of the rest of the world. As a gun to the head of the rest of the world. To be used however it needs to be used, for whatever excuse, to fund whatever. Maybe Iran is the same way. And who knows? And maybe I'm being ridiculously optimistic here. I get this. Who knows? Maybe President Trump has cracked the nut. It's just like, I don't know. I don't know this for a fact, but it seems like people like this or Mark Levin, they're not going to be satisfied until we drop a nuclear bomb on Iran. Or we lose 30,000 troops in securing the new reality, which is some sort of Iranian sectarian civil war. Here we go. R.N. McIntyre. The neocons are not subtle. They hate Trump and Vance as they always did. I hope everyone who told MAGA to follow these idiots into disaster realize how much damage they did while attacking people who saw this coming as disloyal. Here's a guy on Fox News with Brett Baer by the name of Benjamin Domenech, and this is what he thinks about the idea of this peace deal.
This president has been, I think he's been the best foreign policy president of my lifetime. I think that he's been incredibly bold. He has used American power to restore our sovereignty, to protect our interests, and to look out for the American people. And I think it was a gutsy call for him to go into Iran when he did. He didn't have to do it, but he did it. He thought it was the right time. And I still think that that was the right decision. This deal and everything that we know about it, to the degree that it is being spun in public by this, and behind the scenes by the administration, everything about this deal seems bad to me. It all seems bad. It all seems like a setback. It doesn't seem like it meets any of the measures that the president actually put out there of his goals when it came to this conflict. And look, at some point, this Republican Party needs to decide which kind of foreign policy it's going to have. Is it going to be an America First foreign policy, one that is bold, that uses American power in key moments decisively in order to affect what it wants to achieve? Or are we going to just backslide into being some kind of hillbilly Obama kind of GOP? That is not something that is acceptable to me. It should not be acceptable to Republicans, and it should not be acceptable to any conservative who is...
So the idea of peace, so it really, and this is the cards that you have. Do a ground troop invasion, which I don't support, nobody would support. It would totally fracture the entire country because we would take heavy losses. Okay, so you do that, or you can drop a nuke, okay, and totally, for forever, like for forever, America would essentially lose any sort of moral claim of moral superiority to do anything ever again on the global stage. And even in our own country, it would be one of the most demoralizing things that you could think of. Given where the status quo was, given how the war kicked off in the first place, okay? Not to mention the millions of Christians that live in Iran, by the way. Those are your options. It's either those things or some form of peace. Some form of peace where, yes, Iran remains intact. I'm sorry the world isn't the way you wish it would be, but it is what it is. And so instead of, what is their end goal is an absolute catastrophe. I don't even know know how in their minds they're just going to continue down this path. Because I'm trying to game it out, and all I see is total disaster. And also a total revolt of voters back here at home if they keep going down this path. Because it's no longer in the abstract. Would you support getting rid of Iran? A lot of Americans on the right were like, well, yeah, I hear they're evil. I've been told they're evil. And they are evil, and yeah, I'd love to get rid of them. Okay, would you support that if it meant, $5 gallon gasoline, inflation goes through the roof, you can't afford your groceries, and by the way, the infrastructure here continues to crumble, the IRS still comes after you. In the abstract, it may be fine, but when you actually do it, you lose a lot of people that way, because that's what people actually care about. They care about, can you put gas in your car? Okay? So I don't even know where these people are, but the larger point is they turn on Trump like that. They turn on Trump like that, and to the other side's point, yeah, there's a ton of people that turned on Trump when he got into the war. Yeah, 100%. That they were saying because they were like, well, I disagree with what he did there. That was my number one issue, and so we'll go to war with the Trump administration and criticize literally everything he does all the time. Those people existed too. But the masks are coming off. And speaking of masks, I do have to say, I'm glad that the people that they have, coming out are actually, it's their real face, or at least it looks like their real face. It's not like that Admiral so-and-so, Admiral Flaps, who is clearly wearing a mask. Again, I finished the Mission Impossible arc. I've been watching these Mission Impossible movies, and I'm telling you, go back and watch the first Mission Impossible with Tom Cruise, and where Tom is going undercover as a politician. And Tom is like talking to John Voight. He's saying, like, I'm going in as Waltzer, Senator Waltzer. And he's like, yeah. And John Voight says, yeah, he's one of ours. He's fly fishing, but you'll be at the embassy in Prague. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like right there in front of your face. While you got Admiral whatever his name was. And he comes out on Stitchfield. I wasn't wearing a mirror. I wasn't even a dress. I'm not even going to tug on my face. Total theater, folks. Way more than you want to admit. Lights, camera, action. This is crazy. And by the way, what was that Admiral advocating for? Admiral Flaps? More war with Iran. Keep going. Keep pushing. Here is a guy by the name of, I guess this is an Israeli, saying that Lindsey Graham was right 10 years ago. These are the responses you're getting from people on X as a result of the piece. Quote, if we nominate Trump, we will get destroyed, and we will deserve it. On a dime. Then you've even got, you've got Axios piling on, right? Axios is piling on and is saying, the intelligence community is saying that Trump's plan for peace is unreasonable. You can't trust the Iranians. Then you've got radio talk show host Eric Erickson calling this American surrender. American surrender. Again, on this issue, you step out of line. You don't allow Israel to get the total destruction that it wants, and it's American surrender instead of maybe it's just prudence. You ever think of that? Maybe, I mean, we've been at this since February. We've been at this for a long time. And we can talk about all we want. Oh, their military is decimated. Okay, fine. If your military is decimated, then it should be no problem. Obviously, Iran is not, yes, they're wounded. Yes, they've taken a lot of losses. Yes, we've killed their leadership. But again, they're totally decentralized and chaotic. So obviously it's a lot easier said than done. There's obviously more missiles. There's obviously more drones. There's obviously an Iranian Revolutionary Guard that is like their entire lives for generations. They've been told one day we'll get to fight the Americans. And again, you're dealing with high IQ people on average, not your average, inbred, Middle Eastern or somewhere, right? So it's obviously not. It's about it's the cards, and part of the cards that Iran was dealt is something called topography in the Strait of Hormuz. Carlos Abadi Rubio must resign, needs to resign. He can no longer serve this administration over this deal. Again, Eric Erickson, we know the Iran deal is a capitulation by the United States because neither the vice president nor the president are willing to release the text. No, actually, not necessarily. a capitulation as far as Israel's concerned and the neocons are concerned. That's the way they're going to frame it, 100%, because they don't want peace. I don't think there's any world where they actually want peace without Iran being removed from the chessboard entirely, which we're talking a lot of lives. We're talking a lot of bloodshed, and you're talking about the bloodshed of American soldiers, a lot of them. Another Eric Erickson. Trump has surrendered to Iran. Those who kill Americans love this deal. So now we're getting, if you like the prospect of peace, you love dead Americans. When it's the opposite, that's true. Because if we got into a ground war, there would be scores of dead Americans. And then you got that guy, Dominich, that wants to say we need a true America first foreign policy. I'm sorry, that is not an America first foreign policy. Here we go, Mark Levin. Appalling. They fought beside us. Now we celebrate talks with the enemy? And the enemy knows more than our ally? This is shocking. So this is the report that Netanyahu at a press conference said yesterday, we still don't know what the agreement will be. The memorandum of understanding is under lock and key. President Trump says he'll release it after they sign it on Friday. So Mark Levin is appalling. He's appalled. This goes to show that there is a breakdown in trust between the United States and Israel. And I think President Trump has said that. I think that's obvious. We just played the 6-minute clip of him basically saying that. And the unspoken, what he's not saying is, hey, if we put the agreement out, all of the people that only want war and they don't want peace, they're going to find a way to derail it. And that's what's going on right now. There are people trying to derail this at all costs. Mike Crispy, this is very disloyal and sad behavior from Mark Levin. President Trump promoted and supported him, and the minute he doesn't get what he wants, he throws a temper tantrum like a child. Trump knows better than you, Mark. I trust his deal, and you should too. Shut up. We're not guaranteed tomorrow. We're not guaranteed that this deal is going to be great. We're not guaranteed that this deal is going to actually maintain peace. But there's people trying to stop what's going on. And I'll characterize it, the way I would characterize it is, I think for the most part, there's been several outlets that have reported on this. The United States was oversold how easy this would be. This is not Venezuela. And this is us trying to reset the board. This is us trying to figure out and spin it however you want. I don't really care, because I know that if we do have peace and we get rid of this Middle East fatigue, we can focus on what's going on domestically. And obviously, you have to also mention the midterms coming up here in just a few months. So CBS News, the Iranians are saying that they're going to have access to $300 billion. Here's more from J.D. Vance. Let's listen to this.
Walk through some of this. The Iranians are saying that they're going to have access to a $300 billion reconstruction fund. True or false?
Well, Ed, that's the sort of thing they could have access to, funded by the Gulf Coast Coalition, so long as they honor their end of the obligation. I think that one of the things you're going to see, Ed, and people have to be skeptical of this, is that the hardliners in the Iranian system will overemphasize the benefits that Iran gets while underemphasizing all the things that they have to concede and all the things they have to provide in order to get these benefits. So we absolutely are open to the Gulf Coast countries investing in the reconstruction of Iran, but only if Iran ends their nuclear program, ends their enriched stockpile of material, and is really open to an inspections and enforcement regime that gives the American people confidence they're never going to have a nuclear weapon. So
there you go. This is exactly what I said earlier. The United States isn't giving that money, if it even happens at all. But again, if you're trying to normalize, by the way, I'll also say this, and this terrifies the deep state and the globalists as well, because what is essentially being discussed here is the normalization of relations with Iran. And do you know what you have? If you have normalization of relations with Iran, the prospects of normalizing relations with Russia become, technically speaking, much easier to do. And that is something, their old boogeyman, Russia, based on the 1980s fear, Red Dawn, Rocky IV, that no longer exists in the same way that it did, is untenable to the intel oligarchy. It's untenable to the deep state, the globalists. They don't like that. They don't want that. A normalization of relationship between Russia and the U.S. makes an incredible amount of sense. If you want to talk about what makes good sense for America, that certainly would economically. And I'm telling you, the people, they're going to do everything they can to say, if this deal holds, it basically it will unlock a normalization relationship with Russia, and it will also lead to the end of the hostilities between Ukraine, which is something I said from the beginning of this. For the last year, I've wondered if you have peace in the Middle East, meaning this was back before we started the war, if you had peace where, there wasn't going to be any escalation in the Middle East, I said, then you're going to have peace with Russia and Ukraine. And so now we've had the skirmish, the conflict, the special military operation or whatever. You've had that. Now will it lead to peace? It very well could. It very well could. Could be a game changer. Could be a game changer. All right, we're going to reset here, take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back here in just a moment here on LFA TV. Thanks so much for watching.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vive.
I had 5 units that I purchased for the practice right out of the chute. Well, those went the first week that I got back to Houston. So then we ordered another 5 and then another 5. And I think over the next, 6 to 8 weeks, we had ordered like 35 units. And they're gone. They're still gone out of the practice. So we're excited about moving more of these units for our patients because they need them. And so when you bring in new technology and your staff's thinking, oh, this is another thing that I need to handle during the day, I think it's a good idea to give them a little incentive. And I do it as a team. So if one person does well, the whole team does well. So they all support each other. And they got really excited about that. They love it. They'll bring a unit in, turn it on, put it on the patient's foot or leg, and they'll tell the patients, be sure to talk to Dr. Parker about red light therapy. And the patient will say, red light therapy, I've heard of that, And so I'll walk in and my nurse is she'll tell me, I've spoken to Mrs. Jones about this red light therapy, and she's really excited about it. So Red Vive has been fantastic for our bottom line.
This is our family dog, Bubba. He is a Shorty Jack Russell, and he brings a lot of love and laughter into our home. We just want to thank Pet Club for making healthy food and treats for our animals. Bubba has been on Pet Club food for a little over a year now. He really likes the Sequoia dry food, and then I put a scoop of the Sequoia wet dog food in there with some hot water and stir it up, and he absolutely loves it. And he likes the mush puppies, but his ultimate favorite is the antlers. Those keep him busy for a really long time, and he really likes them. It makes us feel really good that the food and treats that we give him have healthy ingredients in them because we want him to be around for a really long time. Our previous dog was a lab, and his name was Titus, and we fed him in bulk, and we would just get his food from the big box grocery stores. And unfortunately, that food wasn't very healthy for him, and he ended up getting cancer and passing away. So we didn't want to make that mistake with Bubba, so we were really fortunate to find Pet Club and find some really healthy food for him to eat. So we would just like to thank Pet Club, and we just really appreciate the healthy food that they make so we can keep this guy around as long as we can.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vive devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, welcome back. Thanks so much for being with us. Let's see here. We've got a little bit more fallout to get to here. Jack Posobiec. We covered this earlier, that he has drawn the criticism, ire of talk radio host Mark Levin. And this is why. The reason Mark Levin is now calling for Turning Point USA to fire Jack Posobiec. Odd thing to demand, but it's because Jack is saying things like this. Remember how hard the neocons attacked anyone who didn't want a full-scale war with Iran? Now they're attacking President Trump's deal just as much. These people are two-faced and untrustworthy. Now the reason, and I've heard this before, because when I get off the air here every day on the ride home, I generally have talk radio on, my local talk radio station here in Northeast Arkansas, which I used to be on every day. The Mark Levin's who's playing, and so I listen to Mark Levin on the way home, except for Fridays when I turn it to 40s Junction XM satellite radio, 40s Junction, because for whatever reason I really haven't. I have found that I don't listen to a lot of music, never really have, which is odd because I'm actually a musical person, right? I'm talented in that area, but I listen to a lot of soundtracks. I love music that actually doesn't have words, right? Obviously, I love hymns, sing those in church, but it's weird. I think one of the reasons I hate music the way in its current iteration is because I just feel like the lyrics are just so life-sucking. I just feel like they, for the most part, are not good. And so this XM radio station, 40s Junction, which is like in somewhere in the 70s, channel 70 something. Anyway, it's just incredible, just like how it's just chill. Yeah, and some of it's really corny, some of it's very interesting musically, but it's just like it's something you can listen to, and I don't feel like there's a demon trying to suck my soul out of my body. Does that make sense to you guys? And I'm being dramatic there, but there's a lot of truth to that in terms of the music we listen to and what we're putting in front of our bodies, what we're putting in our bodies, what our ears are hearing. But anyway, so on Fridays, I'm like, it's the weekend. I'm checking out of politics. Time for some 1940s music, and it's really good. But Monday through Thursday on the way home, I listen to Mark Levin because I want to know what he's saying. And I have caught enough of his show to know that he really hates the word neocon. He thinks that if somebody uses the word neocon, they are anti-Semitic. He said this multiple times. I've heard it. He says that when you use the word neocon, you are actually saying the word Jew or Jews. This is what he says over and over. So when Jack Posobiec says the neocons, Mark Levin says, you're talking about the Jews then, huh? You're talking about the Jews. You're calling the Jews two-faced and untrustworthy. That is why Mark Levin is now targeting Jack Posobiec, just so you know. Har2 says, I agree, Paul. That's why I listen to Christian music. Yeah, I mean, that's why a lot of people listen to Christian music. But I don't really listen to Christian music per se. I don't even know what the current latest Christian music is, right? Because, and I know there's good stuff out there, but it seems like in the past, I don't know, maybe it's my generation. You know, when something kind of happened in my generation where we ended up. So I'm 41. Okay, so I'm about to be 42 years old, and I grew up Baptist. And I'm grateful for that. I came to faith in Christ as a Baptist. I'm now, a Presbyterian, a confessional Presbyterian, not the kind of Presbyterian that has rainbow pride flags out in front of your in front of the churches. Not that kind, but. Something happened though when I was growing up. When I started, my earliest memories of going to a Baptist church, it was very traditional in terms of we had a hymn book. We sang hymns like "Victory in Jesus." I heard an old story, how the Savior came from glory. Those are the type of songs that we sang, and then something happened when I hit about the 5th or 6th grade in whatever the youth program was, which it was a great youth program, but then it started getting we had our own services for kids or for teens or junior high people, and we didn't sing hymns with the piano and the organ. Instead, now there was a guitar, and then there was a bass guitar, and then there was drums, and then we were singing these contemporary hymns, and I suppose I liked them okay, but then over time, as you got older, and as that crop of kids became older, then that contemporary music started to replace the hymns in church, and then the organ and piano, not so much. We're going to kind of mimic the proscenium stage, and we're going to have the guitarist on stage. We're going to have the bassist on stage. We're going to have the drums on stage. And over time, as I became an adult, for whatever reason, I guess I began to resent that style of worship. If that's you, that's great, to each his own. But I feel like maybe this was an effort to try to attract more young people by imitating, the Aerosmith concerts or whatever they were going to. I don't know. I've been to like 3 concerts my whole life. But you understand what I'm saying. Like, so when I think of Christian music that's on the radio, I kind of think of that, and I'm just kind of like over it. The church I go to now, we just sing hymns. And that's not to say that's the only way you can worship God corporately. It's not. But that's and by the way, that's not to say that that's the only criteria for deciding what church to go to is the style of music. I would discourage that for the most part. Although, if you're going to a church where they have somebody doing like interpretive dance or something, I would say okay. But that's just kind of me. That's why I don't really listen to Christian music on the radio. Again, I stick to like soundtracks and scores and things like that, except on Fridays, where 40s Junction comes on the radio. And it's kind of like I'm now trained my brain from a sensory standpoint. It's like when I turn 40s Junction on, it's like I feel the stress of the week kind of go away, and then when I get into the car to come to work on Monday, you know what's on? the Forties Junction. It's still on. And I'm like, okay, let's turn it back on talk radio. The work week has begun. Anyway, that's mine. That's my story. A little personal information for you. Carl Benji, I grew up with old-time rock and roll and country. Hartu says same. All right. More on this. Let's see here. Got a few more. So Richard Barris has an interesting post on this. Now, he's one of the guys who's been, he's a pollster, and he's been predicting an absolute bloodbath for Republicans in the midterms. But he says this: I'm screenshotting all the seething, panicking neocons. It's rather entertaining. What happened to trust the plan? He says, I don't care about the terms of the deal. What so many do not seem to understand is that unconditional surrender was never a realistic option. Those scenarios are the dreams of a naive, myth-believing and frankly entitled generation who already selfishly squandered our superpower status and inheritance of future generations. So you can see where he's coming from. He's pretty upset about all this. But he is noting what I have noted, which is the amount of people, at least on X. I guess what should we say X isn't real life, which it's not. And it's very easy to get in this bubble of X and think that this is what the entire electorate feels. But I will just say these prominent voices, or prominent voices in the pro-war idea, are very upset. They're very upset. Mark Levin is now insisting that this deal needs to be a treaty. So this is the new talking point. Lindsey Graham is saying the same thing. Lindsey Graham is saying, I look forward to, the Senate, through consent, advise and consent. Here is Mark Levin with the latest talking point, which is Trump just can't make this deal. Trump just can't make this deal on his own. It's got to go through the Senate.
Congress is going to review it. Because that's not discussed either. Yes, Congress will have to look at this. And most importantly, they're going to look at whether this deal can be upheld, I suspect. Now, this should be treated as a treaty under the Constitution for we constitutional conservatives. But Obama and Congress, Democrats and all Republicans but one, Tom Cotton, all of them decided not to apply the treaty requirements under the Constitution to the Obama-Iran nuclear deal.
Interesting, he says Tom Cotton. I keep seeing these reports that Tom Cotton is promoting a bill or promoting a section of one of the national security bills that they're going to talk about that would somehow require that the United States share its intelligence automatically with Israel, which we are seeing play out in real time if the reports are accurate. Why that would be a terrible idea. We're seeing it play out in real time. Why, as we see the reports that the memorandum of understanding has not been given to the Israelis. Or, Netanyahu said he hasn't seen it yet. So, if that's true, there would be scenarios where this is a terrible idea, by the way. Why would we do that? Why would we need to put that into the bill? Unless you put it into the bill because, you're worried that people are starting to figure out that, hey, the concept of sovereignty is a good thing, right? You can be allies. You can have allies. But the reason the word ally even exists is it implies that there are two separate sovereigns who are choosing to voluntarily cooperate. Also, the whole Russia thing. We're kind of moving on to the next phase of the show. Well, this is just briefly. I'm just highlighting this. We mentioned this earlier. Laura Loomer is so upset with Tulsi Gabbard for revealing the bioweapons labs, and she is now saying that she's just repackaging Russian talking points, which is exactly what the deep state and the Biden administration said when the initial claim that the U.S. had bioweapons labs in Ukraine, was out there. That's exactly what the deep state, the intel oligarchy, the Biden administration said. Tulsi Gabbard confirming that, no, we have been doing this. We have been essentially funding bioterrorism across the world. And it's a bad thing. Laura Loomer saying, no, that's just Russia. It's a Russian disinformation. Yeah, okay, whatever. In the meantime, there was this big event over the weekend. We didn't have a show yesterday, so we didn't cover it. The UFC, huge event. I'm not a huge, UFC fan or whatever. I mean, I think some of the fighters are quite based, as the kids say. That was certainly proven when you had that one guy say that Michelle Obama is a man. There's that one song. Somebody created that song about Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama is a man. His name is Michael. He's a trans. Anyway, that certainly was quite the spectacle. From all reports, it was apparently very well done. Just an incredible spectacle. It opens up the debate about, should it have happened, should it not have happened? I don't really care, honestly, at this point. You know why I don't care about the left that's upset about the UFC fight? It's because the UFC fight on the lawn of the White House is a whole lot better than Joe Biden inviting a tranny there, who went topless. Literally took his top off. And displayed the silicone for all to see. So in a response to the UFC event, though, the left wanted to coordinate some sort of no kings answer to it, and it sounded like this.
No one is getting left behind this time. No one is getting left behind. Not this time. No one is getting left behind this time. How do we get there? Together or never get there at all. This time. No one is getting left behind this time.
I will just say, per my previous conversation, my previous background about the church stuff, this looks like a really, really bad worship service, doesn't it? Like a really, really bad one. You got the screen, got to have the projector. Then, of course, you had Bette Midler, who, I didn't even know who Bette Midler was until when I was a young kid, I watched that one Seinfeld episode where she was, Rochelle, and George, injured her in the softball competition. But she took to the stage.
Oh, you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. Hey there, all you fascists. Let me put you straight. When you come for the rest of us, we'll fight you at the gate and you will lose. You fascists bound to lose. Oh, you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose.
Need some spoons, Need a couple of spoons for that song. I'm trying to analyze the lyrics themselves. Who got together? How did the creative process work? It goes to show you how in just a way there's a psychosis going on where it just I don't know, man. They're trying to will a reality that simply doesn't exist. The left continues to lose on so many fronts, and so it's just like their dream. It's like all they think about, right? Well, he's bound to lose. It's got to happen sometime. Bound to lose, Robert Mueller. Remember Robert Mueller? Robert Mueller, bound to lose. Robert Mueller is we're gonna have a happy, have yourself a Robert Mueller Christmas. Remember all that? Remember that? Yeah, the psychosis for these people is absolutely real. Irish 539, loony lefties, you say. Yes, exactly. Darlene Dempsey, so stupid, pathetic, is what NJV 3657 says. Amy 1019 says, sounded like Weird Al. It's crazy, man. Yeah, per the previous subject on the Russians and the bioweapons, Roz 2798 says Newland admitted it to Congress. You are exactly right. So then the question is, why would Laura Loomer? I know she hates Tulsi Gabbard because Tulsi Gabbard is anti-war, which again is perceived by people like Mark Levin. Okay, if you're anti-war, you're anti-Semitic, which is crazy. But she admitted this in Congress in testimony to Marco Rubio. It's like a part of public record. It's everywhere. It's all over the place. So, anyway. Oh, this is funny about the about the Michelle Obama man comment at UFC. You have the President Trump's potential assassin being successful, Civil War. But because it missed, we got a guy on the White House lawn saying Michelle Obama being called a man at a UFC White House event. That's pretty funny right there. Also, we have this kind of in line with the performance. In Finland, they made a dance to show migrants not to rape them.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
This can't be real.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
That cannot be real. There's no way. Megan Basham says, if you had asked me to guess how Nordic countries address the problem of migrant sexual assault, this is about what I would have pictured. So Basil the Great, in Finland, they made a dance to show migrants not to rape them. Don't touch me. This is my no-no square. There's no way. That can't be real. That's like something off of The Office. John Thune selling us out. Oh, here it is. Okay, this was a terrible thing. So the LAPD is under fire because they killed a family dog. Headline: Family dog shot and killed by LAPD during Knicks celebration at condo in Canoga Park. This is the dog they shot in a Knicks jersey. That is some sort of poodle mix, maybe a golden doodle or some sort of poodle. Okay. A hypoallergenic dog, doesn't shed, and apparently this belonged to a man, but his mom was celebrating the Knicks winning, and the neighbors heard screaming because they were shouting because the Knicks won. So they called the police, and the police responded to the complaint to check, do a wellness check, and apparently the dog got out of the apartment when the door was opened, and ran at the officers. There's nothing that suggests the dog tried to bite them, but maybe he did. And they shot and killed the dog right there on the spot. And I'm not going to play the clip because of FCC guidelines for our cable affiliate, but yeah, this is the owner there just wailing over the body of his dead dog. And you see the cops. Look how many cops were there at this point. I guess they all showed up after the firearm was discharged, but he's just absolutely, unbelievably upset by this, and I get it. But I've this happens a lot. This happens, way more than it should, and I don't understand it. I really don't. I mean, if you've got a Belgian Malinois or maybe even a German Shepherd or certainly a pit bull, okay, I understand. Like I understand being very weary of that, but I've been around dogs my whole life. I've been bitten by dogs. I'm an owner of a German Shepherd. This is the second German Shepherd I've owned. They could be vicious, but and I've played rough with dogs. I'm not afraid of dogs. I guess that's I don't understand why people are afraid of dogs. Okay, let me rephrase that. I understand why people would be afraid of dogs. I don't understand how you could become a police officer, that you could sign up as a police officer where there's a threat that people would shoot you just for being a police officer, that you are at risk every day for being a police officer. Violent criminals would target you because you're a police officer, and you're afraid of a dog? I don't understand that. I don't understand the mentality. I don't get it, but it happens way too often. where these cops just kill a dog for doing what a dog does. Do you know what a dog does? When strangers come to the door, a dog naturally barks. They investigate. You're on their territory. And for officers to just pull up and shoot dogs, I don't understand it. I guess I just don't understand. Like, even if a dog attacked me, I generally know what to do. Now, I mean, again, if it's like a Belgian Malinois, those things are not right. There's something, I'm sorry. Those dogs are not right to me. I almost bought one time, and I went out to a police trainer. They were training the dogs for it, and I got to see them in action. They're incredible. I mean, they're basically like cats, but dogs, right? They have the athletic ability of a cat. They can climb trees, do all kinds of stuff. I could just tell in the eyes, this is not me. Versus the German Shepherd, who can also be trained to be, an amazing attack dog or a police dog. But there's just something different. Like I understand shepherds. I get them. So I guess I could understand it. But you're talking about a golden doodle, or you're talking about a poodle. It's just, I guess I don't understand. Like, if one of those dogs attacked me, do you know how quickly an average man who's not afraid of dogs, I guess, you know how quickly you could put a dog in the dirt 6 feet under if they were an actual, threat to your life? Not to mention, you have a firearm. You don't have to go for the firearm right away. I guess I do not understand this. And maybe you guys think I'm crazy and I'm too, I don't know. I don't know. So Calpurnia 61, I was an electric worker, was attacked by a dog, ended up in the hospital. I have 6 rescue dogs. And again, I get it. I mean, I'm not saying there's no threat there, but there is something kind of strange about it to me. Why sign up to be a police officer if you don't know how to deal with a dog doing what dogs do? I don't understand that at all. Folks, that's all the time we have for this edition of the Paul Herrell program. Hopefully tomorrow, Rob and Eric will be back in studio, and we'll have a great one for you. Thanks so much. I want to give a shout-out to our sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 247, and Sherrod Chiropractic. And we will see you tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell program.
Welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast with David and Stacy Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values.
All right, Flyover family, be prepared to get informed, blessed, and encouraged. And today could be a very pivotal turning point in your life when it comes to your health, with awareness of a problem, but a massive amount of solutions, which is kind of our lifeblood here at Flyover Conservatives. You do want to point out problems, but then what? Okay?
Exactly.
That's what the news does. That's mainstream media. We actually have, how do we move our life forward better with our kids, grandkids, and make positive choices? And today's guest can really help us do that. Trailblazer in whole food nutrition. She's authored over 36 books.
36 books.
Probably most of you have never read 36 books. She's authored 36 books, have collectively sold over 3.5 million copies.
Wow.
Served as a nutritionist for George Foreman. Unbelievable. And advised the royal family of the UAE. Authored a newest book called Truth About Seed Oils. And that's what we're going to really kind of dive in today with Miss Sherry Kalbaum.
Welcome.
Thank you. What an honor to be with you. I love your show. It's so great. Thank you.
I think over
Absolutely.
36 books,
I
three and a
know.
half million copies. You must have had a really good guidance counselor in high school to plot out this course, and then you just executed the mission perfectly. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, none of the above, but I had an excellent counselor, the Holy Spirit.
I
And
love
God had
it.
a plan. And I say to everybody, and this is why we're talking about health, God has a purpose for your life. He had a purpose for mine. He's got a purpose for yours. And we have to be healthy to fulfill it, right? If we're not healthy, we're sidelined. If we get on track, on target, we do our part, God does his. Wow, do amazing doors open. And that's what happened for me.
That is absolutely amazing. We saw you on Sid Roth. And by the way, Flyover family, we will put the interview in the notes below so you can find that. It's an amazing interview. But in that interview, before we get to the seed oils, I would love for you to talk about a miracle that happened in your life when you actually had a burglar come into your apartment and what God did.
What an amazing God. What an amazing healer. So yes, I'll try to make this as short as possible. But actually, I was house sitting for some friends of the family. It was the 4th of July. We got one coming up here.
Wow.
And a burglar, three teenage burglars broke into the house at 3 in the morning. And the detective figured one was sent to watch me. I was sleeping in one of the son's bedrooms, and there was a door that led to the patio, and that's how they got in. And he figured that one of the boys was designated to watch me and let them know, alert them if I woke up. They were there to steal money and booze, and they did. They found out they did steal that. Well, when I woke up, he got mad. And he jumped, leaped off the floor and toward the bed and said, "Now you're dead." And he had a piece of pipe in his pant pocket that the detective, it flew off, and he found it. The detective found it later, flew off of his hands in the attack, but they used it to smoke dope. And it was a piece of under sink piping. Well, he beat me over the head until my spirit left my body. I felt it pop up and out. And then I came back. Talk about God has a plan. So I was rescued by the King of Kings, and Jesus, and I was back. But I left, and I felt my body moving. I felt it pop out of my body, my spirit, I should say, and I sent it moving very fast and through a very dark black area, but peaceful. It almost, I wanted to say, felt like black velvet. I felt cushioned and at peace. All of a sudden, I'm back in my body, but not where I left it. I'm outside at the end of the dog run at the fence, screaming for help. And a neighbor found me, and here is where the journey began of healing. So they diagnosed my hand. It was the right hand, split wide open, fingers hanging, one finger almost torn off. I could see deep inside my hand. There were so many wounds and part of my scalp missing that they drew a map to my head at the hospital for treatment. And it just so happened that one of the top hand surgeons of Orange County was at the hospital at 6:30 in the morning.
Wow.
He was needed. And he worked on my hand for hours. And later he talked to me. He said, "We put 3 pins in your hand, cleaned out bone fragments, powder. Your two end knuckles are destroyed. You'll never use that hand again." And I did the best I could. So I went into therapy after that. I had a huge cast. I always joke about it, saying it looked like Star Wars, with my fingers hanging by rubber bands and this big mold. And so he was trying to help me as best he could. And I was months of physical therapy where I could barely move my fingers a quarter of an inch. And finally went back to see him, and he said, "Your hand is in such bad shape, we can't even put in plastic knuckles."
Wow.
So I went home that evening. I'm young, I'm single, my whole life is ahead.
Yeah.
And Jesus is my best friend. And and the Father. And I said, I don't know what your plans are for my life, but if it's to be handicapped, I need to know. I just can't stand sitting in limbo. Or if you plan to heal me, oh, I would love to know that. But please just talk to me. 5 the next morning, I woke up and there was an audible voice in my bedroom, the most beautiful voice I've ever heard, like the voice of an angel. It had to be. And
Wow.
she said, Sherry, look at your hand. The removable cast was off. And I was doing this with my fingers. And I just mentioned I couldn't even move them hardly a quarter of an inch before. And then she said, your hand is going to go back to the condition it was in, but you will get better and better and better and better until your hand is totally well, totally healed, and totally functional again.
Praise the
And
Lord.
here it is. You know, God, what a journey with God that was, because it wasn't just my hand. I had a shattered soul. I couldn't sleep
Yeah.
for months on end, not one wink, all night long. It was torturous. I would just sit in bed and stare at the wall. And fear gripped my entire life. I was paralyzed with fear. Fear is like a poison. When it gets in one area, it goes everywhere, right?
Yep.
And it was a battle of forgiveness, of letting go, of healing of my emotions and my mind. And you know, God did that too. I am completely whole today.
Praise the Lord. Thank you so much for sharing that story. It is so powerful.
And
God
we
is
will put
so good.
the link to the episode you did with Sid Roth on that below. It's got images and everything with it, and people can watch that as well. This will be on 60 different platforms. So wherever you're looking at, the notes section below will be a link to that entire testimony. It's unbelievable.
It is. It's unbelievable. So you have this
We
powerful.
love Sid Roth
Yes,
too. By
we
the
do.
way, he's just the best.
I do too.
Yeah. So you have this powerful testimony, and then you obviously have written so many books. Let's take us to where we are today. What David introduced with these seed oils, and what you found out about them, because obviously we were told so many years ago that, hey, these are great for you. Our grandparents and our parents were told, and now we're being told these are not good for you. So can you talk a little bit about that, and where did this all come from?
So the whole seed oil industry started at the turn of the century before last. So late 1800s, the cotton crops were flourishing, and so were the mounds of seeds that were left over from all of that harvest. And they were piling up and rotting, and people were saying, what do we do with all these seeds? And then they came up with the idea of let's make oil. So that oil made from cottonseed was dark and smelly and used for machinery, lubricating machinery. And so it was on the market in a small market, but more seeds were piling up. And they said, we need more, something more to do with these seeds. So let's refine it and make cooking oil. So they decided to call it vegetable oil, because who doesn't want more vegetables in your diet?
Right.
And they
Great
refined
marketing.
it. Yes, supermarketing, as so many things are that aren't good for us. And so rolled it out to the American cook, and the marketing jingle or line was the new oil for the modern cook. And who wants that old beef tallow and lard and butter and stuff? This is your new cooking oil, and it's shelf stable. It doesn't need to be refrigerated. So the market was smaller though through the 20s, and kind of limped along. And then came the war, World War II, when the ships with coconut oil, which was advertised before the war as the healthiest oil on earth, couldn't make it through the waters. So the seed oil industry saw a perfect moment. Step up production, and we're going to get this oil all across America. And when the war ended, they didn't want to lose their market share. And something conveniently showed up at the same time, and that was heart attack. Heart attack really increased. And so in the early 50s, when it was a big problem in America, people wanting to know, why are so many people dying all of a sudden of heart attack, the government got involved, doctors, scientists, physicists, They did autopsies and they found plaque, of course, in the arteries. They looked at the plaque. Inside, of course, is fat and cholesterol, because if you have a scab, you have that internally. When you have an irritation, a wound in the arteries, you're going to get plaque. They didn't look underneath the plaque to say, most of them didn't, some did, but there's wounds there. What caused those wounds? What caused that irritation in the arteries? Why is that plaque forming there? One of the cardiologists that I love to quote said, if your arteries are clean and clear, that cholesterol is just going to float right on through. It's not going to stick. But they went after the fat and cholesterol, demonized it, said it was the culprit. Coconut oil had saturated fat, so it was gone. And wow, these oils are heart healthy, we were told. These are the ones you need to choose, right? And did it solve our problem? It didn't then. And heart disease is still the #1 killer today.
That is crazy. I remember growing up, Crisco was a big part of, my family, whether it be with fried chicken or making a pie or something like that.
Greasing the pan.
We used to grease the pan with Crisco. So talk about that and how that all fit in, and margarine, they went from butter to margarine, and from, like you said earlier, from whether it be lard or beef tallow to Crisco. Talk about that as well and how that's affected it.
Oh my goodness. So Crisco is called Crisco. It's crystallized cottonseed oil. What does that mean? Hydrogenated or partially hydrogenated. Now we know, and most Americans know, it's got trans fats. Trans fats did kind of make its rounds. Most Americans don't want trans fat in their diet. So Crisco has kind of fallen from grace with the American cook, but not from restaurants and packaged foods. Manufacturers still use it. But yes, it replaced lard. My grandmother used Crisco for her pie crust too. And everybody was jumping on board, and then margarine was the big deal. Butter's out. Margarine's in. You used to go to the grocery store and lots of margarine, little small area for butter. It's changed now a lot. You don't see a big display of margarine. You hardly see it at all. My dad called it plastic sticks. He wouldn't use it. He loved butter. And yeah, we never left butter, but we did leave lard for pie crust. But oh my goodness, did that help us? No. And then we learned that in margarine was trans fat. So that's when it really fell from grace. But boy, I call them plastic sticks to this day. But we have suffered so much because as a nation, people totally embraced this new, they called it the lipid hypothesis. I put that in quotes. Lipid means fat. And America just embraced it with open arms. Yes, it's fat. It's fat that is causing all these problems. We've got to get that saturated fat out of our diet and bring in these new modern oils to save us from heart attack and heart disease. It didn't do the job, though. We got worse.
Yes.
There's always a trend. Okay, egg whites only. Don't eat the yolk. Eat the yolk, not the white. Things are always popping around. Stacey's grandmother passed away this past year at 103.
Yep.
And really up until the last month or two, was on her own 100%. Even the day she passed, she was still able to go to the bathroom on her own and do. I mean, if life's a game, she beat it. Right. She had a huge garden. Right up till her very last year. Just and ornery and sassy.
Year,
But she never bobbed and weaved with the trends. And I kind of see that as a thing. She didn't ever go to. The majority of what she ate in her life was something that could go bad. It was things that she'd grown, very few wrappers, very few, processed foods and, these things and very, very little swaying with media based, trends and waves. And to me, that's just, it kind of stands as a testament to longevity of, if you want to live a long time, eat things that don't. I remember one time our kids were very little. Our youngest is 30 now, but we moved a car seat and there was some McDonald's French fries underneath it. And this car seat had been there for a long time, and I'm like, this fry still looks like you could eat it.
Yes.
And things that don't go bad probably are bad.
They're bad. I'm so glad you brought that up. My goodness, I applaud your grandmother, first of all. She was on what they now term the ancestral diet. So,
Yes.
Yeah. She's the original ancestor.
yeah, that's right. She was following the whole foods diet, the real foods diet, and that's what so many of us are pushing today. Go back to our roots, to real foods, to foods from your garden, foods not sprayed, and real foods. And David, what you said about these man-made foods, they found Twinkies in landfills that had been there for who knows how many, maybe a decade or so, right? It is
Wow.
just scary. So we have got to stop eating all of this packaged processed food. But I want to tell you, I want to go back and tell you why the oils are so bad, because I want to talk about the processing for a moment and what makes
Please.
them really, really toxic. So they go through very high heat, like 500 degrees. That is a toxic beginning to these seeds because they're fragile. They have polyunsaturated fatty acids in them, which means they have double bonds. That's a chemical term, biochemistry, but those double bonds break easily. And when they do, they turn into toxic byproduct that causes oxidative stress in your body. So things like aldehydes and lipid peroxides are formed. Well, it doesn't just stop with the heat though. They pour in hexane, which is a very, very toxic chemical, to get the last bit of oil out of those seeds. And then they put in neutralizers, degummers, deodorizers, bleaching agents. Finally, it rolls out to us into a plastic bottle, think microplastic,
Yep.
as a clear oil that they called vegetable oil, said it was heart healthy and it was great for the American cook. And don't worry about those chemicals, they just all evaporate. Wow. Do I believe that? Not for a second.
No.
And what has it produced? So now we have in chapter 2 of our book, The Truth About Seed Oils, all the science that support the fact that seed oils are linked to heart disease, cancer, diabetes, metabolic problems, obesity, fatigue, Alzheimer's, dementia, anxiety, depression, and even aggression.
Wow.
Wow.
Can you talk about what are the bad oils? So you've mentioned, vegetable oil. What are some of the bad oils that people need to be aware of?
So I'm so glad you asked, because here's the list. Write it down or
Yeah.
get my book where you get a chart. So soy, corn, and canola are right up there at the top. Canola is rapeseed oil. Those three not only have gone through all that processing, but they're GMO. They're big, big GMO crops, and it's not so easy to find even non-GMO in those three. But then also there's safflower and sunflower. There's grapeseed oil, rice bran oil, cottonseed oil, and peanut oil. I'm glad you put that lovely chart up there, because that will help people to get a better picture. When you're looking at labels, it might list one of these oils, but it might just say vegetable oil. Oftentimes, if it says vegetable oil, it might be a combo of a couple of those oils together. But I'm saying to everybody today, become a label reader
Yes.
and pick them out and don't
Yes.
buy them.
That
But thankfully, more and more of our snack products are now being made with good oils. I was even at Costco just recently, and there's a big bag of organic popcorn made with olive oil. I go, yay! And then I saw a big bag of corn chips, organic corn chips with sea salt made with avocado oil. I saw mayonnaise made with avocado oil and salad dressings made with olive oil. So people are starting to get wise, and they're starting to vote with their wallet.
Well, the market
yes.
does demand, shifts and changed, and none of this would have grown up if the people wouldn't have accepted the marketing, that came to them. And I saw Gary Brecka on with Joe Rogan a while back talking about canola oil and reference. I was like, canola oil. I thought it was corn. I really didn't know. I just pictured it was corn. But canola is actually Canadian oil low acid. That's what canola means. Canadian oil low acid. And it talked about how, and I don't know why I never jumped out at me before, but Gary Brecka made the point of when you see all these oils, they're all perfectly symmetrical, exact same color. The refining, they create this beautiful symmetry between them. And he goes, if you hand squeeze anything and put it in a bottle, it's not going to look the same. It's not going to be that consistent. It's going to, you have to refine something to create that kind of look. And the other one that jumped out at me was rapeseed oil. I kept thinking people were saying grapeseed oil, but it is rapeseed oil. So, which, regardless,
that doesn't sound good.
It takes better marketing. All of these things take
really
take
bad.
incredible marketing to get people to take them. But when you think of vegetable oil, like the way that it's branded, it sounds like, oh, well, it's just another way to get my veggies, kind of a thing. It creates that imagery.
It does create that image. So here's the argument on the other side of the aisle. They are saying right now, and their voices are getting louder because more of us are speaking up. They're saying you need those oils because we all need linoleic acid, which is a polyunsaturated fatty acid, an omega-6 fatty acid. That is true. We do need omega-6s, not in the form we're getting, the toxic form of these seed oils, and not in the amount we're getting. We're getting way too much omega-6 in ratio to omega-3 fatty acids. We should be maximum about a 4-to-1 ratio of omega-6 to omega-3. We're typically in America about a 20-to-1 ratio.
Wow. 20-to-1?
Yes, way out of balance. Well, you know what that causes? Inflammation. So now it's a double whammy. Not only a toxic oil, highly processed, causing inflammation, but too much omega-6s causing inflammation. And why are we getting too much? Because most people are eating these seed oils breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Even plant-based milks like oat milk or almond milk often have seed oils in them. And then the dressings, the sauces, the mayonnaise, the chips, the dip, the popcorn, the packaged goods, the baked goods. Then you go out to dinner and most restaurants are still using seed oils. The fast food restaurants are frying their fries and their chicken and their fish in seed oils. It goes on and on. And so most people from morning to night are ingesting seed oils.
Well, okay, could you talk about omega-6s? So obviously we know that comes from seed oils. What are some good sources of omega-6?
They're found in nature, and we would get plenty just eating a whole foods diet. So they're in seeds and nuts, avocados, whole grains, and I particularly recommend ancient grains. You're going to get plenty of omega-6s. Our ancestors did. They were just fine. They didn't have any seed oils in their diet. So just consider you're going to be just fine. But here's what we do need to up and be conscious of, and that is our omega-3 fatty acids. So those are in some of the seed oils that you never heat, and they're good for you, like flaxseed oil, hemp seed oil, then walnut oil. That is very rich source of omega-3s. Eat some walnuts. Sprinkle some on your smoothie in the morning or your salad. Make walnut milk. I've been doing that recently, making homemade plant-based milk. Walnut milk is a very rich source of omega-3 fats. Begin to bring things more in balance in your body. Also fatty cold water fish like salmon or mackerel or trout. Those are good omega-3 fats in those fish. Get the wild caught, of course, but bring up your omega-3s. Some people say, well, I'd like to take fish oil. Okay, that's good too. You can take some of that. And you know what? You're going to notice a difference. Here's something I want to point out. Your brain is 60% fat.
Wow.
If you have faulty fats, what is it going to do when your body has to replenish to replace that outer membrane of the cell because it's fat? It's going to choose a faulty fat if that's all it's got, or mostly what it's got. That's why for your brain health and throughout your whole body and your heart health and your skin health, everything, you need to have good fats and especially focus on getting some of these omega-3 fats in your diet.
That is really good. You had talked about earlier these bad fats, the 8 the Hateful Eight oils that we were talking about earlier. What are some good oils? So you mentioned the flaxseed, the hemp, the walnut, but what are some good ones that people can be looking for?
Thank you for asking that, because I want to let everybody know. Everyone always wants to know, what can I have?
Yeah.
I can't have this. What can I have?
Right.
Olive oil never went out of style. So it is still good for you. Get extra virgin olive oil, which is the first press, cold press, and also coconut oil. It is one of the healthiest oils you could get. It's traditionally processed, and it is rich in chain triglycerides, MCTs, which are great for weight loss. Your liver likes to burn them. And it is a great oil to saute things in. It adds a rich flavor, like to sauteed onions. I like to saute vegetables in it. Also, avocado oil is a good one. Ghee, which is oil of butter, some people call it, or clarified butter. And not rice bran, excuse me, sesame seed oil is a good one, not rice bran. Sesame seed oil, probably because people use it in just small amounts, so they haven't destroyed it yet.
That is good to
we use
know.
the coconut oil and avocado oil together when we make popcorn, and it makes it better than it would be otherwise. I mean, it's a great taste.
Oh, it is absolutely delicious. You don't need anything else added to it. Throw a little bit of salt on there. It's absolutely amazing.
I do that. I take the popcorn to theaters because I'm not going to buy that awful stuff they
Right,
have.
exactly. Full of chemicals.
Yeah, it's full of chemicals, and it is delicious. And I've made it for friends before, and they say, "Wow, this is so much better than the theater popcorn."
It is, no doubt about it. Can you also talk about, because you'd mentioned earlier heating. So heating oils, what can happen? Because you'd mentioned like flaxseed, hemp, those kind of things that you want those cold. So you talk about the difference between the two, and when do you heat and when do you not heat, and what do you need to be aware of?
Okay, smoke point is very important to know about. I have a smoke point chart in my book, and it tells you what oils are tolerant of higher heat. Avocado is one that is good for high heat cooking. And then olive oil and coconut oil are more medium. Sesame would fall into that as well. We don't want our oils to smoke, because that's when they start breaking down. That's when they denature. And so we want them to be at the smoke point they should be at. How many times have you put oil on in a saucepan, a fry pan, turned around for a minute or two and came back and was like, oh no, my oil is smoking. Things are, you got to turn on your fan.
Yep.
So we don't want that to happen. We want to be very aware. So if your oil starts smoking at home, just throw it out and start over again. But that is so important that we don't denature our oils and create toxic byproduct. And when it comes to the cold oils that I mentioned earlier that are rich in omega-3s, you never heat them. You always need to refrigerate them. And they're fragile. They don't even last that long. So for most of them, about 3 months is their maximum point, and
Okay.
throw them out if you haven't used them up after then.
That's good to know.
Let's talk about your book a smidge, because there's going to be a million probably more questions that people have after watching this episode than they even had before. And it's interesting that the things that are bad for us, whether even we're the most heavily medicated generation and country on earth, compared to other nations. We spend more on medicine. We're one of the least healthy. It doesn't seem to fit. But I feel like anytime someone's speaking in front of a microphone, they're at a podium, they're a thing, they're endorsing something, they should have like NASCAR, where they say like, I'm sponsored by these people. Like, this is what I think, but they paid me to think this, so here's what I'm going to tell you. Like, they should wear, the NASCAR patches. But we're kind of seeing a flip around with this, and then with RFK Jr. And I want to really highlight the website. I can't believe this is .gov, but realfood.gov. I feel like I'm like
That the government actually is actually sharing something that is good.
Yeah, they're actually doing something that's actually legit.
Yeah.
Healthy, and everybody wants more to happen faster. I know there's a lot of pushback with RFK. He gets rid of this dye, but not that one, and everything's. But he's also like moving an ocean over like 6 feet. Basically. I mean, I can't imagine the bureaucracy and the things behind it. And his wife, I believe, is Cheryl. Does she add a chapter or co-contribute in this book in some way?
She contributed a recipe, and it's a great one. So you got to get the book and get recipes. So she's there. Marla Maples contributed a recipe as well. We've got a lot of fun recipes. But back to RFK, oh my goodness, what a job he has. His heart is in the right place, and he is definitely after changing America's diet. And he did bring out seed oils big time when he was running, way back when he was running for president. But it's never left. He's still for the real fats, the good fats, and getting rid of the seed oils out of the diet.
Yeah.
That is
And
so
his change
good.
with the food pyramid. What did you think when they came out with that?
I applauded it. I
Yes.
wish it would have gone a little further, but I applauded it. It was a wonderful change. And let's bring back the basis of what we once had, which was clean meats, good fats, and get those grains out of there at the base. We had before a base of 6 to 11 servings of grains per day. Good grief.
Yeah.
That is so much carb. So it flipped it around, and I applaud the new food pyramid.
Oh, yeah. It's so exciting. Can you talk about, you had mentioned earlier, like places that maybe you can get foods that that don't have the seed oils in it. And, you're talking about Costco, going through there and seeing the chips and those kind of things. How about like Steak and Shake? It's pretty cool. They have come out with beef tallow. We don't have one in the Kansas City area, but we did drive through St. Louis, and we stopped there, obviously to support that business. Can you talk about that? And do you think more and more businesses are going to start doing that?
I think more businesses are. My hat was off to Steak and Shake when they came out big time and said we're going to beef tallow. And now they've made a statement we're going to grass-fed beef and 100% butter sourced from local farms. I went, wow, may other restaurants please pick up on what they're doing. There are some other restaurants that have ditched seed oils for their frying. Popeyes and Outback are two more. I wish we had a Steak and Shake in our area. I would frequent it.
Yes.
But you can find out what restaurants in your area don't cook with seed oils. There is an app you can get for your phone. You can get a free trial, Seed Oil Scout app, and it will give you a little map, little green bubbles all around where you live, and it'll show you restaurants that don't cook with seed oils.
So good. That is a really, really great resource. So Seed Oil Scout, I think Colton has it up there that you can get the app for. I love that, to be able to learn more. One thing I heard you say before, because obviously, you look at like processed foods. I heard you mention Mary's crackers don't have seed oil in it.
Yes, I had to hunt long and hard to find a cracker without seed oil. But Mary's don't, and Mary's crackers have a variety, so you can hopefully find one you really like. And check your local store, especially those that are more health minded. In our area, we have a Sprouts Farmers Market. We have them all over the greater Phoenix, Scottsdale area. And they're carrying a lot of products that are seed oil free these days. So you can get all sorts of chips and popcorn and all the varieties of Mary's seed oil or seed oil free crackers, and the mayonnaise without seed oil. And so be a wise shopper, check around your area. But even Costco now is getting on board. I even saw beef tallow there the other day. I went,
Wow.
woo, wow, okay.
That is
You're moving
exciting.
the needle. Would you say that just eliminating seed oils, if people say, man, I really want to make a change in my health, should I do this? Should I do that? And, like just eliminating seed oils alone causes a lot of domino effects, in your life. Would you say that would be like item number one on the list, like before anybody builds a diet or looks at anything else, is like eliminate seed oils?
Absolutely. It is item number one on mine. Sugar would be number two. But I want to tell you a couple of stories because people wonder, I don't taste this oil. I don't see it. What's it really doing to me? I mean, really. But I have some stories to tell you. I have one young woman who cut out all seed oils, well, as much as she could. She was suffering from migraine headaches. And when she cut them out, she didn't get the migraines anymore.
Wow.
I have another story to tell you. Early on, this was like about 13 years ago, a lady came to our Juice and Raw Foods Wellness Retreat with heart disease. And she was hoping for a change, hoping, that something would be able to help her, that she could learn there. She was at our retreat 5 days and felt pretty well after she left. She went back to her cardiologist and he said, "You are my model patient.
Wow.
You don't have heart disease anymore." We had no seed oils, of course, and all these juices.
Yep.
She contacted me recently. She's 83 years old. Adorable. She is so cute. Heart disease never came back.
That is exciting. So, so these can be reversed. So, looking at it, because it can be overwhelming. You're like, oh my goodness, look at all of the damage that can come from seed oils. Maybe people are like, I was raised on seed oils. I've eaten seed oils all my life. What do I do now? But you are saying this can be reversed?
It can be reversed. I have seen miracles in people's lives by making changes. Here's one thing I want to point out. Seed oils, we know, contribute to inflammation. Inflammation, we know, contributes to a host of diseases that I rattled off pretty fast a while ago. But if you've got anything going on in your body, for everybody listening to me, whether it's joint pain, arthritis, you're not sleeping well, you've lost your energy, you can't seem to lose weight, or you've got heart disease or cancer or diabetes, the list goes on. Even skin issues like acne, psoriasis, eczema, all linked to seed oils. Cut the seed oils out as much as you possibly can and see what happens. Because when inflammation starts coming down, lowering in your body, you're going to notice a difference. I call it the house on fire. Low grade inflammation. It's like a smoldering fire in your body.
Oh, that is so important. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about your book before we let you go. David had mentioned it earlier, Truth About Seed Oils. What will they find? You talked about recipes, so there's recipes in the book. What else will they find when they read your book?
So you're going to find charts, the good oils, the ones you can have, the healing oils. You'll even learn about black seed oil, which is great for the brain and heals the lungs. You'll find out smoke point. You'll get the wise shopping guide. You'll get all the studies and the information that backs up what I'm saying. You'll get the whole process to send you on the road to better health.
I love that your
is
content is it kind of
excellent.
fits in with everybody. We had a kind of big juicing season, I don't know, maybe 2015, somewhere there about the Omega, all that. And then we probably last 4 or 5 years eaten primarily more of a keto base, kind of carnivore in a lot of stretches. But no matter where you're at on those two things, the oils impact you, and what are you cooking with? What are you preparing, things with? And so this is a topic that applies to everybody, no matter where, what your primary, diet structure looks like.
That is absolutely right. It applies to each person listening. But the thing is, it's not going to change your food. It will probably taste better. So whatever you're making at home, when you choose a good
Agreed.
oil, it's going to taste better. When you buy packaged foods, it's going to taste better. So it's not like we're taking foods away from you that you love, except maybe some of those packaged things that have the seed oils, but we're replenishing and replacing with good oils that taste better and are better for you.
I love it. And then
Me too.
tell people where to find you on social media as well. I know you you have recipes and things that kind of come out on a regular basis. Can you share people where to find you? And we'll put those links down below as well.
Yes, do follow me on social media across the board. It's at Juice Lady Sherry, Cherie. And every day I've got recipes and tips, and come visit me. Sign up also on my website for my free newsletter, because twice a week I have recipes and tips coming out, and free gifts when you sign up, all sorts of free gifts.
I love it. So Juice Lady Sherry, Cherie.com. Sherry, thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate your time.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
Would you drink this? Looks disgusting, right? What if I told you this muddy mess could turn into crystal clear drinking water in seconds? This is Century H2O, the filter that makes dirty, dangerous water 100% safe to drink. Camping, hiking, survival, or just peace of mind? This little beast has your back.
Love that jingle because we can get some questions answered. When you got things like a new trillionaire in the world, Elon Musk is now, if he was a country, he'd be the 21st wealthiest country in the world. Is basically his wealth is the GP of Switzerland and Poland. There's some
more
things,
than Taiwan.
More than Taiwan is what comes in at 22nd. It's pretty unbelievable, the kind of numbers we're talking about. And you lose track of the significance of these numbers because they're so big, and the numbers of fraud within the country, within the states of Minnesota. There's so many things going on. Like, okay, how do we navigate a path through all of these things, make wise decisions in our money so that we can actually get ahead and take care of ourselves, especially in our later years? That's always kind of a big focus for everybody. How do you steward the wealth you create, the parts you shave off? How do you turn it into something? Nobody can help you more than the guy that authored this book, Thriving in the Economic Tsunami, the one, the only Dr. Kirk Elliott.
Welcome.
Hey, it's good to be with you.
Great to have you back. Thank you so much for joining us today.
I got a question for you. I don't know if Elon Musk attends church or not, but his tithe, his 10%,
oh my goodness,
his 10% tithe, that church. Can you imagine if he went to, like, First Baptist of Austin or wherever he is at the time? Like, I don't know what your tithe would be, but like, hey, we're good now.
Yeah,
we're not taking any more donations. We're set.
I mean, these numbers are so big. They're so big, they're almost insignificant, right? It's like it's like the difference. So some star is like 1 light year away versus 100 light years away. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. It's like either the first one is really big. I mean, $1 trillion. Imagine. I mean, that's, however, I don't really want to talk about it today, maybe on the next show, right? But it's like some of these things are such irrational exuberance. IPOs, they always come down after the initial excitement of an IPO, but he's still going to be worth like $1 trillion even after that.
Right.
But some numbers really do matter, right? Like inflation.
Mm-hmm.
So what's exciting to me, it was an exciting weekend with Stanley Cup finals, the NBA finals, the UFC fight at the White House. I mean, it was like all sports.
Yeah.
But that almost like was overshadowing the fact that Trump, is signing a peace deal with Iran.
Huge.
Right? It's like, okay, this is huge. This is on his birthday, right? Yeah. Which I guess dates are very, very significant, right? So it's not over till it's over, right? I mean, you still have to sign it on Friday in Switzerland. But the fact that they've come to an agreement, now you have to get Israel and Hezbollah to be nice, right? But Trump basically guaranteed, it's like, okay, ships, start your engines. We're gonna open up the Strait of Hormuz. We're taking away the blockade. So what happened? Just on that one announcement, right? So oil comes down 6%, and stock market booms. Gold and silver booms.
Yeah,
and it's like, this is what we've been talking about since the conflict started in February. As soon as this ends, I think silver is $100 an ounce within a month after that.
Wow.
Because when you look back at why did and what we've seen in this consolidation since this conflict started, okay, it was inevitable that silver was going to correct and consolidate anyways. It happens in a normal bull market. This was just the reason why, because during this inflationary pressures and all focus went on interest rates, it's like, okay, metals both came down and went sideways because nobody knew what was going to happen with the price of oil and inflation. And how the Fed was going to respond to that. So the correction was needed, but you know what? The spark that is going to cause the correction to stop, I think, just happened, right? So this conflict in Iran, all it did was pause the bull market that we've seen in silver when it up 147% last year.
Yep.
So now, the day that this happens, I mean, silver's up 5%. You know, it went from 67 to 71 and some change Monday morning.
Right.
I mean, so everything that we talked about is happening, right? So now, what is coming next this week, I think is not as equally as important as that, but it's a big one. And that is Kevin Warsh's first basically announcement as Fed chair. What is he going to do with interest rates?
That's the
Right? I
question
mean,
everybody
that's
wants to know.
the big question.
Yep.
And to me, it matters in the sense of, people are looking at interest rates. It's going to matter for the economy. Is the economy going to start to grow robustly, or is it going to go sideways, or is it going to come down? Depends on what he says. But this narrative, I think, is a false narrative in the sense of, gold and silver come down when interest rates go up. I think the pendulum has shifted to supply and demand. Right. And so I don't really care what they say about interest rates when it comes to the price of gold and silver. I think that ship has sailed. And now we're starting to really look at supply and demand. Because if you think about it, interest rates and liquidity and funding, they really do matter to the stock market, right? Because the stock market are stocks. They're not commodities that are needed in life, right? Like silver is, like gold is, like oil is, like aluminum is, right? And so it's different to me and how I look at that. And I always look at supply and demand for everything. But what is Kevin Warsh going to say?
He's going to be shaking when he says it, whatever he says. His little feet will be tapping.
Right. It's like, but my guess is that he says, we're just going to hold steady for a bit. Right. Because there's still too much uncertainty, and he doesn't want to be the guy that makes the wrong decision on his very first announcement. So I think he's just going to hold steady, and interest rates are going to do nothing. This is my guess, right? But as you move forward, I think we probably get quarter point rate reduction sometime between now and the end of the year, but then I don't think we're going to get anything. I think it's going to have to go up because inflationary pressures are persisting. Not in oil, right? So oil, with this conflict being over, I think oil is going to come down, the straits open up. But what other kind of inflation do we have? Foodflation, right? The one of the negative impacts and domino effects that we have from the Strait of Hormuz being closed is no fertilizer. That's a major choke point for the fertilizer going to the rest of the world. Well, even if we open up on Friday, right? Let's say the Strait of Hormuz opens up on Friday. It's like a 9-month backlog. So you miss an entire growing season globally.
Wow.
Of food. I mean, the foodflation is going to go up, even though the price of oil is going to come down. There's still problems, right? And so for that reason, we look at a different narrative. We stop focusing on interest rates and we start focusing on supply and demand, which is what the rest of the world always does when you're looking at commodities that are used for manufacturing or used for life. And this is where, when gold and silver are things, this has always been my basis of my recommendations and analysis. Things go up with inflation. Now, we saw a pause for a few months because the world was focused on interest rates and the price of oil. Well, now that that's gone, you start focusing on the realities of the world. And that is, the price of everything is going up because the countries are destabilizing their currencies to make ends meet. They're debasing their currency. They're printing like there's no tomorrow. This is why ultimately I don't think Kevin Warsh can actually lower interest rates for very long. He's going to have to raise them, right? And this is a problem. But the exciting part for us, based on what just happened on Trump's birthday and the significance of this Iran conflict, hopefully ending this week, gold and silver responding to that. in a big way, like not even a small way. As I look right now, as we're recording this, silver is at 71.50. Gold is at, up $134 to 43.54. Even from a technical standpoint, we've bounced off, 200-day moving averages, 50-week moving averages, right? We've bounced off of those. So technically, gold and silver are on really solid footing, but I don't really care about the technicals. I'd care about the technicals if I were a day trader, but I'm not.
Right.
I'm an investor.
Huge.
That's where you always have to look at the fundamentals. And this, to me, is what we've been waiting for since February. This conflict to be over. Not just because we want it to be over, because there's lives that are impacted, and war is never good, right? But from a financial perspective, it starts to eliminate some of this uncertainty and turbulence, and you resume the trend line that has been going on since COVID, which gold and silver went up a lot, right? So anyways, this is the exciting part financially for this week. The bigger exciting part is conflict is hopefully going to end, but there's going to be really good results coming from those that have allocated properly during this time.
So good. It's interesting you brought up the day trader versus investor. David and I actually had a conversation about that over the weekend. Obviously being aware of that, like when we go into gold and silver, it's not looking at it as a day trader. It is an investment that you are making. It's not like you're looking at every day, where is this? It's like, where is it eventually going? And from what you've said and how accurate you've been for decades now, as well as what you're hearing from the banks, where silver is going, where gold is going. It's really exciting.
You think more like there's a guy that we met in Texas, kind of regular guy, owned a small business, but he and his wife, like 25, 30 years ago, bought a big chunk of farmland, north of Houston. And as the city expanded, became more and more valuable. He didn't make anything on it for like 25 or 30 years. And then eventually sold it because they put in a big, Costco or, a big shopping, deal there. And it's like, well, if he was looking at his investment every 5 minutes, for 20 years, he'd be like, oh man, I'm paying taxes on this. It's not making it. But eventually it made him millions, of dollars over a long period of time. It's this isn't that kind of a weight, but it's that kind of a mindset where you're not looking at something, every 30 seconds and trying to make pennies on the moves up and down.
Yeah, it's a longer term vision of doing what's right, and having wisdom. It's almost like raising a kid, right? It's like, you don't look at a kid like you're day trading. It's like, okay, this is the benefit every single day of
that would be bad.
Discipline and everything else, right? You invest in the kid, you invest wisdom, you grow them the way that God would have you grow them, right? And learn how to make right decisions. And by the time they graduate from high school and they become an adult, you look back and it's like, that was the best investment that I've ever made.
Awesome.
Right? You don't look at your kids like you're day trading them.
Nope.
Don't look at your investments for security and growth and stability like you're day trading either, unless you're actually a day trader.
Right.
But I'm not.
Nope.
I'm an investor. I want to make sure that we're doing everything with wisdom and safety and building legacy. That's what it's all about.
And a lot of the Flower family has done just that over these last 4 years.
Oh, my word. So many of them.
I love to meet them at events. They're like, we have been steadily doing this since 2020, 21, 2022. People just putting away a little bit. It's like, man, there's a lot of people there was no significant day they did some big investment, but it was a little bit that's turned into
a lot,
something very exciting, for them, because they're going to have a lot of peace of mind in their retirement.
So much so. Isn't that what investing for retirement is all about?
Yeah. When you get there, you actually have a thing. You have stuff.
Yeah, is going through the ups and downs and ups and downs. And you know what? You don't really care as long as you know that you're maximizing your growth, you're minimizing your risk, and you know that there's going to be ups and downs along the way. That's life.
Yep.
But in the end, it's like, wow, this is really fantastic. Look at this lifetime of making choices when the rest of the world said maybe that was a stupid choice, but you knew that it was safe and it was godly wisdom, right? It's like when we homeschooled our kids, we got so much flack from that, from so many people. It's like, this is what God called us to do. And I'm not saying that people who have their kids in public school, they're making the wrong choice. You listen to what God tells you.
Yep.
And you follow that guidance, because all of us have a different narrative in life. All of us have a different story. All of us have a different calling, right? And when you follow that, even when it doesn't make sense, down the road, you're going to see the wisdom in it.
So true.
Yeah. That's how I view gold and silver right now.
I love it. Those are great analogies. I think something all of us are understanding, especially since 2020, we've kind of seen what's happened in the world. Huge part of what everybody's doing is taking care of their family, taking care of their wealth, taking care of their health. And Flyover Family, this is a way that you can take care of your wealth. You just go to flyovergold.com. There's a place you can fill out your information for a free consultation. That means get all of your questions answered, find out what's right for you and your family. While you're there, you can pick up the book that David was talking about earlier, Thriving in an Economic Tsunami, not just surviving, but actually thriving in an economic tsunami. That's what we all want to do. This is a time of transference of wealth. Let's be positioned in a great place to be able to receive what God is doing during this time. Again, Flyover Family, go to flyovergold.com. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did. Dr. Kirk, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, why, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did. We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling. There you go, Jay. I was waiting on the salute. I was thinking, man, if he doesn't do the salute, I'm not going to be able to do the damn show.
Now, without the salute, the show cannot start and the show cannot end.
Exactly. So if you don't do the salute, I'm going to have to restart the show each time until you do. I'm not going to tell you to do it either. I'm just going to restart it and keep restarting until you do it.
Don't worry. It's like clockwork.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. Okay. We got a lot to talk about today. I mean, we're talking, a crazy terror plot that happened. We're talking investigations into Gavin Newsom, of which we have information that probably nobody else has. We have dug into these things very thoroughly, and we have a lot of information, not just on money laundering, but on possible murder, if you want the God's honest truth. It can go all the way up to murder charges for Gavin Newsom, and we will talk about that in a little while. Possible murder charges. I'm not going to say he's going to get murder charges, but it's possible based on the evidence anyway. But first, real quick, I just want to talk about our sponsor, maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Guys, Father's Day is like next week. Okay, you got the 250th anniversary of the United States is in a couple of weeks. The 2026 midterms are right around the corner. Scan the QR code at the top right or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. They have the best patriotic stuff and the best deal. You're not going to find a better deal. 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You are not going to find a better deal. So go check them out. I mean, right now is the best time to get something. I mean, you're going to need it. You're going to need it. I mean, you got to show where you stand in America. Everybody has to take a stand. And this right here can help show everybody where you stand without you constantly having to tell them. So I would definitely check out maxassociates.etsy.com. 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. All right, Jay. Real quick, the first thing I want to mention actually is yet another thing, Jay, that I have been correct about. I mean, how many times am I correct, Jay? I gotta pat myself on the back. Let me see if I can reach around. There we go. There it is.
Don't hurt yourself. Don't.
All right, let me show you what I'm talking about, Jay. I recently found a tweet. Someone brought this tweet to my attention. This tweet, Jay, is from February. What the hell did it say? February 26, 2024. Okay. That is a full 4 months before the Biden debate. That is a full 9 months before the presidential election. And I want everybody to take a look at what this tweet says. What does this tweet right here say? It says, I want you to bookmark this tweet. I guarantee you that Joe Biden will not be on the ballot come November 5th. And this was, February of 2024, like I said, 4 months before the debate, a good 9 months before the election. And I told people to bookmark the tweet. Apparently someone did because they sent this back to me today. So, I just thought I'd reach around, Jay, just a quick little pat. Hang on.
All right.
There we go.
Don't dislocate your shoulder, please.
Oh God, Jay, I gotta say, I have to agree with Trump. It never gets old being right. I mean, they instead of Trump was right, we need to get a Jack was right about everything shirt also.
Well, listen, if you run for president and win, there'll be plenty of shirts like that out there for sure.
We got some really cool Secret America shirts that are going to be coming down the pipeline thanks to Kara on X. Really cool stuff. We'll show that at a later date once they're finished. Some really cool stuff that's coming our way. But okay, yeah, I just wanted to show that out there because from time to time I will say like bookmark this tweet. This is going to happen, and most of the time I forget about the tweets because it's like a year later when the thing happens that or it doesn't happen or whatever. And I forget about the tweets, but someone brought this to my attention today. So I thought that was pretty cool. You know what I'm going to do, Jay? I am going to go on my posts and I'm going to put bookmark. I'm going to search bookmark, in my post to see what posts I've said, that need to be bookmarked. I'd love to see, what if I was right or wrong about things in the past.
All right. So listen, just be fair. If there's something you were wrong about, let us know.
Hey, anybody's free to go search on my page right now. They can search bookmark and check it out right now.
Nobody's right all the time. And about the Joe Biden thing, that's funny. I think a lot of people felt like you did, but not a lot of people put it on their page and said, hey, I'm putting this out there. It's a prediction. Bookmark it. You did. You were right.
Thank you, Jay. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. If you put it out there, you're leaving yourself open to scrutiny, especially if it doesn't come true.
True that. I have harassed many of people that have put bookmarks and screenshots and were wrong, especially if they're wrong in a negative way. You know what I mean? Like if it's something negative they say about me or about, whatever. And I'm like, oh, look, you're wrong. Look at you. You're a little bitch. So, it's fun to do that from time to time.
Yeah. Hey, listen, here's the thing. It's fun sometimes. And if it's something you really believe, put it out there. If you're wrong, you're wrong. But if you're right,
exactly, that's
pretty awesome. Yeah.
Hey, there you go. If you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you're wrong. And this one turned out pretty well. Okay, Jay.
Yeah.
So the first thing that we want to talk about, actually, I think there's so many good things to talk about right now, but I want to talk about something that's going to anger everybody first because there are some bigger stories. But Jay, let's first talk about Hollywood is making a January 6th movie Okay, they're making a movie, JJ, about January 6th. Guess who's directing it? Guess who is producing it? It is Sean Penn. Do you think he's going to be fair on the right side? Do you think he's going to go right down the center and say, you know what? They did leave the Capitol doors open. We're going to show that. We're going to show them killing. We're going to show that female cop beating the hell out of Roseanne Boylan until she died. Yeah, we're going to show Michael Byrd shoot an unarmed Ashley Babbitt in the chest. What do you think, Jay? How do you think Sean Penn is going to approach this film?
Oh, just like that. Absolutely. I think it's going to be centered around what they did to Ashley Babbitt. I'm kidding. This is going to be.
Yeah, he's going to make. I think the film is just about the two murders.
Yeah, right. This is going to be progressive. And I said this today on X. This is going to be progressive porn on steroids, is what this is going to be.
Oh, my God.
And anything where they can show, the quote unquote right or MAGA people or anybody with a Trump hat on acting badly, they're going to do. And were there people that acted badly that day? Yeah, there were.
Of course.
But
they were probably feds, though, if you want the truth.
Well,
most of them were feds.
Feds. Or they were egged on by feds to do so, right?
Yeah, or they were Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, right. Or Nick Fuentes, who, you know what? I want them that Sean Penn, here's what you could do. Have like some midget play Nick Fuentes with his bullhorn and say everything he did, and then try to find out why Nick Fuentes was never even questioned by the FBI or taken into custody or charged with a crime. That would be a nice thing to do, Sean Penn. So I know Bradley Cooper is not going to play Nick Fuentes. I mean, we know that, right? It just
he's going to play a cop, I think. Yeah.
Well, the casting just doesn't work, Jack. I mean,
And Bradley Cooper, I always thought of as a good actor, and I don't know him as a person, but I didn't think he'd get involved in some slop like this, man.
It's like the only hope I possibly could have for this picture is that Bradley Cooper's in it, because I thought he did a great job in American Sniper.
Oh, man, that was a great movie. Great movie. Not at all how the real life story went, by the way, but a great movie.
Yeah, I thought he did a great job portraying Chris Kyle. I thought it was a great movie. But you know what? He's an actor. And it depends, Jack. What's the size of the paycheck? I don't know. So,
well, see, he's already rich. So at this point, it's about his politics. If I think that this is going to go the way I want it to go, I'm going to go ahead and act in it. So if he acts in this film, the dude's already rich, has more money than he can spend. So if he acts in this particular film, you know exactly what his politics are.
Yeah, I think this is. I'm leaning towards this is going to be tripe. It's going to be garbage. And I said to you, I said, and I commented on your post, I said, I can't wait to not watch this, or I can't wait to miss it, because it's going to be very difficult to watch. It's going to be like I said, progressive porn. Everything that happened bad on that day, as far as somebody that could be portrayed as a Republican or MAGA or from the right,
it's going to be real bad.
Is going to be exemplified. And I wonder what police officer he's playing. Is he playing Michael, whatever his name is, the one that I posted about, the one with the beard and all the tattoos, the one who's
very possible. Or he's going to play the police officer that was extremely heroic, was bashed on the head 6 times and then died a week later. That's going to be Brian Sicknick. That's who he's going to be.
Yeah, Sicknick, he died the next day, but again, nothing related
a heart attack or stroke
of a stroke or heart attack or something.
Had nothing to do with what happened.
Well, it was because of what happened on January 6th. Listen to me. If there was any possible way that they could have linked what happened to Brian Sicknick the next day to anybody at January 6th, they would have done so. Believe me, I bet they tried, but it just wasn't there.
Jay, this worries me, and I'm going to tell you why this film worries me. Because films are a window into history. And in the future generations are going to watch this film and think that's what really happened. Yeah. They are going to see this film just like when you see Black Hawk Down, or you see Rescue Dawn, or you see American Sniper. And if you want the God's honest truth, half of what happened in that movie was not real. But you see this stuff and you think, man, that's what happened. So when future generations see this movie, they're going to think, my God, that was an insurrection. Those were horrible people. That woman deserved to be killed. I can't believe they killed those cops. I can't believe they broke into the Capitol. Those people deserve the chair. They got off easy. Trump pardoned them. All of that is going to be what they think in the future because of a propaganda film. And Jay, remember what I said to you last week? Do you remember what I said about the CIA owning Hollywood studios, giving out scripts, putting out movies that to try to sway public opinion and narrative? This is one of them.
Well, I wonder what studio. That's something to look into.
Oh, what studio? Now you'll know which one they own.
Right. I'm sure. Well, could we actually find out which one they own, or we can't find that out? We don't know.
No, you'll. It's got so many shell companies and subsidiaries, you'd never be able to dig through it.
Right. But well, right, maybe this will help because I'm actually in a way looking now that we're talking about it. I'm not looking forward to this film, but in a way I am, just to see how ridiculous they make it and how they twist things, and like you said, how they try to shape a narrative for history.
That's exactly,
like
Jay.
you said, people are going to see it and be like, "Oh my God, I can't! How were these people
Yeah,
ever
people that
pardoned?"
weren't alive, Jay. People that weren't there, weren't alive. People that were too young back
Yeah.
when it happened, they are going to see it and think that's what happened. Everybody thinks that same thing. The Titanic. Oh my God, I can't believe that is not what happened in the Titanic, by the way. A lot of these people, huh?
What? Wait, Jack didn't. Wait, you mean Jack didn't try to get on the door? What are
There
you
was
talking
no
about?
big door, apparently.
Oh.
I looked it up, believe me. I looked up the big door. There was no big door.
Now it's ruined for me.
No, it was actually a suitcase. It was a
Oh,
I'm kidding.
okay.
I'm kidding. There was no Jack or the redheaded, whatever the hell her name was.
Rose,
But anyways,
Jack and Rose.
yeah, the way these, well, you know a little bit too much about the movie Titanic.
Jack,
Jay. I'm
I
just gonna
saw
go ahead
that
and
movie
say.
in the movies. In the movies, I saw that movie, Jack.
Well, Jay, these films that people see that are based on true stories is the key word. Based. You have a story that is true and you mix around the parts and everything. It's based on that true story, but it's not the true story. And people that see this film are going to think this is the true story, because most people that see films based on a true story, they think, they are ingrained in their mind that this is what happened. Jay, the only movie I have ever seen that was based on a true story and got like 99% of what actually happened was The People versus Larry Flint.
I didn't
Okay?
see that.
That
I
is
didn't
an
see it.
excellent movie with Woody Harrelson. Excellent movie. And it's the only movie in history that I have ever seen that has at least, I would say, 95% of the events happened and happened the way they happened in the movie. And that's a good movie. People versus Larry Flint. Make sure you check that film out. Incredible film.
Listen, if it wasn't Sean Penn, I might have some faith. It's just that he is so far left. He is so crazy. He has such severe TDS.
Well, that's why they picked him, Jay. That's why they picked him.
I can't possibly see him being honest about this.
No,
that's
he
the
won't.
problem.
He
It just can't. And if you got like an honest down the middle director to do this, if there's any out there, I'm sure
Rob
there are.
Reiner. Too bad he's dead. We could have had Rob
No,
Reiner.
God, not him. Yeah, another one, Rob Reiner. I mean, listen, problem is Rob Reiner is a great director, but no, not down the middle. We know where he was.
Not down the middle. I love The
Not down
Princess Bride, though. Great movie.
Listen, Misery, great Misery, another great movie he directed.
Oh, yeah,
But you know, at the same time, if they could find somebody down the maybe the guy that did what was the one again about the missing children, the trafficked children with Jim Caviezel?
Oh, damn. Why can I not? Now it's off the top of my head.
Yeah.
It's something.
Yeah, that was like that movie. Like, get the guy that directed that to do a January 6th movie.
Children of the Corn.
Not Children of the Corn. I'm surprised
Silent
you know.
Night. I can't remember what the hell it's called.
I'm surprised you know Children of the Corn from
Oh,
the
I
early
know.
80s.
I am a big movie person. I know a lot of movies.
All right.
That's why
All
I
right.
say everybody that sees movies that are based on true stories think that is what happened. That's what worries me about this. And Jay, you know how you know that this is one of those CIA movie studios that I was talking about? Because of the script and because of the director that they picked. It's meant to shape narrative. What they're doing, Jay, is they are doing this right now to shape future narrative. Everybody that sees this movie is going to think, wow, that's exactly what happened. That's it.
Right. But Jack, the point is, when I was getting with the director, you could make a great movie about January 6th.
Oh, you
don't have to. You really don't have to bend anything. You don't have to. Just go down the middle on it, and you could make a great movie that's objective and still entertaining and would captivate people, because there's so much there that happened on every side of the spectrum on January 6th that you could get into and be honest about it and still make a great movie. But I doubt that's what's going to happen here. It's going to be what we're saying, and it's just going to be unwatchable for someone like us. It just is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so Jay, let me ask you a question. We're not going to talk a long time about this, but it's just something that I wanted to ask you about. Okay. Is it me? Is it just me? Or does it seem odd that most states require proof of citizenship that you live in that state to vote in their state elections, but require proof of federal citizenship to vote in federal elections? They just can't do it. They won't do it. It's discrimination.
That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. If it's not discrimination in the state election, how is it discrimination in the federal election? That's
you have
ridiculous.
to prove you're a resident, right? If you're in that state and,
Right.
and you're voting in the state, you have to prove that you're a resident of the state. You can't just come from another state and vote in that state. But
Right.
yeah, you can come from another country and vote in our country.
Except California, Jack. Can't you be a resident anywhere and just go vote in their state elections?
Actually, yeah. Not only that, but you don't even have to be a resident. You can just vote. You can vote by mail from, Alaska. Hell, they can actually make up people. They can make them up.
Well, I saw this video. I think it was last year. There was a guy from like New Zealand who like came to America and went to California.
Yeah, I put that. I think that was you and me. He was from Canada actually, and he came all the way just to vote in the election for just that one day.
Right.
From Canada. Yep.
Right. And he was able to vote in California. But no,
Yep.
There's no fraud in California. Don't worry about it. Just guy from Canada could cross the border and go to California for a day and vote. I mean, give me a break.
Now, Jay, what if I were to tell you that Barack Obama has registered to run for the 2028 presidential election? Seriously, I'm not lying. That's not a lie.
If he registered, I want Donald Trump to register.
Well, I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Barack Obama is literally a candidate for the 2028 That's not a lie. I'm not joking. It's 100% real. Take a look at this. This right here is actually, hang on one second. I want to show you but this is 100% real. Okay. Let me show you what I'm talking about. If I can pull it up. All right. This right here, Jay, is Barack Obama Shaw. Okay. He is he's going to run for president for the 2028 presidential election. And it is Barack D. Obama Shaw. So Barack Obama Shaw, Barack Obama is registered to run for the 2028 presidential election, Jay.
Well, I mean, off the bat, he's got great name recognition.
He does. I love the shirt.
Yeah, I love it. Obama 20. Listen, I think, though, that, Jack, we should flip out about that. I mean, Obama 28, you can't do that. Because everybody flips out. I had somebody arguing with me yesterday on X about Trump 2028. It's like, they're making hats. And I'm like, bro, are you really? I mean, this is why they're making them, to get a reaction like that out of somebody like you. That's why.
That's funny. But yeah, Barack Obama, man, presidential candidate.
I'd love to hear his policies.
Yeah,
Or maybe
you know
I
what?
wouldn't.
I would as well. But yeah,
wouldn't.
Barack Obama, there you go. You never thought you'd see another Barack Obama run for president. Now you've seen another Barack Obama run for president.
Maybe that's wait, it's not Barack Obama. Maybe he should change his name to what was it? Barack Obama.
There you go. Yep. Barack Obama. That'd be a good one. No, because then I'd have to sue him. He's stealing my stuff. All right. So Jay, let's go ahead and talk about this massive terror conspiracy, okay? First, real quick, though, I want to give people a little background on it. So I'm just going to play this part. I made a video earlier. I'm just going to play a part of it that shows the newscast part, okay? Because I want to give people a little background on just how serious this was. This was no joke. This was not some kind of joke plot. This was a serious plot. So let's take a listen right here.
The plan was absolutely horrifying. Explosive-laden drones would strike buildings near the White House during UFC 250. The explosions would trigger panic and stampedes, sending thousands of terrified people running for the streets. That's when sniper teams allegedly planned to open fire on the fleeing crowd, turning chaos into slaughter. Authorities also say a second wave of attackers allegedly intended to breach the White House gates, while first responders and security forces were overwhelmed. 5 suspects are reportedly in custody as the
By the way, 5 suspects are in custody, but guess what? 24 people were in on this terror attack.
investigation continues. Here's a short clip from the breaking news segment.
This breaking news just into the Fox newsroom. The FBI disrupting this alleged plot, targeting the UFC Freedom 250 event at the White House. Officials telling Fox a network of nearly 24 potential plotters were
24. That is a lot of people.
Identified, with at least 5 people in custody right now. The suspects allegedly traveled to Fredericksburg, Virginia to make final preparations for the attack. And the alleged plan allegedly included explosive-packed drones hitting buildings near the event, forcing a mass evacuation, and then steering crowds, get this, toward a pre-staged sniper team. A second wave was then planned to storm the White House gate. The FBI first learned of the threat on June 10th and worked with law enforcement across multiple states to stop it.
That is incredible. But Jay, something even more incredible. Do you remember when those 12 or so drones were stolen from that warehouse in New Jersey? The chemical drones that could drop 30 pounds of chemicals, 30 gallons. What if they were stolen in preparation for this plot? Forget the bombs, forget the snipers. They were going to drop chemicals on these people. Someone, one of my friends on here, Ann, she actually brought this to my attention. And those people, I believe, I don't know if they were caught or if the drones were just recovered, but they got those. Yeah, they got those, but those might have been part of that plot. Could you imagine had they just dropped, used a bunch of drones to drop 30 gallons of chemicals or anthrax or whatever it is on top of all of these people?
No, that's true. And maybe we'll find out because they found those drones, but I never heard of any arrests being made of the people who took them.
I didn't either.
So who knows? No, and they were trying to draw these people into like a fatal funnel is what they were doing, to get where they could just take a lot of people out.
They wanted bottlenecks so they could snipe them.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously pretty well planned and 20-something people involved on a signal chat. Mm-hmm. And these people have been radicalized. They're probably radical already, but they've been radicalized by a certain ideology that's going around right now.
I have to say, man, their thought process is not completely insane. It was just mistargeted. Just listen, I'm not talking about the killing of people. I'm not talking about the killing of people. That's insane.
These people were radicalized.
No. Listen to what I'm going to tell you, though. I'm not talking about the killing of people. That was insane. You don't just go around randomly killing people. I'm talking about the why.
These people were targeted.
Yeah. I'm talking about the why, though. The why. Their thought process of why they were going to do it is not completely insane. Let me show you what I'm talking about. No. Look, do you know why they did it?
Well, yeah, they were targeting. They wanted APAC people and all that kind of stuff.
No. Well, I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Because what actually happened, the reason that they actually did it is the most amazing thing about all of this. Because I thought they were, I thought it was absolutely crazy, which it is. But then we found out, here it is. Let me see. Here we go. All right. So I want you to listen, Jay. Why I say why they did this is not completely insane. The fact that they were going to kill people is insane. I'm talking about the motive behind it. Listen to what they say. Now, it was misdirected. It was directed at Trump. It was misdirected. Take a listen to this, Jay. All right. Federal court documents allege Michael Allen Thomas, one of the suspected organizers of the alleged White House UFC terror plot, told investigators he believed the U.S. government, listen to this, he believed the U.S. government is run by elites who sacrifice and eat children, tied to Jeffrey Epstein and is protected by President Trump. Jay, that's not insane. Now the President Trump stuff was crazy. But the elites that sacrifice and eat children, Jay, we talk about that all the time.
But hold on. Stop right there. Okay. Mm-hmm. If you could find elites that are sacrificing and eating children, those people belong someplace. Right. We get
it. Jay, how are you going to find them? How are you going to find them?
But my point is, when I say these people are radicalized by a certain ideology right now in a certain group and faction, and we know who it is, the fact that they want to tie President Trump to it tells me that they're listening to this certain group. That's the problem.
I'm talking about, all I said was it's misdirected. It's directed at the wrong person because Trump's not one of these people. But Jay, we do know.
But they think he is.
I know, Jay, that's why I said it's misdirected. But we do know that there are elites that run the world that do sacrifice children. Now, are we able to find out who their actual names? No, the people that actually do that, Jay, most of these people that you see out there are just figureheads. They're front men. The people that actually run the world, you're not going to know who they are. Why would they come out and be the people, the targets? You're not going to know who they are. But we all know that they sacrifice children. We all know that. We've seen the videos. Have you ever looked up Frazzle Drip? Did you ever look up Frazzle Drip?
Yes.
We've seen the videos, Jay. They sacrifice and they do eat some children.
I'm not saying any of that isn't true. I'm not. My point is these guys, have been radicalized by this faction, and we know who's in it. We know who the loud voices are in it, and it's cost people their political career, and rightfully so, in my opinion. And the fact that they think President Trump is involved in this stuff proves to me that what these people are saying is resonating with certain people who are crazy. And this is why this happened.
That's true. That's true. But they only think that because of the way that the Epstein file release was handled. That's why they think it was bungled. It was bungled
we don't,
from the
Jack,
start.
Jack, we don't disagree that it was bungled, but we and you aren't going, oh my God, President Trump's involved in eating children. I mean,
no.
This is where
It's
they're
more
getting
got to
this
do with
crap
Epstein.
from.
Oh, you froze again, Jay. You're
sorry.
frozen if you can hear me.
No, I hear
It's
you.
more got to do with Epstein, Jay. That's the thing. They're not thinking that he's one of the ones that are eating children. The reason they wanted to do it to him is because they tie him with Epstein because of the way the files were handled. It's got nothing to do with him personally. It's the fact that he's the president when these files were bungled.
I disagree with you in this sense. These people like Tucker Carlson and go down the list are associating President Trump. Forget about the bungling and the messaging.
That's why they're associating him with it, though. That's why.
But Tucker Carlson is, and he's smarter than that. Tucker Carlson is smart enough to know, like we do, oh, the messaging sucks. But President Trump isn't involved in this, in what was going on with Epstein and these children and all the other elites. We would have known that already if he was. And they're also tying the whole thing with AIPAC into it, and they're targeting
I
certain
didn't see anything about AIPAC.
There is,
but AIPAC is one of the big problems in the world. Yes.
Well, but hold on. That's a different issue where I don't agree with you either, and we know that. But
we
can
it's
talk
a
about that
massive.
another time. I think CARE is the bigger problem in the world.
Oh no,
And
CARE's a massive problem, but AIPAC has way more influence on America than it should. AIPAC is a big problem. And by the way, that's why I love the fact that Trump is straight up dissing Netanyahu. I love it.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you, though. But I've the whole time I've said that President Trump isn't a slave or a puppet to Netanyahu.
I'm glad he's not. I'm glad he's finally
that.
coming out and talking like a man.
I've been consistent in that, have I not? And that's what I'm going to go like this for. Because I've been very consistent in that.
I'm glad that he's talking like a man because Netanyahu sucks, and I'm glad that Trump is going at him.
But fine. But my point is that the rhetoric, Jack, from that woke Reich, and I know Netanyahu came up with the term, but no, he didn't. He just uses it. I
have no idea. I mean, I have no idea. I really don't care what comes.
I don't care. I think it's actually.
I know that Netanyahu sucks. That's my point.
And I think it's a good term, and regardless. And the point is, the rhetoric being put out by these people is irresponsible, and it's just flat out wrong. And as I said, it's so wrong that the majority of people know it's wrong, and it's cost them their political career.
Jay,
and it's the way they've gone about the whole thing. They've gone about it all wrong.
Listen to what I say before you think about it. Listen for a second. Is it wrong, or is it just directed at the wrong person?
Well, wait a minute. If you're directing it at President Trump, it's wrong.
No. I'm not. No. I'm saying, are they just the whole rhetoric itself is correct if you direct it at the right person? So it's not wrong.
But who? That's the thing. We
thing.
don't even know who.
The Hillary Clintons of the world. That's who.
All right. But all of a sudden, Jack, we have people that call themselves conservatives and Republicans aiming this at President Trump.
And that's fine. That's the part that's wrong, Jay. But I'm not the thought process is not wrong. It's just who it's aimed at is wrong, is what I'm saying.
But it almost costs. But you're right. Okay, fine. It's aimed at him. It's wrong.
Yeah, that's the part. It's aimed at the wrong person.
Jack, if this wasn't foiled, who knows if President Trump is alive this week?
I gotta say though, Jay, how can you have something outside as the president? You've survived numerous assassination attempts. Drones are very easy to get over to the fence of the White House. They have no protection whatsoever. Why would you hold an outside event?
Well, I don't know that they don't have drone defense near the White House. I would hope that
I'm not talking. They don't have like fence or anything where you can. What they need to have is something where they can't get down, can't get above him. But see, how are you going to do that? They have something that can shoot it down. But what happens if that thing malfunctions? What happens if it doesn't shoot it down quick enough? You got to have real defense if you're going to do outside shit.
Well, I mean, you're within the grounds of the White House. I mean, that's kind of the difference here for me. It's not an outdoor event where it's in the White House grounds where
but a drone can get anywhere, man, anywhere.
Well, you would hope, Jack, that they have air defenses, they have drone detection, they have all that stuff. I would hope. Right? We're not going to know.
They're still human. That's what I mean. They're human people.
They're not going to tell us.
They air all the time.
Listen, they're not going to tell us if they have it or not because it would be stupid if they told us because I don't want.
Well, they do a lot of stupid shit. I'll be honest.
Well, we know that. But if they do have it, and I would hope they do, they're not going to say, hey, we have this type of drone defense. No, they're not going to let anybody know that. They don't want people to know what they have because they don't want anybody to know how to get around it if they do. So,
no.
But at the same time, I don't think it's a big deal that he had it because it's in the White House. On the ground.
Yeah, but this man is a man who has been tried to assassinate many times. You got to think about that if you're him, man.
You do, but he's just Jack. He's just a different breed, man. He's not
I know.
afraid. He
But
just
if
is.
Jay, I'm going to make a prediction right now. Actually, no, I'm not going to make a prediction because it would be bad. It would be a bad thing.
Bookmark it.
No, I can't say this. It's not something that would be very popular.
All
So let's just say he's got to be smarter. Okay, let's just put it that way.
I understand, and I think he does take chances, and I think the Secret Service, even the Secret Service.
If he dies, Jay, who do we got? A JD Vance?
Yeah, JD Vance.
That's not Donald Trump.
Nobody is.
That's why we can't afford to have him die like this.
No, we need him to be healthy.
So he's got to be smarter. He's the one man in the world, Jay, that has to be smarter.
He is who he is, and he's not going to back down. And I think, if he can't live in a bubble,
bravery, then there's foolishness.
Well, he can't live in a bubble, right? He can't, and he wants this. I mean, Jack, think about the 4th of July. This is 250th anniversary. He's going to be out in public.
Yeah.
He is. It's just the way it is. You can't have him. He's the president, and it's the 250th anniversary of our country, and the 4th of July is coming up. He's going to be out there. But is that not the perfect time for someone to do something to him? When it's nighttime, the fireworks are popping, so you don't hear a gunshot? Is that not the perfect time? It's definitely an opportune time to do something wrong if you want to. That's for sure.
Gotta be smart. I really hope that he's smart about that.
Well, how about this? Golf clap for Kash Patel.
I gotta say,
give it to him.
No, wait. Before you give it to him, Jay, before you give it to him, he did not foil this plan. Okay, the mother turned them in.
Regardless, he gets the credit.
It's not like
Jack.
he found out about it by doing police work, Jay. Come on,
he gets the credit.
On.
Jack,
any idiotic police agency, if they're told by the mom, can do it. Come on, the mom called it in.
Once he gets the tip, did they not act and appropriately and take care of it?
I will give you that. They acted swiftly. I'll give you that. But they didn't discover this by doing police work.
And listen, hold on. We don't know that for sure.
Oh, we know that because the mom called it in.
We know they called it a tip. We don't know if they had any inklings of this before. We don't know. I don't know.
Oh,
All I'm saying is he's in charge. They foiled it, whether it was a tip, whether it was police work, whether it was a combination of both. He gets the credit. All right.
I'll give him credit for acting swiftly. I'll give him credit for acting swiftly because a lot of police agencies that get a tip like that, they're going to ignore it. They're going to think it's crazy.
Listen, if you ignore that tip, Jack, then you need to be out of the police business so fast and make your head spin.
You've seen police. Jay, you know how police go when they get thousands of tips, and then they hear a mom call, say, "Hey, I heard my kid talk about bomb drones and snipers getting Trump." They're going to be like, "This bitch is nuts." Most of the time.
Well, not now, especially not the president.
Not anymore. Not anymore. Yeah, not for Trump. But
it's kind of
on
like
a regular day.
Yeah. Well, no, but it's kind of like a school shooting now. Like if a mom calls in a tip, hey, I think my son might, they're not hanging up the phone anymore. They're like, well, who's your son and where is he right now? And we're coming to your house to check his room and his computer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's different. Now. So kind of like if this gets called in and if she called and say, hey, my son's been on a Signal chat and I've overheard him talking about how they want to, attack the UFC 250 event. You're not hanging that phone up. You're insane if you do.
You'd be getting a lot of trouble.
Are you kidding me? Oh, and listen, we got to give a golf clap to Todd Blanche today. SLP.
He's only doing it until he gets office, man. That's it.
He's nominated, Jack.
Until he gets the office. Once he is actually confirmed.
He's nominated. Listen, I'm taking the wins as they're coming. I'm trying to stay positive. And he's and right today, the SPLC, they funded all of this stuff. All of this race crap.
The wins are great. I love the wins, but I don't like the fact that I say, Jay, as soon as she was gone, I said he's a snake. He's going to go hard and he's going to do everything he can to get that nomination. Is that not what happened? Another one. Come on, Jay.
Hey,
Jay,
listen.
Pat me on the back. Come on.
All right. Here you go. Here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. I think, and when you said he's not a good guy, I don't care. I don't want a good guy. I don't want a good guy.
You will once he has the power. You will once he has the power.
We will see. We will
remember.
see.
Remember how bad? I think we forget Merrick Garland and what they can do to us.
Well, that's what I want Todd Blanche to do to them.
Oh, that's what we want. But he's a snake.
Well, listen. I want him to act like a snake as the AG. Hey, Republicans, take a tip. from the Democrats. Every time they get in front of these committees and they get asked these questions, you're going to, no, of course I'm not going to do that. Oh, of course I'm not going to do that. And then when they get in office, what do? Everything they said they weren't going to do. Republicans, can you start doing that, please? Lie to these people. Oh, you're not lying to Congress. You're just saying, I don't think I'll do that. No, I don't see it that way. I don't see it that way. Oh, well, things change when I'm in office. I have to do it. Hey, this change, circumstances change. This prosecution, hey, what am I going to do? I'm just following the law.
But I got to say,
hey,
Raina has a great point, Jay.
What's that?
Raina has a great point. Thank God his mom wasn't a lunatic liberal. Because this guy, what if his mom was a liberal or was someone that hated Trump and she wouldn't have called it in?
Right. Yeah. Then we could have had a very, very bad night instead of a great night on
How
Saturday.
lucky is Donald Trump, by the way? He just happened to hear, she just happened to overhear it and make a phone call. You know, the other guy, they just happened to see his gleam, in the bushes. This guy, he just happened to drop his magazine. The New York City police officer just happened to drop his magazine, which made people think he was suspicious. I mean, he just happened to turn his head. How lucky is President Trump?
Divine intervention. The man was put here by God to save this country. And I'm not kidding.
I got to tell you, the man is the luckiest person on earth. This woman just happened to overhear her son, so she makes a phone call. I mean, he just happened to turn his head a millimeter, so the bullet grazed his ear. The New York City cop just happened to drop his clip on the ground, so that's why they thought he was suspicious and they got him. I mean, what the hell?
I believe in divine intervention, and I think he's been getting that because, as I said, this country—
even a cat only gets 9 lives, man.
Listen, this country was founded on Christian principles, believing in God.
You're going to get a lot of people pissed off at you about that.
God does not want— what's that?
I said you're going to get a lot of people pissed off. They say, "Oh no, it's not Christian. It's
it absolutely is
Christian." No, we were not founded on Christian principles.
Absolutely is. Absolutely.
You know how they are.
I don't even call it Judeo-Christian. Judeo-Christian came in later on, and there were reasons for that around. Mainly, it came in the World War II era as a battle against Germany, Nazi Germany. But this country was founded on Christian values, and yes, but founded on Christian values. So God is watching, and God is protecting President Trump. And I am not this overly religious person, but in my heart of hearts, I have to believe that. Because of some of the things we just talked about.
Okay, let's go ahead and switch gears for a second, because I want to ask you, Jay, what would you say if I told you that California has a state official gay certification program?
What if you told me that? Would I be surprised? Yeah. No, it sounds very California to me.
It does. I'm going to tell you what I'm talking about. California right now is pressuring public utilities companies to award $633 million in special contracts to LGBTQ-owned firms only. To qualify, residents must go through the state's official gay certification program and face up to a year in jail if they're not gay enough. Seriously.
It's illegal. That's illegal.
You hear what I said about a year in jail if you're not gay enough?
The whole thing's illegal. All of it.
What is a gay certification program? Jay, I'm going to tell you what a gay certification program is. There is actually a checklist. They have made a checklist, Jay, of what you have to qualify to be gay enough to be in this program.
Can I take a guess at a couple of them?
Well, they don't come right out and say it, so they're kind of worded
I was going to say you have to follow Harry Sisson.
No, you have to have dated Harry Sisson. No, I'm kidding. Let me see. It's funny. I'm going to show you the checklist, but the thing is, it's not it's worded differently than you would expect because it's public thing. They can't say, hey, drop to your knees and let me see your asshole. If it's big enough, then I'll know you're gay. They can't do that. So they have to have a checklist that says, let me show you. This is an actual checklist, Jay. Let me show it to you real quick. Take a look at this. This is an actual checklist. And it says they need a copy of your valid domestic partnership marriage certificate, proof of domestic partnership health insurance, copy of petition for same-sex partner hospitalization visitation rights, evidence of completed parenting or family building efforts for same-sex partners, joint living arrangement paperwork, one letter from the NGLCC affiliate chamber that attests to the fact that you're gay, 3 letters of reference from personal gay people to say that you're gay, one letter from a recognized LGBTQ organization that'll vouch for the fact that you're gay, of a doctor carry letter evidencing gender reassignment or related medical procedures, proof of media coverage, and that the media also vouches for the fact that you're gay, a doctor or an attorney letter establishing your gayness, certificates, awards, recognitions of owners as outstanding members of the gay community, or a legal petition for a gay name change. That is the gay certification checklist.
Really? How is this even legal? Like, please, Michael Gates, can you please win? Please win the
Why do
AG
they
of
keep doing it?
California.
That's what I want to know, Jay. It gets struck down in the courts every time, but they keep doing it.
Can't help themselves.
Well,
And
why
Cajun
can't there be
said-
a punishment, Jay? If the courts ruled on it once, why are they allowed to keep doing it until taken to court? That's wrong. Okay, I'll make a new program. Take it to court. That's wrong. Okay, I'll make a new program. Every single time why can't the court say, okay, look, we've told you this is wrong. If you do it in a different way and it's the same thing, you're going to be punished.
Because we talk about it all the time. There's never consequences for these people.
Never.
Never, not civil, not criminal, nothing. And Cajun said this will be another money laundering and fraud scheme. Yeah, probably.
I'm glad you brought that up. Go ahead, Jay.
No. That's what I'm saying. It probably will be. That's probably why they're doing it. Even if it gets shut down, they're probably going to launder money while it's up until it gets shut down completely again. I don't know.
Well,
It's
Jay,
nonsense. It's completely illegal.
That's actually exactly what's going to happen, because as of this moment, the DOJ is investigating Gavin Newsom and his wife, Jennifer Newsom, for money laundering, bribery, all kinds of corruption charges.
Oh.
But Jay, we have reported on them before. Check out one of the things that we reported just a few months ago, either a few months or a few weeks ago. It was this is just one of the many things that they have done. It was a $20 million diaper scheme. Take a listen to this. Gavin Newsom reportedly a $20 million taxpayer-funded diaper program routed through a politically connected NGO tied to his wife's network and elite donor circles. They paid $20 million to this NGO to procure diapers, 50 cents per diaper, where if you go get them off the rack at Target, they're 10 cents a diaper. They paid 5 times the amount. And Jay, let me tell you why. Here's exactly what Gavin Newsom, if it was a fair world, here's what Gavin Newsom and his wife Jennifer would go to prison for. It's money laundering to the nth degree. What happens is they award different companies that are in California, they award them government contracts, big money government contracts, and in turn, those companies donate money to Jennifer Newsom's NGO, her nonprofit organization. And then what happens is she can't just, they can't just give her the money. So they give it to her NGO, her nonprofit, and she pays herself a hefty salary. That is money laundering. Okay, they use his position to award millions. I'm actually going to show you a couple examples, Jay. And these are just a couple examples. There are literally, Jay, thousands of examples, and I do mean thousands of examples that they have done this over the last 6 years. So I'm just going to give you 2 small examples, though. Take a look at this. Here's 2 small examples. Kaiser Permanente donated $20,000 to her nonprofit in 2018 and 2019. They then received a $172 million contract from the state. PG&E donated $358,000 to the nonprofit between 2011 and 2018. In 2021, they received a $324 million contract from California thanks to the taxpayers. They know the taxpayer money isn't their money, but they can award it to whoever the hell they want. So they award it to the people that donate to her nonprofit, which allows her to pay herself a very hefty salary, and that family gets that. So they literally are laundering money. It goes from the taxpayers to the company, to the nonprofit, to the Newsoms. That's how it's happening.
Yeah. The first partner. She's the first partner, Jack. You know, that's what she calls herself. Yeah, the first partner, not the first lady, the first partner. I mean, these people make me sick. Gavin Newsom, everything you hear Gavin Newsom saying, yesterday he was panicking and he's already, it was almost
I'm going to tell you why he's panicking too. Go ahead.
Okay. But listen to everything he says and he accuses the president and everybody else of doing. He's doing it. All of it. It's projection. Absolutely. All of it is projection.
Democrat 101.
Well, projection, deflection, hypocrisy, double standards. Those are the 4 tenets, the pillars of the Democrat Party. Ready? projection, deflection, hypocrisy, double standards. Write it down.
That is Democrat 101, Jay. Absolutely. Yep. So let me tell you what's going on. And I'm going to tell you exactly why Newsom wants to know everything that they have on him. He wants to know every bit of the investigation. You want to know why? Normally, he wouldn't be scared. But, Jay, you as a former police officer, let me tell you something. Let me ask you something as fact. If a person that is being charged with a crime, all right, pleads guilty and their max sentence is 30 years, but they pled guilty anyway, what are they most likely doing?
You mean, wait, their max sentence is 30 years.
Yeah, they can get a massive 30-year sentence, but they pled guilty anyway. Why?
Wait, you mean because they don't want to get 30?
No, because they're most likely cooperating to get a lower sentence.
They're singing. Yeah, they're singing. Yeah.
To get a lower sentence. So that's why, Jay, check this out. Okay, so Gavin Newsom's former chief of staff, Dana Williamson, has pled guilty to conspiracy to commit fraud, filing a false tax return, and making false statements. Now, those are way less than the charge that she was actually charged with at the beginning. Those were reduced charges and still have a max sentence of 30 years. Now, why would they give her reduced charges with still a max sentence? Because they know that the reduced charges shows her that they're willing to play ball, but the max sentence, the big max sentence shows that if you don't play ball, this is what you're going to get. Right. She is singing, and Gavin Newsom is scared to death. He wants to know what the DOJ has.
Right.
He wants to know why the investigation is going on. He is scared that his former chief of staff is selling him up the river.
It's the same kind of thing with John Bolton, who just took a plea. You hope he sang before. You know, that's
Maduro's singing right now about election fraud. Right now,
that's what you hope. You hope it's something. And I agree. And that was yesterday. I want release what you have. What are you kidding me? It doesn't work that way. It's not going to release what they have. You idiot.
He's scared to death. He knows his former chief of staff. Jay, your chief of staff is going to be somebody that you trust implicitly. You're not going to have somebody that literally runs your day-to-day operations if you don't trust them implicitly. So she knows everything he was doing, every single thing he was doing.
Correct.
So you tell me, Jay, is he scared that all of a sudden she's getting lesser sentences? I mean, lesser charges? Yeah, I'd be scared to death if I'm him because she knows every crime you committed.
So would I. I'd be very scared if I was him.
Don't be surprised if she ends up dead, Jay, before the shit hits the fan. Don't be surprised if she ends up dead. Dana Williamson. Hey, bookmark this. Bookmark this. Don't be surprised if she ends up dead.
And you think the Newsoms are capable of Clinton-esque tactics?
No. But I do think that they know people that are capable of such a thing, and including the Clintons. And I think that they would much rather this woman be dead than them go to prison and have to deal with the same conditions that they force on everybody else. Jay, could you imagine Gavin Newsom and Jennifer Newsom going to prison? Imagine how they would feel walking into a prison. There is no way they will allow Dana Williamson to talk. They won't do it.
Well, listen, this woman should be in solitary confinement somewhere in a
she
safe
be
house.
Witness protection.
Yeah.
A room with no windows and no doors.
Right. And all her food delivered, egg noodles and ketchup, whatever. If she orders spaghetti,
you're not allowed to answer the door at all.
That's it. She should be whatever they sent Henry Hill, nice and safe.
There you go.
Away from the mob. Yes.
But seriously, Jay, she is probably singing, and he is scared to death.
He seems like it.
I mean, he's like, I want to know everything you got. I mean, why are they? He's trying to do court of public opinion. Look, they're targeting me. It's lawfare. I got to know everything you got. Here's a letter demanding every single thing you have against me. I got to know. And the reason he's got to know, guilty, not guilty, innocent men don't care what you have on them. Guilty men gotta know. They gotta know what you know. And they know what Dana Williamson knows. And Dana Williamson knows everything.
Well, that's called discovery, Gavin Newsom. And, you'll find out what they have through your attorneys that way. How's that?
I just worry about this woman's safety because I can promise to God that Gavin Newsom didn't come this far in life without having to do some things that he didn't want to do or having to do some things. I can promise to God he will not let his career and go to prison over this. He will find a way to get her killed if he has to, Jay. So just bookmark this if she ends up dead.
Well, he's a dirtbag. He is a dirtbag. Gavin Newsom is a complete scumbag, is what he is.
He's right below Hillary Clinton. Right below.
Yeah, we saw how he behaved during COVID. It's scum of the earth. It's rules for thee and not for me to the nth degree. That
you rhyme. Rules for me and not for thee to the nth degree.
I like that. A poet didn't even know it. I mean, God, I was pretty good. I'm gonna remember that one. But bookmark that. But yeah, I listen. Protect this woman.
Yes.
We'll see what happens. He's definitely worried.
The only one, Jay. The
Definitely
only one
worried.
that knows his entire scheme. She knows it all, man.
Well, somebody said, what is it? No, Gavin will be the belle of the ball, the belle of the prison ball. Somebody said he's way too pretty for prison.
Well, don't worry. Don't worry. He'll be able to trade on his good looks in prison.
Yeah. Listen, they'll like his shoulder movements when he talks.
Oh, yeah. That'll look really good. Yeah, they're going to be like, here, sit down on me and do your shoulder movements.
Jack, he sounds like James Captain Kirk in that speech yesterday. It's weird.
It is very weird.
Person says this and that.
But Jay,
what are you doing? Like, what's wrong with him?
I just, I think this is great. He and especially Jennifer. Jennifer's just as guilty as he is. They are both in this 100%.
Yeah, she's more crazy than him, Jack. She's more crazy than him.
But see, we got to have Dana Williamson. Now, see, you might have evidence on him, but there's ways to get out of that. But if you have a witness that was his chief of staff and literally knows everything about him and about what he did, this woman is probably going to go into federal witness protection after she testifies. But I can promise you, Jay, she is singing. That's why she got reduced charges. That's why she pled guilty. Even though the sentence is 30 years, you don't plead guilty if the sentence is 30 years, unless you're talking to get a less sentence.
Of course. Absolutely right.
He knows that. Yeah.
He might be awful. He's not stupid.
No, he knows that.
We'll see.
I worry about her safety. What does she look like? I'm going to look and see what she looks like. Go ahead.
Okay. But listen, chalk this one up to the DOJ. Good job. Let's go.
They've done it. Yeah, I got to say.
We're starting to see some things happen. I mean, Gavin Newsom is a big fish. I mean, that's a big one. If we can, actually turn the screws on Gavin Newsom, who knows what he knows? Interesting.
Yeah, that would be spectacular. Are you kidding me? That would be spectacular.
Who knows what he knows about? Well, I think he would know something about the voter fraud in California. Wouldn't you think, being that he is the governor? I would think so. Interesting.
Yep, and she's facing corruption charges, but not anymore because she pled guilty to the lesser charges, like I said. And the reason she did that, like I said, is because she's talking. And I'm telling you, man. Oh, man, am I telling you.
Oh, Cajun, good point. It went from my life partner to now my wife, the mother of my children. You're absolutely right. Right. You see the rhetoric changing? You can't do this to a mother. She's got children.
Now, all of a sudden, he wants to be sympathetic. This is her.
Yeah. Okay.
That's her. So we need to protect this woman at all costs.
Right. And now, wait, all of a sudden, Gavin Newsom, it's not just a birthing person. It's actually a mother. Oh, interesting. I like how all of a sudden, all the rhetoric goes away, and now we're back to common sense, calling people what they actually are.
Because they're not playing politics anymore. They're playing scared to death.
Right. Don't you? Isn't it amazing how possible prison time can make you go right back to somebody who speaks normally? Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So, I mean, all in all, it has been a great day. I mean, we're talking about the foiling of an unbelievably insane and complex terror plot, and we are talking about someone who has the goods on Gavin Newsom, making him scared out of his mind to probably go to prison for the rest of his life. There were two people who had a Ponzi scheme for $40 million. They just got sentenced to 30 years apiece. Imagine how much he's going to get sentenced to, not just for all the money laundering and all the money schemes that he did, but once they find out that he was responsible for the Pacific Palisades fires by shutting off the water, by not clearing the brush on purpose. Wait till they find out about the fact that he may be facing murder charges, Jay.
Yeah, or he could be charged with reckless, his culpable mental state.
Reckless homicide.
Negligence. That's a culpable mental state. So it doesn't have to be intentional. It could be reckless. It could be negligence, right?
And he did these things on purpose, though. You can prove intentionality on this part, though.
Hey, listen, if you could, great, because that's a higher charge. But
Oh, yeah.
even if you don't have that, I mean, you know, you got him being negligent. You know,
yeah.
it's reckless, the things that
Oh,
they
yeah.
did. Oh, and what does he know about Karen Bass? Let's see if, no, be interesting. Let's see if Karen Bass starts to say some stuff.
Well, if she gets caught up in this, she might. But see, they're not going to let Gavin Newsom off for anything because he's the biggest fish in California. There's no way
Yeah.
to go up there. But now if Karen Bass gets arrested and she wants to start singing, that's different. But we don't need anybody else. We have Dana Williamson. She is Jay, we couldn't have somebody better. You're talking about his chief of staff. That woman literally ran his day-to-day life.
Yes, yes. No, what I'm saying about Karen Bass, not even that she would start singing. I want to see if she just starts saying some stuff, like maybe some odd things come out of her
She
mouth.
probably
now.
will. She probably, just some little slip.
Or maybe
Freudian
she
slips.
or maybe she starts maybe putting a little bit of like a backhand to Gavin Newsom in a couple of speeches. I don't know. That'd be interesting.
That's very possible. Take a look at this also, though, Jay. I want you to take a look at this. This is another thing they did. So they were founder and owner of Girls Club Entertainment, which is a for-profit company. Okay, check this out. So they would get money for the California schools, Jay. Can you see the diagram here? They would get money from the California schools. They would pay the Representation Project. And now the Representation Project is a nonprofit organization, so she can only get a little bit of money from a salary there. $1.5 million was her salary. But Jay, get this. You know what she could do? She could get an LLC, a for-profit company, which is the Girls Club Entertainment that they owned, and pay them from the Representation Project. Look at that. $1.6 million she paid from her nonprofit to her for-profit company, and the profits go right to her and Gavin Newsom.
Crazy. Quite a scam.
Is that not insane?
Quite a scam. Talk
Money
about
laundering
gaming the
to
system.
the nth degree, man. If they don't get, they would, Jay, and I'll tell you the reason he's more scared than anything. If they actually get caught up and get arrested, they will probably spend the rest of their lives behind bars. They're not going to get a life sentence. They'll probably get like 50 or 60 years, but they'll die in prison.
Oh, well.
I honestly don't care either. All right, guys, be sure to check out maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Scan the QR code at the top right or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. You got Father's Day next week, the 250th anniversary of the United States coming up next month, and the 2026 midterms. Show America where you stand. Get something at the best place that you can, which is maxassociates.etsy.com. 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. All right, guys, make sure you follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. It is all Secret America TV. That is our screen name for every single place. X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. Make sure to follow us. It really helps. We are live Monday through Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern. Every single weekday, 7 p.m. Eastern. We will be live again tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern. Thank you guys so much for watching the show. I know that me and Jay did the best we could to solve all the problems today, but I will say we are getting this close. It's been a great day. We're this close to seeing Gavin Newsom go to prison, thanks to his chief of staff possibly singing. So we need to protect her as best as we can. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.